Oh shit. Here we go again.
Low, low, man. Low, low, man.
You like contracts, right? You're a contract guy.
I read contracts instead of conventional pornography, yes.
Slippery little bastard! Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy Andress. I've got popcorn today. And I only had time to unmute my mic. I not only had time to be on time, but I had time to make fucking popcorn over here. Because today is going to be a good one. I'm ready for this. It's going to be great. Definitely not muted. We're definitely not muted today. And we're also joined by Elpire Ava. Welcome back, Ava. Welcome back. How's it going? And I know you're on a 5-second delay, so we're going to get the answer here in a
Sorry,
second.
it's my turn to be scuffed. I was muted at first.
No! Does that count as scuff? Are you going to ruin my poll? Because 60% of people voted I would be double boomer. 21% voted miracle. 9% said not scuff. 12% said off time. So
I said miracle, so I believed in you. I just didn't believe in me.
I did it, yeah. Elf is scuffed, but that's different. I mean, elves get scuffy, right? Schweizu for 25 Polish zloty says Senator Armstrong looks like M. Morawiecki, our previous prime minister. Let me look this guy up. Because Polish prime ministers were kind of like some of them were kind of okay, but if he was more jacked, for sure. But yeah, a little bit more jacked. Let's see. This guy's like not as jacked, clearly. But I see with the glasses. I see what you're doing with the glasses. Right? All right. Appreciate that. We're gonna get into it today. So I am going to be it's gonna be great today.
This is before he got really into CrossFit, clearly.
Clearly. We're gonna get right into this today. And I'm gonna ignore Billy Aoki says gay and boomer. I'm gonna ignore that. Also, real quick, we got on locals. I'll just read this one. Starting out, Ripton for $1 said the unbelievers are all legally minded. That's right. I mean, they're all just like me, and by that I mean they're all.
Look, here's the thing.
Fine. Listen,
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
And so is my chat. So that's it. We're going to jump right into it today. Now, actually, fortunately, I'm going to skip because we're starting a little bit into it. It's already started, obviously. We are going to skip the pretrial bullshit. So there was a lot of pretrial between the attorneys, which honestly, it's frankly unconsequential. What really matters is what happens during the trial. So we're going to actually skip that part because it's not material. And we're going to get right into Detective Mommy, who's going to come up and she's going to get cross-examined. And then we're going to get into Sarah Boone. So we're going to get into that right here now. So, but guys, strap in, get ready for day 3 of the Sarah Boone trial. We get a little bit of feet. Is there a little bit of feet there? Maybe a sock?
Ma'am, good morning. Again, could you state and spell your name for the record?
And good morning, Mark Arriata. Good to see you. Also, shout out to the 199.
My name is Chelsea Kepsel, CHELSEY, KOEPSEL.
Mr. Cacciatore, you may proceed.
Your Honor, we tendered the witness to the defense.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Henderson, you may proceed with any cross-examination.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Now, it's my understanding that on February 24th of 2020, you responded to this crime scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you the first officer to respond to the crime scene?
No.
So there were other officers who were there prior to you arriving, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you the first detective to respond to the crime scene?
Myself and my partner, we all arrived at the same time because we left from the same location at the same time.
Okay, and who is your partner then?
Detective Scott Lowen.
And throughout the whole time, you and Detective Lowen worked on this case together, is that correct?
Yes, he assisted me with this case.
Now, when
Sparky, you will be
arrived
missed
on the
today. Thank you, Sparky,
24th,
for joining us yesterday.
approximately how many other officers were there?
Including like deputy sheriffs, like in uniform?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Oh, approximately 4, maybe, I would assume.
Had it been designated a crime scene at that time, and had tape or security measures been taken to protect the scene?
Yes, they have.
So that had already been done by the time that you arrived, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, in the investigation, one of your, or what you're trying to accomplish in the investigation is basically get a basics of what took place. Would you agree with me there?
Yes, I would.
All right. And you could do that one or two ways, or a combination of ways. One is to take testimony of potential witnesses. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. This day, did you in fact do that?
Yes, I did.
And one of those potential witnesses was Sarah Boone. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
And you took a statement from Sarah Boone because we've all seen it. Is that correct?
Yes, we have.
And at that point in time, Ms. Boone did not have to talk to you if she didn't want to, did she?
No, she did not.
So she agreed to talk to you at that point in time?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Were there any other witnesses besides Ms. Boone that you talked to on this initial date of the 24th?
Just Brian Boone.
And Mr. Boone told you what? You had a chance to talk to him. He told you his involvement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, wasn't Mr. Boone's testimony, was that recorded too?
I conducted an audio recording, yes.
Is that standard procedure when you do your interviews to try to record the interviews?
Yes.
What's the benefit of that?
So I know what was said.
Okay. So, and if something goes on for a long time, you can refer back to it. Is that correct?
Mods ban Monster Rancher for pineapple on pizza.
All right. So, and
Permanent
out there,
ban.
that's part of talking to witnesses or potential witnesses. Okay. Also, it's your job too to identify potential physical evidence in a case.
Yes, it is.
All right. And in fact, on the 24th, did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you have anyone assisting you in doing that aspect of it?
Yes, crime scene investigators and digital forensics investigator.
All right. And was Miss Melissa Roffengarden, that's how it's pronounced? Pronounce it for me.
Rough Garden.
Rothgarden. Okay, thank you. Did she help you in that area?
She was the lead crime scene investigator, yes.
Okay. So were y'all walking around together? Give the jury an idea of how that process takes place, please.
So yes, when I initially arrived on scene, I introduced myself to Sarah Boone and explained that I wished to go inside her residence, which she gave me consent to go in and look around. I went in, looked around, and then when my CSIs arrived, they would go in, take pictures, and then I kind of leave them to do what they need to do as far as taking pictures and documenting things and measurements. And then that's when I conducted my interviews. And then I would meet back up with my crime scene investigator after interviews were conducted, to kind of follow up with like things that I was told that would help us like identify things from the scene. And so, I mean, there's like multiple occasions where I would have met with my crime scene investigator inside the residence.
So this is an ongoing process during that day. You get information, you consult with them, they have information, they consult with you, and you're making a determination of what potential physical evidence that y'all at least like to document by camera, correct? Pictures, or actually collect and take away. Is that correct?
Yes, so it's accurate.
In that case, the suitcase was some evidence that y'all agreed on that we need to take this suitcase from the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. How about the baseball bat? Was that done that day?
The baseball bat was collected, yes.
All right. In your viewing of the suitcase, did you see this view the suitcase while it was unseen?
Yes, I did.
All right. Did you notice that if there was any items, other independent loose items in the suitcase?
There were, yes.
Were those items collected?
Some of them were, yes.
Who made the determination what items of that suitcase would be taken or collected and what would not be collected?
I would say that I have the final say on what is to be collected or not collected, but we do discuss it together to make that determination for me to give the final yes or no.
Do you recall which items you decided to collect from the suitcase?
Do you have the property form that I can refer to?
No, I'll try to find it.
I know some of them, but
Ma'am, I don't have it, but to the best of your memory, can you tell? And I would understand there would be some stuff that if you had the property report to refresh your memory, you can give me more detail.
yes, to my understanding and to my recollection, we collected things that had blood left over on it. I want to say there was like a necktie potentially. I do recall there being a small amount of clothing and miscellaneous paperwork, but I do not think that we collected the paperwork. There was also a cell phone in there. It was not, it was dead, the cell phone. And then, like I said, there might be one, I think we collected 5 to 6 items from the suitcase itself, but obviously the property form would tell you specifically. But that is what I recall.
Correct, and I understand, and that's fair. Okay, so potentially you collect these items because you believe they're evidence for the case potentially, is that correct?
Yes.
And some of these items you actually collect with the potential that you might need to have them examined in greater detail, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. An example of something like that would be in this case, if you found blood on something, you might want to potentially examine that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And also the stuff that you're learning outside of these items also helps you in making that determination. Isn't that correct?
I'm sorry, one more time.
The stuff that you learn, the information that you're getting or you're receiving about what happened at that time will lead you to determine what items might need to be collected and what items might need to be tested.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So out of the items that were collected at the house or the apartment, at those items, was anything to your knowledge sent off for further examination?
I believe so, but if it was, there would be they would be sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for further testing.
Okay. And do you have an independent memory of what items that were collected from the house that were sent to FDLE for further examination?
I don't recall specifically without looking.
Okay. Now,
Remember, after this, we're getting Sarah
you
Boone herself.
aware-
This is going to get crazy pretty quick. This attorney is very
One
low
point
energy.
in time, there were some fingernail clippings or fingernail swabs taken from Miss Sarah Boone. Is that correct?
Yes.
He's just a simple
That
country
was
lawyer.
On her interview date, on the. would have been the
I'm just
25th.
trying to butter
Yes.
the biscuits.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Can
Okay,
get
and
my
that's what we
client
witnessed
off.
in the video.
Yes.
That's what they were doing at that time. Correct. And I'm sure at the autopsy, which you were present at, is that correct?
Yes.
And those, there would have been some fingertip swabs of George Torres. Were you familiar with that?
They do swabbing of the hands, to my
Yes.
understanding, and
Sarah Boone is
clippings of
next.
his nails.
Okay. Do you have an independent memory of the fact that Sarah Boone's fingernail swabs were sent to FDLE for comparison?
I would believe so.
Okay. How about the ones from Mr. Torres? Do you have knowledge that those were sent to FDLE for comparison or identification?
Well, they would have come from him, so I'm not sure what we would have compared him to.
Okay. Were they there to see, or at least they're sent there to see if they can extract DNA?
Oh, okay. Yes. I mean, I'm not sure if they did that testing for his nails clipping specifically, but it would be in the report if so.
Okay. Who would make the decision about sending his finger swabs to FDLE for comparison or evaluation?
I would request it I would request it to the crime scene investigator, and she would author the, I guess, procedure for them to do so.
Okay. And then as to Sarah Boone's swabbings, who requested that those be sent to FDLE for evaluation?
Again, I would assume that I
I'm
would have done
hoping
that.
at least 3
I would have
intentions
requested
were there,
CSI to do that.
These are extremely stupid procedural questions which do nothing but bore the jury. This is really dumb. This is really dumb on the defense's part.
Are you aware of the results from those evaluations? I'm not asking you for the results, just if you're aware of the results.
I believe I'm aware, but would love to see a report before I specifically answer.
Yes, I'm not going to ask you a specific question
okay.
about it, okay? But basically, you're aware that it was done, the procedure was done.
Yes.
The analysis was done. Okay.
This guy was hired because he sounds like
Now,
paint
ma'am,
drying.
So you're through the first day. Then we get to the second day, which would have been, I believe, the 25th of February. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on the 25th of February was Mr. Torres's autopsy done.
I'm telling you exactly why they're asking
Yes,
these
it was.
questions, because
Were you present?
this is just to draw it out. There's
Yes, I
no
was.
impeachment here. There's no
Did you
discrediting her as a
communicate with the medical
witness.
examiner at that time?
Yes, I did.
During the course of things,
No, it's
That
like
way you-
they're reestablishing her credentials.
out
Like
through the medical
it's beyond
examination.
dumb.
examiner at the autopsy that there was blunt force trauma injuries.
Yes, that is where I learned more about his injuries.
Now, initially, when you were on the scene on the 24th, did you view?
If
Mr.
you're
Torres's
bored,
body?
so is the jury.
Yes, I do.
Remember that. Remember
Did
how
you
you feel. If
notice
you feel that way,
in
the
and of
jury
yourself
feels that
on your
way.
own
They're in the
something
room.
that caused you concern
Remember, we can
that
do
there
other
might be
stuff. They
blunt
can't.
force trauma injuries?
Yes, I noticed injuries to him. Yes.
Okay, so after the autopsy, you had additional information, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Now, there was an interview, well, I don't know if it was an interview. There was a meeting set up for Sarah Boone, is that correct?
Yes.
On the 25th? Is
Yeah.
that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me how that meeting was arranged or how that meeting was set up, please?
So either before I left the scene, the night of the incident, I obviously met with Sarah and told her that we were leaving. We had to go make next of kin notification. And I would have either at that time said I would like to meet tomorrow and arranged it then, at least to like let her know that I would like to meet after the autopsy. And then obviously from watching the video towards the end, she said something about like recalling a conversation that we had, like calling me. So there may have been a phone conversation that occurred later that evening where I either would have confirmed the time or told her the time then. I just don't have that like on an audio. But I know it either took place before I left the scene because I obviously would have, said my goodbyes and told her, hey, we're leaving. We're going to make next of kin notification. She was very concerned about that. So I would want her to know that we were doing that. So it either took place then or it took place on that phone conversation that we had.
All right. The day prior to that, on the 24th, ma'am, you received Sarah Boone's phone. Is that correct?
Yes, her phone was on the scene. Yes.
Sarah, a natural
And,
thing of
when you
speaking.
received
Many
that
people
phone,
do it. It's not
Sarah Boone
necessarily
had
a reason
given you that
to
phone. Is that
get on
correct?
somebody.
No, she was not allowed in the apartment to give me the phone.
I'm sorry. Did she give you permission to take the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Is that correct?
Yes, I was given permission to go through her phone. Yes.
Because at that time, you hadn't applied for any type of search warrant to get or search the phone. Is that correct?
No, it was based off of consent.
Okay. So she had consented to you to, for you to have her phone. Is
Yes.
that correct? She also provided you the code to get in the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
So at this point in time, Ms. Boone is cooperating with you. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, ma'am, do you recall telling her, Ms. Boone, that she could get her phone back the next day?
I don't recall specifically telling her when she would be able to get her phone back, but I did say something along the lines of we were now going to be taking the phone. I obviously had digital come out or consent to go through her phone. There was evidence on her phone that I needed to be downloaded. And at the time, I was willing to give back her phone before going through it. And then once we had gone through it, and those videos were found, I felt like this was very different, and it changed my perspective on consent. And I decided at that time that it was best to write a search warrant. So consent couldn't be basically like I knew I was going to take her phone. So consent has to be basically given to me throughout the entire period. So she would have had no way to contact me to tell me she no longer consented. So therefore, because there was evidence on the phone, I took the phone. Basically, I potentially told her, maybe we didn't get a full download. I may have said something along the lines of that. As far as me taking the phone, and then I wrote a search warrant. I either started writing the search warrant the night of, but it wasn't signed until I didn't submit it until the next day. And then it was signed the next day on the 25th.
So basically what you're telling us is that she could have withdrawn her consent at any time prior to that search warrant being received. Is that correct?
Well, while I was on scene, but at the end of the day, there was evidence on the phone. So I knew I could go through I knew I could get a search warrant to go through the phone based off there being evidence, like the 911 calls, and her explaining to me that they had spoken to family members.
Please silence your cell phones.
Since they had explained to me
Daddy's
that
angry.
they
Daddy's
spoke
very
with
angry.
family members the night prior. So I wanted to obviously corroborate her statement. So I knew that I would be able to get into the phone through a search warrant. But yeah, she could have not consented and she could have not signed the paper consenting while we were on scene.
But before you left scene, you knew that Sarah Boone was not going to get that phone back. that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So when Sarah Boone called you the next day, asking you about bringing her phone back, did you just tell her, Miss Boone, you're not getting your phone back?
There was not a conversation about her not getting her phone back. She may have inquired
Gotcha.
about her phone, and I would have explained that we will talk about it when we meet that afternoon.
So
I expect we'll see a couple objections from the state
did
today.
you reach out to Miss Boone that
At
next
least.
day? Or did Miss Boone reach out to you?
I don't recall a specific, if she reached out to me the night of the 24th or before the interview on the 25th. I don't have my call records for that. I'm just basing it off of the interview where she had basically said that, yeah, I have your business card and I can contact you like I did. So my assumption would be that we did have some sort of conversation either the night of the 24th or before the interview on the 25th.
On the 25th, did you make arrangements with Sarah Boone to meet with her on the 25th?
So I either made arrangements on the 24th with her before leaving the scene, and I would have told her I would like to meet with you the next day. Or I said, and I may have given her a specific time at that moment, or when we spoke later that evening on the phone, I may have confirmed the time or given her a time then. But she definitely knew that we were meeting at 3 p.m. on the 25th at Orange County Sheriff's Office Central Operations.
And ma'am, you just don't remember at what point in time you informed her to set up this meeting with her. Is that correct?
It's one or the other that
One
I'm.
or the other?
Yes.
Okay. As it being one or the other, you did you prepared the investigative report in this case, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And the investigative report, you basically summarized everything that took place on this case up to a certain point.
Yes,
Is that correct?
it was a summary. Yes.
All right. As far as evidence, as far as witnesses who were talked to and synopsis of what they said to you at that time, is that correct?
Yes, things that I did specifically. It was a summary of that.
I found your investigative report to be in great detail because it helped me track this case from basically beginning to not to the end, but to the point where the report stops. And it seems like in your
This is an
investigative
example of a
report,
dead boring
you are very
process. This is
thorough
actually
about
horrible.
Details. Is that correct?
I would say I'm a detailed person. Yes, thank you.
Okay. So being the detailed person you are and absolutely doing your law enforcement training.
You
they
can tell
tell you
she's starting to get
and
annoyed with the
your
questions as
report
well.
Should be very much in detail.
They're
Is
ridiculous.
that correct?
And he should be treated as such.
Yes.
Okay, because you might have to refer back to them at a later time. Is that one of the reasons? Is that correct?
Yes, I'm to prepare myself for depositions and trials.
Okay, and just to give an accurate picture of what you did and what took place and what people told you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Being as thorough as you are with these contacts with people, I didn't see in the investigative report when the arrangement was made with Sarah Boone to meet you down and where did y'all meet?
The Orange County Sheriff's Office Central Operations.
All right. To meet you at the Orange County Sheriff's Office. I did not see that in the report. Do you have an explanation why?
It's not typically something I would put in my report.
Okay. Do you remember?
Why did you not include this
having
trivial
a
detail?
conversation with
We got him, boys. Not guilty.
Miss Boone about this meeting that was supposed to take place, that you said that you could not return the phone to her that day because you were not feeling very good. Remember telling her that?
That never happened.
Okay. Ma'am,
There's kind of tape of most of this, so you can't bullshit it, Sarah. Sorry.
Judge, if I could have a moment.
Yes, sir, of course.
Yeah. Can I have a moment to make more shit up? This is completely irrelevant stuff. It's minor details. If they're trying to argue that Sarah withdrew the consent for the phone,
My God.
that's not going to
Yeah,
work out very
this
well.
needs
That's
to
not a good
be
argument.
squashed. Jesus.
I mean, they're allowed to try, but this is really grasping at straws. And once again, it makes the defense look bad because when a defense
Ma'am,
comes
during
up
this
and argues a
timeframe,
bad faith
were you
argument, the
pregnant
jury
at this
sees it
time?
and they're like, "Why are you wasting our time, motherfucker?"
Yes, I was.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway, Miss Boone, there was a meeting arranged. Is that correct?
There's
For the
no
25th
time limit.
at 3 p.m. Yes,
Yes, and Miss Boone showed up for that meeting.
she
on the
did.
25th.
Yes.
That we saw. Okay. Now, ma'am, I'd
It's
like to
relevant,
talk
so they
to
can't
you
object.
about
It's
some
just dumb.
other investigation. On
Also, if you object, it kind of looks like you have something to hide. So it's like, just let them hang themselves on how stupid this is.
To those who are wondering when the objections are taking place, I'll let you know right now that that's probably going to happen if they try to challenge the Miranda rights reading.
Did you take his
100%, yeah.
recorded statement?
Yes, I did.
All right. At the time that you took Mr. Moreno's recorded
She
statement, was
repeatedly
there
gave
anyone
her
else with you?
Miranda waiver. Repeatedly.
My partner should have been with me, Detective Scott Lowen.
Excuse me?
My partner should have been with me, Detective Scott Lowen.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Doug Diaz, for the 5 legal mindset memberships. Very based. Got about another, maybe 10 minutes of this.
Ma'am, as to who was with you, would it help refresh your memory if you were to see your investigative report as to that interview?
Your Honor, I would object. She hasn't said that she needs any aid in refreshing her memory.
Objection sustained.
Ma'am, was Detective Scott Lowen with you during that interview?
Yes, I believe so.
May we approach?
Yes.
Ma'am, do you have an independent memory of Detective Scott Lowen being with you at that interview?
I believe my partner was with me on the interview. Yes, I typically wouldn't go and do some follow-up without my partner being with me.
Thank you very much. Now, ma'am, did that interview, what date did that interview take place on?
I believe the 26th, February 26th of 2020.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, was that interview recorded?
It was audio recorded.
Was the entire interview audio recorded?
Yes, the entire interview was audio recorded.
Yep. Professor Keen
Are you familiar
thinking
with a
what-
witness by the name of
thinking with
Brandon
the thoughts of the
Moats?
chat.
Yes, I am.
On
I'll
February
read it
the
later.
27th of 2020,
And what's up, sober?
you take interview Brandon Moats.
I believe so. It was either the 26th or 27th. Yes.
If you were to see your investigative report, would that help refresh your memory?
All right, I would again object. She hasn't indicated that she needs assistance with her memory.
Approach.
Yeah, why did he ask that question again?
No fucking clue. No fucking clue. Let's fast forward here a little bit.
Objection sustained.
The defense just can't stop taking L's here. They lose 90% of
That
the
was an
objections.
absolute
not
perfect
disagree with that,
skip
would you?
up. My God.
Yeah, so the prosecution is winning
Well,
most of
I just
these
stated that it was either
objections.
the 26th or 27th.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, Mr. Moats, he was the neighbor living in the apartment or the connecting apartment, wall apartment with Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he's the one who told you about the loud noise. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you interview anyone else in reference to that loud noise?
So I was interviewing Brandon, and then my partner was interviewing Vincent, the other witness, and I came in at the end of the interview with Detective Lowen.
Okay, so that's Vincent. Do you know his last name?
I would butcher it.
Me too, but Tagalog, something like that. We're talking about the same person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did that interview take place on February the 27th of 2020?
I believe so. I interviewed witnesses after I interviewed Sarah. The 26th or 27th would be my memory.
Okay, thank you.
Somehow
And
this attorney
then,
sounds older than the
um,
boomer attorney.
It's just he's got
did
the
he
speed of
also
fucking
talk to you
molasses.
about a loud noise?
I believe that I was refreshed on the conversation. And yes, he expressed hearing a loud noise as well.
Okay, thank you. Now,
Bro.
and those interviews were actually audio recorded too, is that correct?
Yes, they were.
Now let's go to
So accurate.
Ms. Boone's interview. And that would have took place on the 25th, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Boone came down. And ma'am, prior to Ms. Boone coming down for the interview, had y'all made the decision that Ms. Boone was going to be arrested?
Yes, I plan to arrest Sarah Boone.
Okay. Did you tell Ms. Boone?
He's
in
approaching the
arranging
objectionable
meeting
questions, I'm sure.
that when she came down there, she was going to be arrested?
Your Honor, I'm going to object this to relevance.
Approach.
Now we're getting good objections because it's like this stuff is going nowhere. This stuff is
And there it
unproductive.
is.
Yep. I mean, once again, why? Why are we having these conversations? but they waited. They didn't remember. It doesn't look good if you're just objecting every single second. You got to wait for the objection to be powerful and for it to cut off the line of conversation. So I think this is good. This is good.
The questions up until the most recent line of questioning were relevant, but just useless for the jury. That's why it's boring us.
Right. They're relevant, but useless. Now these things are getting into a more dangerous territory because they're going to try to make a point. I'll read some of these super chats. How are any of these questions going towards the defense's theory of the case? Is he deliberately dragging us up to war? I mean, kind of. That's part of the strategy, right? This isn't going towards self-defense or battered wife syndrome. They're trying to throw the case off procedurally. If they can say, oh, well, there's a sloppy detective, that doesn't look good for the case, and they can bring that up on their closing, right? And say, oh, the detective wasn't taking things seriously, shouldn't follow the right procedures. They can make her look bad.
You did not tell Miss Boone prior to coming down there that she was going to be arrested. Is that correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. Why did you not tell Miss Boone that she was going to be arrested?
We planned to meet at 3 p.m. and go over the autopsy and have another interview. So, I mean, I'm not sure why I would tell her that she's going to be arrested. That would potentially cause her to flee.
Yep.
Not come, and then we have to go find her and make it more difficult for everyone.
Or potentially get an attorney to come with her.
She was read her rights that said that she has a right to an attorney. And if one cannot be provided for her, she will be appointed one.
She was told repeatedly.
You read her those rights when she got there. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
You didn't read those rights to her before she got there, though, did she?
That's not how
in contact with
things
her,
are done.
physical contact with her.
Okay.
That's crazy. This defense attorney is crazy.
You said potentially for fleeing. My question was potentially she.
You can't read her rights over the phone.
Not correct.
Yeah, that's what the defense attorney is insinuating.
I misunderstood your question. I didn't hear potentially bring an attorney with her, but yes, I guess she potentially brought an attorney with her.
If she was not an idiot, but she's an idiot. That's not.
So Miss Boone shows up.
The law enforcement's fault.
And you tell her that some things that we need to talk about. Is that correct?
Specific verbiage. I know I said something along the lines of obviously the autopsy had been conducted, and there were things that we needed to talk about in regards to that.
By the way, six people in the chat, which is very appropriate for Sarah Boone. So shout out.
With her and asking her questions, you did read her Miranda warnings. Is that correct?
Prior to, I'm sorry, one more time.
Before you started asking her questions, though, in this
objection asked and
before
answered.
You started asking Miss Boone's questions, you read her Miranda warnings. Is that correct?
Yes, before I started asking any sort of potentially incriminating questions, she was read her Miranda warnings. Yeah.
Okay. Ma'am, do you remember as part of the Miranda warnings that you read to Miss Boone, did you read her the one that states that if you decide to answer questions but want to stop answering and consult with an attorney, you may do so? Do you independently remember reading?
They are not required to do that. So I just want to pause because this is very important to point out. This defense attorney is asserting that you should have done something.
No, that's going to be objected to.
Yeah, I'm just pointing this out here for the chat. Like, this is how defense attorneys are trying to make it sound like they have a responsibility that they don't. So let's listen up.
Miss Boone, that instruction.
I don't recall that specific, but I do have my Miranda card on me. But I don't recall that that's what that says, but it is on audio and video recording.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, ma'am, at that point in time, Ms. Boone wasn't under
This is the
arrest.
Elaine Bredehoff of criminal defense attorneys.
Ms. Boone was not going to be free to leave once she was in my custody.
At that point in time, had you told Ms. Boone that she was not free to leave?
No, I did not.
At that point in time, had you told Ms. Boone that she was under arrest?
I told her at the end of the interview.
Okay, before the interview.
No, I did not tell her
Defense
before
is
the interview.
floundering right now.
Ma'am, why didn't you tell her before the interview?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to asked and answered.
Overruled.
Good job. Oh, they should have granted that
So
one.
I have to read her Miranda warnings, and that's what I did. I do not.
Yeah,
have to tell
that.
her that she's
Oh,
under arrest
wait,
at that
what? Oh, that was surprising.
Was there a reason?
That was asked and
Could
answered.
you have told her that she was under arrest before me?
It's asked and
reading
answered.
Her Miranda warning.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as it calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Yep. Fuck you, defense. You're fucking retarded. Like,
Ma'am,
sorry.
was it a strategic decision
He's asking the same
not
question.
to tell Miss Boone that she was under arrest prior to reading her those Miranda warnings?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevance.
Approach.
Yeah, this is dumb.
Here we
This
go
is
again.
fucking
Yeah,
dumb.
this is the Bredachov approach. Jesus Christ.
Right. It's like, okay, we're going to ask you something that you don't have to do, and we're going to make you speculate on it too, which I guess you could have objected to relevance and speculation there because it calls for speculation. Like, okay, is it strategic? Well, what's the strategy, right? I mean, she already said she might flee. That's literally why you don't tell people, hey, come in, we're going to arrest you, right? Imagine if you had to tell people that, right? Oh yeah, come on in, we're just going to arrest you. You know, oh, don't worry about it. We're just going to arrest you. Come on in, walk on in.
Cops are allowed to read you your Miranda rights and then immediately say, oh, don't worry, you're not under arrest.
Yep. Yep.
Frostbit with a base super chat. This boomer could cause drying paint to become wet again out of spite.
I like this one. Yeah, Frostbite for 5. This boomer could cause drying paint to become wet again. That's a good one. That's a good one. Silbury says, windy PH night, not sweating like Sarah's attorney. Professor Keene says, this is truly a bad day. The court secretary is wearing pants, socks, and shoes. No feet in sight. I know. Also, once again, shout out to Doug Diaz for those 5 legal mindset memberships. Very much appreciate that. And what else we got? Captain Spire says, off topic, I've been seeing images of those old quartz transforming watches I had when I was in elementary school. I miss those days. Yeah, those were cool. That dog in them says, shout out from Florida. I didn't hear no bell milk. Hold on, I'll do it one more time. Shout out from Florida. I didn't hear no bell, Milton. Sparky's text corner, I'll read it out. Shout out to Sparky for joining us yesterday. Said, again, wish I could have been here watching and eating popcorn, but wage slave has to work. I'll be listening to both you guys. Have a good trial, Legal Mindset and Ava. Cool. And I've invited some other guests as well. So hopefully they can join. Monster Rancher said, am I crazy? But remembering the testimony of the delivery driver for Little Caesars the day before she ordered all the pineapple
Objection sustained.
extra pizza. Yeah, like I said, you should be banned for that, Monster Rancher. And then 200 Watt Studio said, try and imagine this detective sweaty. Degenerate. Okay? Degenerate. That's the supers. Thank you, guys. Appreciate your support of the channel. Thank you. Thank you, all the new members.
Ma'am, and we were able to see the video of the
Also, please like the video.
as a process of interviewing people such as Ms. Boone, or let me specifically, in the process of interviewing Ms. Boone, is law enforcement free to give information that might not be accurate or true during the interview process?
Are you asking if we're allowed to lie to her?
Yes.
Yes, to an extent.
Was that done at any time in this interview?
Did I lie to her? I don't recall lying to her, no.
She didn't lie to her. She was, I mean, it's literally
I confer, Judge.
Yes, sir.
giving her perception. So, see, now the defense is trying to find one inaccurate thing that she said to invalidate her. It's still going to be hard. King Lugia for one legal mindset membership. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Sigrid, an attorney, said, I always thought a cop could read you your Miranda rights, question you, and realize you're just some idiot with no relationship to the current circumstances.
All right, ma'am, be released subject to recall.
Concerns
Thank
and let
you.
you go.
Great,
Well,
thank you.
yes, this is true, Sigrid. Yeah, so this detective, she's done here.
State any other witnesses, evidence, or testimony to be produced.
I'll answer this in a second.
All right, this time the state would rest.
So the state is done.
Members of the jury, it is 10:22
Last-
a.m. I have some matters with counsel that I need to address. So we're going to excuse
There
you
it
for a
is.
short
State
while.
is
It's a great
done.
opportunity for us to take our morning
Less
break
than
as
3
well.
days. Pretty
Similar
good.
instruction that I've given to you over the last couple of days. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or anyone else. Do not conduct any independent research or investigation as to the person, places, things, or charge involved in this case. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
Jury exiting.
If you guys thought the state took a while, just wait. Defense is gonna grind this bitch to a halt if they're let.
Go, may be seated. Thank you.
Yeah, the defense is gonna really fucking snowball this. The judge is
Defense?
nice, but
Any
he's firm.
motions?
Judge, we do have some motions, but my client needs a comfort break.
Okay.
If we could do that, because it may be fairly lengthy.
Agreed. Let's go ahead and take that break. Court's going to be in recess for 10 minutes, and then we'll pick up any motion practice at that point in time. Court's going to be off the record. Thank you.
Okay, so
Quick
she's got to take
little,
a piss.
quick little coaching session. You think?
Yeah, and she's got to take a piss, and it's a conference. Yeah, she's now, and she's smart. What type of fucking psycho? What type of psycho is laughing? You're about to go on stand.
No. Whoa.
You know why she's happy?
Holy shit, that is disturbing. Look at that smile.
You know why she's happy? Because she's gonna get to talk now. She's so excited because she knows she's gonna. She's like, I get to tell my story. I get to tell my story. She's so excited. She's gonna get wrecked.
That is such a perks. That is such a perfect
That's gonna be
pause.
clipped. That's gonna be
I have
clipped for the
goosebumps.
newspaper. For sure. So Sigrid, yes, cops don't have to arrest you after they read your Miranda rights. They can let you go, but they can also arrest you. It's their discretion, right? So what she's saying is she was going to exercise her discretion to arrest her, right? Unless she had a fucking bulletproof explanation, which you never do, right? The cops are still going to arrest you just to be safe, right? But I mean, theoretically, they could let her go, but they're not going to, right? So yeah, they could read your Miranda rights and let
Yeah,
you go. That is
people forget that it's not a lie if a cop tells you read through your Miranda rights and say that doesn't mean you're under arrest because your explanation could exonerate yourself. But again, your lawyer should be doing that, not you.
Exactly. Chaos Master, that smile, perfect for October. Exactly. Very crazy. Very cray. But we're gonna have a little break here. And so actually let me catch up because we're a little bit behind. So we're gonna just speed up here and catch up to some of the motion stuff.
This responsibility today. But in this instance, I want to make an argument that I think has some merit. I've been paying close attention to the testimony in this case. And I want to point a couple things out. First of all, we know that the court has essentially assumed the role and is assigned the role of becoming a gatekeeper in this matter. We know from the testimony that's been presented in this matter that not only did law enforcement, but also the Office of the State Attorney had knowledge of these parties prior to the event having occurred. And despite that, the state has proceeded with this prosecution based upon criminal information as opposed to having taken it to the grand jury. That kind of places the court in a special position to evaluate the nature of the evidence that's been presented. I'm going to focus on the second-degree murder allegation. And one thing that occurred to me while watching the evidence as it was presented, watching the videos, particularly the interrogation, was part of the dialogue between Ms. Boone as well as Detective Scott Lowen at the end of the interrogation. And I'm going to paraphrase. I apologize. I should have written this down verbatim. I did not. But she's advised that she is being placed under arrest. Something to that effect. And her response is, "Why are you doing this?" The detective's response to Ms. Boone is, "Because George is dead."
I'm sorry.
Because George is dead. That's not enough. It's not enough to support a second-degree murder, prosecution, conviction, or should it even be enough to allow this matter to go to the jury? Now, there are three elements of the second-degree murder information. The first is that the victim is dead, that Mr. Torres is dead. We stipulated to his identity. There has been no argument to the fact or the idea that he died in this incident. However, the state also has to show that it was caused by a criminal act and that the act was imminently dangerous and demonstrated a depraved mind. Now,
Meteoric, it would be up to
that it
the
was
judge
imminently
if a
dangerous,
defendant
I
is
think,
allowed
is
to
belied by the fact
change their
that
plea during
Jorge
the
Torres
trial before trial
voluntarily
concludes.
entered the suitcase.
Correct.
Albeit under the influence of alcohol. But the perception of dangerousness that's attributable to the victim, apparently he did not perceive it to be a dangerous or an imminently dangerous situation in having entered the suitcase, possibly because of the influence of alcohol on his capacity to make decisions.
And
should
everyone, yeah, I would
necessarily
say
be
this is the
attributed to
standard
defendant
mistrial
as well.
motion after the state
But I also want to
CIC.
focus on the depravity issue, which the state must prove. And pursuant to the jury instruction in this matter, depravity is equivocated, is made the equivalent of ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. And that's not enough. Not only does the state have to show depravity, but it has to show, because it's in the conjunctive, that the act demonstrates an indifference to human life. The state has presented testimony and argument in this matter, not argument, but
They're trying to
testimony
get this.
that
This
in
is
fact George Torres was suffering.
JOA,
Suffering
right?
does not equal hatred.
Motion for
Does
acquittal
not equal
that they can
ill
make
will.
after the state rests their
And even
case,
if they were
saying the
to
state didn't
establish
present enough
negligence,
evidence
that's
to
not
prove their case.
homicidal.
They're
We
not making
know
a good argument here.
That suffering is something that the courts have been very, very cognizant of and very sensitive to. We know it from the field of capital punishment and incarceration. The idea that somebody suffers is not in and of itself.
They're allowed to make the motion, so they're going to make it no
Nor
matter
should we
what,
support the
even if
idea
it's a shitty argument.
that
That's a
there was
really
indifference
shitty
to the
argument.
life of George Torres by Sarah Boone. Was she angry? I think there's clear evidence that she was angry, but that's not hatred. And that's the element that has to be proven here. And I don't think that there is prima facie case that in fact she demonstrated hatred. So much as
Oh,
she
there was
demonstrated
venom
anger.
spilling out of that screen when we watched that
Doesn't
video.
establish a prima facie case of second-degree murder. It's for those reasons, Your Honor, that I think that this matter should be, the motion for JOA as to second-degree murder should be granted, and this matter should be allowed to proceed solely on a manslaughter charge because in fact, they have not established prima facie elements.
Not
as required by
not
law.
going to happen.
Thank you.
Not going
Response.
to happen.
Yes, thank you.
0% chance.
Standard at this time is just a prima facie case, whether any trier of fact in taking all the facts in the light most favorable to the state and the inferences drawn from them establish the elements of the crime. There are 3 elements to this crime. George Torres is dead has been established by a prima facie case. The death was caused by the criminal act of Sarah Boone that has been established. There was an unlawful killing of George Torres by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act is imminently dangerous to another.
By the way,
and demonstrating a
48% of
depraved
people
mind. If it is an
identify
act or
as a
series
sin
of acts
if that detective
a
mommy brought the
person of
cuffs.
ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill
Good pull.
or do serious bodily injury to another. It's not Miss Boone's subjective statements on February 25th. I had no idea you could die from being zipped into a suitcase for 13, 15 minutes before she goes to bed. 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. We heard what she said. The 2-minute video starting at 11:12 p.m. 45 seconds should be linked in Merriam-Webster's digital dictionary for the definition of depraved mind. Fuck you. I don't care. Laughing is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. Sarah, that's my name. Don't wear it out. Judge, there's no question.
I would say
prima facie
Rakeda
case is
has a better
laid.
chance
In
of a
addition to
Frank's
the
hearing
2-minute video
than
and the 22-second video 11 minutes
than
later.
her.
We also have the defendant's
Rakeda had a better
inconsistent
shot at winning a
statements,
Frank's hearing
that
than
has
she has
made
a
in
better than
regards
she has a
to
shot at
these
winning a
events,
JOA here.
and therefore we have that
That's
factual
how
issue
shitty
for the
this
jury
is.
to decide. She made statements on the 911 call and to law enforcement both on the 24th and 25th that I have no idea what happened. I just went to sleep. Everything was good. And then when confronted with her video on the 25th, we see that there are 2 distinctly different sets of statements that were made. So this is sufficient at this stage in time for a jury question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other additional argument, Mr. Beck? No, Your Honor. All right, thank you. Thank you both for your arguments. The court, in viewing the light most favorable to the state, the court finds that the state has presented competent but rebuttal evidence to establish each of the elements of the charge contained in the information to the required level of a prima facie showing. As such, the defense's motion for a judgment of acquittal is denied. Defense, do you intend on putting on a case?
They cannot put on a case, by the way. They can waive putting on a
Ms.
case.
Boone, I have a couple of questions to go over with you.
Judge, if I may.
Yes, sir.
In a normal criminal trial, my position has always been to put on the defendant last. Call whatever witnesses, put on exhibits, photographs, and then the client would be the last person to testify. Because of the nature of this charge and our defense, self-defense, and that of spouse, we understand that we have to put on her first, Sarah first, to support to and consider whether
They have to.
as evidence for self-defense instruction. So she's going to have to be going first as the witness. I'm going to need a few moments with her based on everything that's going on.
Little coaching.
Denial of that motion for judgment of acquittal. To just go through it again, because I know you're going to ask to colloquy about all that. So I'm going to need a few moments with her. I don't know if it's 10 minutes maybe for the 3 lawyers, 4 lawyers. Meet with her. I don't know if we can do it here or maybe back there. But just a short meeting.
Sure, I'll give you that opportunity. But before you do that, ma'am, I don't want to go into any specifics of any conversations that you've had with any of your attorneys in this case. Mr. Owens has identified for the court his normal practice of calling a defendant last in a criminal case. In this case, he has advised that he wants to call you first. Without going into any discussions of any strategy that you've had with your attorneys, do you understand the strategy that Mr. Owens and your team will be utilizing in your defense?
Yes.
And are you in agreement with that strategy?
Yes.
All right. Counselor, you can have that opportunity to speak to her. The court will remain here. I don't know if they can, Officer Jones, can we let them back? to have that conversation? Okay. All right. You can go back and have that conversation. The court will remain here. We'll be in a short recess for approximately 10 minutes.
We're
Thank
gonna.
you.
I'm gonna read the super chats and then fast forward through this. Charlie Spur says, "Is this going to be a Daryl Brooks situation?" Well, it's not Daryl Brooks because she's not yelling at the bench, so she's not making a fool of herself. By the way, God, that blonde. Oh God. Okay, sorry. Distracted. Anyways, keep your eye on the ball, Andrew. All right. So, this is not going to be her yelling. She's going to be on the stand. But she's not going to be able to shut up. She's a narcissist. She loves to talk. We saw her during her interview, and she's just going to be going off, and then she's going to get cross-examined. So this is going to be very spicy. I love chat. Chat's with me here. See, chat is 100% with me here. Listen. The streamer matches chat, and chat is a bunch of
Degenerates. You guys degenerates.
And also real quick, let me get locals here while they're meeting. Over there, Repton for a buck said she's not well done. She's getting burnt to a crisp. Yeah, all of her defenses are kind of falling apart here. Now, once again, I think the JOA is something they're doing as a matter of course because they should do it, and because it's something that needs to be done. You need to make those motions, at least try to win it. Otherwise, you might say you had an ineffective assistance of counsel. So right here, we're going to just jump back into this, and we're going to get into the defense's case, and they're going to call Sarah Boone. Her testimony will determine whether or not they can use defense of self-defense and battered wife syndrome, or battered woman syndrome, or battered spousal syndrome, whatever you want to call it, right? So if she does not establish the elements of self-defense or BWS, they will not be able to use those defenses. So she has to say things that allow them to use that defense. So what we're going to pay attention to is does she say stuff that leads to self-defense, right?
Appearances for the record.
Dave Kester on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens from the Boone.
Tony Henderson.
Amanda Nowicki says, "I can't wait to speak her truth."
Is seated at counsel's table wearing the same black
Her
blazer
truth
and
will be
dark
crazy.
blue blouse from this morning. She is in custody, however, not wearing any restraints. So she'll be able to stand when our jury enters. And if she is called to testify in this matter, she will be able to walk to the witness stand. Ms. Boone, I have a couple of questions to go over with you.
This is called a
similarly to our
colloquy.
conversations earlier today.
Also, real quick, look at this super chat. Sigrun says, Brooks also represented himself. I thought grounds and objection didn't sound like actual words the entire trial. That's true. She's not representing herself. Otherwise, she might sound like Brooks.
Know about any of the substance of any conversations you've had with your attorneys, just whether or not you've had certain conversations. So far, you've been present throughout the entire trial process. You've been seated at counsel's table. You have the opportunity to observe the evidence presented by the state, as well as the direct and cross-examination of the state's witnesses. Are you satisfied with your attorney up and until this point?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you some questions again about specific conferences and conversations you have with your attorneys. I don't want to know those specifics, just whether or not those things have been had. Have you had the opportunity to discuss with your attorneys whether or not you would like to testify as a witness in this case?
Yes.
Do you need any additional time to discuss that matter with your attorneys?
No.
Have your attorneys discussed with you the potential benefits and potential harms of testifying as a witness in this case?
They have to talk about this.
Are you satisfied with the advice from your counsels?
Yes.
Do you understand that attorneys can make most of the decisions about trial strategy? They cannot determine whether or not a defendant testifies or not. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Not even the court can interfere with the defendant's right to make that decision. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that it is your decision and your decision alone?
Yes.
While counsel can give you advice on whether or not it would be wise for you to testify in this case, do you understand that you can ignore counsel's advice because the final decision is yours?
It's a fucking bad idea.
Do you understand that you have the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you hear me explain to the jury at the beginning of the trial how the right to remain silent is absolute, and the fact that a defendant did not testify cannot be considered as evidence of guilt or influence their verdict in any way.
Yes.
Before a jury begins its deliberations, the court will read another jury instruction if you decide not to testify. This instruction orders the jury not to consider your silence as evidence of guilt or to consider your decision at all. Would you like me to read that instruction for you at this time?
Yes.
It is instruction 3.9a, entitled Defendant Not Testifying.
While he's doing this, I'm going to go get a beer.
Requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove her innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by her decision. No juror should ever be concerned that a defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. Do you have any questions about this instruction?
We're back. We're back.
Do you understand that if you choose to
sing ha
testify,
here.
you are waiving your right to remain silent?
It's high.
Yes.
That means once you begin to answer questions, you have to answer all questions unless I instruct you not to answer a question. Do you understand that? You cannot pick
I've got 3
which
liters of
questions
wine
you want
right
to
here.
answer and not answer.
Yeah.
Do you understand that?
It's offset by this
Do you
like
understand
liter
that
of
if you
water.
refuse
like,
to answer any
water's-
questions, the court can impose sanctions, such as holding you in contempt, striking your entire testimony, and instructing the jury not to consider any of your testimony. Do you understand that? If you choose to testify, you will also be subject to cross-examination and impeachment. That means the state could ask you about any prior felony convictions or convictions for crimes of dishonesty if you have any such convictions. If you have any such convictions, the questions will be limited to whether you have such convictions and the number of same. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Are you aware if you have any such convictions?
Yes.
State? Are you aware of any felony convictions or convictions for crimes of dishonesty?
No, I believe she's answering an affirmative. She's aware that she doesn't.
Okay, so you have no such convictions. Okay, thank you for that clarifications, ma'am. As there are no convictions, and that number is not in dispute, the state will not be permitted to inquire into those matters. Have you had enough time to discuss your decision to testify or not testify with your attorneys? Again, do you need any additional time?
No.
Charlie, but
Has
didn't
anyone
she establish
forced you,
subject matter
threatened you
jurisdiction?
to get you to testify or
Brooks
not
joke,
testify
but it's a
in this
good one.
case?
It's a good one. Sovereign citizen.
Has anyone made any promises to you to get you to testify or not testify in this case?
No.
Are you satisfied with your counsel's advice so far in this case?
Yes.
Are you making this decision freely and voluntarily?
I am.
Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to testify in this case?
No.
Would you like to testify or not testify as a witness in this case?
Testify.
Okay. And ma'am, similarly, after you've had the opportunity to converse with your lawyers again, I want to confirm that you're on board with the strategy that they've utilized in your defense in this case,
Yes, I understand.
including calling you first.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to remind you, ma'am, that you can change your mind. You just have to let your lawyers know before the jury comes back in. Do you understand?
Yes.
State, anything else we need to address?
Just that the law of the case is that there should be testimony from the defendant of an overt act that particular day before there is testimony about reputation evidence, prior instances of violence, or any of the ancillary things that come with self-defense.
Holland case speaks for itself. Anything further?
I do want to talk about that, but as it relates to her right to remain silent or testify, I have nothing about it.
Okay. Then what do we need to address with regard to Holland?
Well, I've got 3 issues. One is Holland. The other is I've got these gloves. My client and I would like to take a few moments to look at the suitcase and to look at that. And then the third thing is that the state had filed that motion for the in-camera hearing. I don't know. Maybe we need to hear that before she testifies.
Court's not going to address that at this time.
Okay.
We'll address that later in the proceedings.
So the 2 things.
I'm not gonna lie, I got a little panic when he says I have these gloves. I'm like, no, we don't need more gloves.
We've had enough glove. We've had enough love. Also, thank you for the love. Orsa Flats. 10 legal mindset memberships. Thank you. Appreciate that.
She
Also,
responded to, that she
we have a
considered an imminent threat,
special
and
guest
that she
coming
took
in hot
evidence, or
for a
she
little
took
bit
action
of
to either block
horseplay.
or physically
Rena
restrain
Evenstar,
George
how's
Torres
it
from
going,
committing an
girl?
act of
Hello,
violence.
hello. What are
But,
you guys
Judge, if you'll
watching?
remember, during the 2
We
Why
hour
are you guys
watching-
drinking? It's 11
the
a.m.
officers make mention
It is
that they are aware
10:45
of the prior
p.m.
incidences of
and
violence. So I believe the door
it
has
is
been
time for
opened.
the
I'm
Sarah Boone
drinking
murder
3
case.
That I
liters
can
of
go into
wine.
that based on that
Oh,
So,
those statements
really?
by
we are about to get-
detectives.
This is going to be the
If
best
you-
part of the
if you
trial.
remember,
This is the
they introduced
testimony
this
of
2 hour
the
video.
alleged
She
murderer
says he comes
who
at me
locked
all the
her
time.
boyfriend
I think
in a
eventually,
suitcase
No.
during a
Sarah Boone
and-
realized
yes,
that they
during
had
a
her
game
phone,
of
and they were
hide
going to
and
see
seek.
pictures. They were going to see videotapes of evidence
So,
that
welcome.
George Torres
Have you watched a U.S.
committed
trial
acts of
before, Rena?
violence on Sarah Boone. I
No.
think at that point she changed her tone
I'm
about
It's a
it.
little-
She was
surprised.
trying to protect George.
This is all
But then she
like,
realized she would have to
this is all
disclose
recorded.
some of the acts
It's
that had
Florida.
been
You hear
Florida,
that?
my
We're
home.
breaking her
on her
cherry.
by George Torres.
Yeah,
So she did
We took
talk
Rena's
about him
cherry.
coming at me, and we've
Are
had
they
Um,
always recorded?
issues
In
before.
Florida, they
The
are.
officers
Not all
gave-
states
I
do
can't
this.
remember
In
exactly what
Florida, they
said,
are
but yeah, we're
recorded
well
and
aware
streamed.
of-
All of them, if you want.
I
The
don't
major
know
ones.
if they said the
Oh,
prior acts,
okay.
and we're aware
Wow.
of the domestic
Yes.
violence, whatever the case
So
may
this
be.
is a big one.
I
It's a
submit
murder.
that
It's
open
been going on
story.
for
That was
5
during their
years.
case in chief.
The
They
case has been
chose
going
to
on for
play
5
that
years.
entire
So
video.
we're finally
And so
getting it,
I
and we're
think
finally
I
about to
can
get to her on
talk
the
about prior bad
stand.
acts,
They're just doing some preparatory
before
conversation.
the event in
This
before
is
she
a
gets on the
girl
stand.
who
Chronologically,
went
and
through
I've got-
9
Of
lawyers.
course, I've got a bunch of photographs
Jesus.
that go into physical evidence of her injuries as a result.
So there's
of
talking about some evidence that's going to come up in terms of
George's
photographs and the stuff like that that they're going
Okay.
to bring up when she gets on stand.
Response. if any.
Okay. You think they have a strong case?
The prosecution has this in a bag. She's a
Oh.
fucking psycho.
Okay, okay. We'll
But-
play some
but she's
bets.
But she's a narcissist, so she's about to get on the stand and pretend she did nothing wrong.
Oh,
all
and
whatsoever.
she's gonna screw herself probably because she's a narcissist.
Yes, yes, yes.
And there's no overt act thus testified to. So we are hopeful that we will maintain that ruling. And I don't know how it prejudices her or her team in any way to establish an overt act on February 23rd, 2020, before we go into reputation evidence, prior incidences of violence, or battered spouse syndrome evidence.
Any other further argument, Mr. Owens? All right. I don't find that the officer's statements are character evidence, and you're looking for specific instances of conduct, which are going to be utilized for those specific purposes for reputation or violence to establish the fear component that the case law speaks about. Florida Supreme Court decision in Holland is clear that that overt act needs to be established before any of that evidence is submitted. I don't find that it's an opening of the door, and I'm going to rely on what the Florida Supreme Court has told us to do.
Judge, I've got to get the clerk to mark some photographs, and then my client and I need to take that suitcase out of that box and inspect it, play with the zipper a little bit, and then also take that bat out of that paper bag.
Why are they
Inspect it
playing with it?
before she testifies.
Any response?
I'm just confused why we haven't utilized the nearly half an hour or more that the court has been off the bench to get these photographs marked. The defense team has been on board for quite some time. They did not request a second evidence view of the physical evidence that Ms. Boone already had an opportunity to do while she was pro se. It's 11:25. We need to try the case.
Judge, I think that she had that evidence.
They're
view,
stalling.
I think with Billy Lane.
Defense
I
is
believe that
stalling.
was the day after I
Now, the
filed
good
my
thing is
notice
we're
of
behind, so we can
appearance.
fast
Or maybe it
forward,
was the day I
which is
filed
the
my
reason
notice
why
of
I'm starting
appearance. I
late.
don't remember
So we
exactly,
can
but it
always
had
fast
already been
forward,
previously scheduled.
which
I
is
was in
honestly
Fulton.
fucking
So
W
they
for
went
this
ahead and did
case.
it that
It's a
morning
huge
at- I
W
believe at the jail,
because we
I
get through a
believe
lot of the
evidence.
Any
defense's
particular
bullshit
reason why
stalling.
it hasn't been done in the last 45 minutes?
Because I've
When I
been-
sent my juror
What
out,
is
my
the
juror
defense
out.
like card that they can play here to save her, or what are they
So
trying to
they're-
do?
So I'll mute them for a second, just because
Yeah.
this is not important. Their argument is bullshit. They're trying to argue self-defense and what's called battered wife syndrome or battered spouse syndrome. So those are actually two separate defenses. So they're literally trying to argue that he was locked in the suitcase in self-defense. How they're going to argue that We have no fucking clue. This is actually going to be crazy how they're going to try to argue that. They're also going to argue battered wife syndrome, which is very specific, which is kind of when you murder somebody and it's a defense because you have a pattern of abuse that's occurred over a long period of time. So it's BWS, right? So they've got to establish that this was caused or as a result of a pattern of abuse. But there also has to be some sort of imminence to the threat. Right. So there has to be an imminent threat. You can't just say, oh, I was abused and then go kill somebody on the street. That's not how it works. It has to be somebody who is threatening to you. Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough defense. Right. But they've decided to go with this. And the crazy thing, Rima, is that they had a plea deal. She could have pled and admitted to a lesser crime, got less time in jail, but she wants to say she did nothing wrong. So she wants to say that she's totally okay.
To save face.
Yep. Well, no, she's a narcissist. She actually made a statement that said in her interview, "I excel at everything," which was very, very telling.
No.
Yeah, because it's not true, right? That's like not true about anybody, right? So
that's also kind of ominous. Could they not have pled for like an accident? Like it was an accident because they were playing a game?
Well, but if she did an accident, she would be actually pleading guilty and just trying to get a lower sentence.
They turned down the plate.
Yeah. Artemis for $2, not even an Akasupa, says, "Don't worry, Andrew. Chat doesn't want Rima's chair."
If you're gonna reject me, it better be in a red super. What the hell?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, reject her harder. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? You guys can't even get it up to reject her. You got to reject her with a full red cherry. Come on. I like Usagi. At least Usagi's got 20 over here. Akimbo says the real value of the streams is the ability to view actual real court procedure. That's true. And this is much different. This is not CSI. This is not Suits. This is not your court TV. This is not your like a courtroom TV show that you watch during the middle of the day when you know you're out there and whatever. I like this is real, right? And it's a little bit slower. It's a little bit more boring. That is what it is. But
I have had a question about those daytime court. Are those basically just arbitration?
Excuse me? One more time, Ava. She said something about
arbitration. Are those basically just arbitrations? What's going on with the like daytime court TV, like Dave Mathis and stuff like that, Judge Judy, Judge Mathis?
Oh, yes. Those are negotiations. Yes, those are essentially mediation. They're agreeing to them being a mediation. So Judge Judy, Judge Mathis, Judge Mills Lane, it's all a mediation, and they're agreeing to the mediator's result. So yes, it's all civil, really. They're just agreeing to abide by what they say.
Okay.
So that's what that is, the mediator. Yeah, but that's a good point. Yeah, really good one. Even let me finish the SUPA. Even the most affluent law schools will still tell you to attend court cases to learn procedure. Thank you for such valuable information. No, you're welcome. And there's a reason why behind the judge you see these young people, and I'm also getting distracted by this young person over here. But that said, the young people behind the judge are law students. So this is a golden opportunity. There are not many murder cases that go to trial. This is very rare. So this is a very rare opportunity to see a murder trial play out, which is, maybe once in a lifetime for some people to sit through a murder trial. Doug Diaz, thank you for the 5 legal mindset memberships. I can do the reaction. Yes. You can see it as a packed house in the back here with a lot of people up there to watch, which is, as you would expect for a case this big. Jordan, thank you for the 5, says, missed the first 2 days of trial. Do you think the prosecution is going to try for the death penalty with the amount of evidence? No. This is second-degree murder. This is not first-degree murder. Now, Florida does have the death penalty, but they are not going for that because they do not want to try to prove premeditation. Now, I do believe they could prove premeditation, but they do not have to prove that.
I have read somewhere they're going for 22 to life.
Yes, and that is possible with second degree, but you cannot kill somebody for second degree, right? So they're not going for that. And I think that's smart, and I think that's a good tactical decision because you want to get this woman in jail. You do not want her walking. So I think that's a good tactical decision. A JP Ravenfire, thank you for the 5 legal mindset memberships.
Hello, beso de pato, man.
Thank you. Another for 5 says a horse, a lawyer, and an elf lawyer walk into a courtroom. She's a coyote, damn it. Respect her coyotiness. Sparky's Text Corner said the mental gymnastics that's been going on, it's really crazy. It's nuts. Patrick Elza says, I'm fully expecting the defense to do the Chewbacca defense to close. We'll see. I actually don't fucking know what the defense is going to argue. The defense is going to be both boring and fascinating and exciting at the same time. It's going to be most exciting when it's cross-examination because they're really going to tear her a new asshole. And by that, I mean,
it's great because the state doesn't even know.
Yeah, the state doesn't even know. They don't even know. So they're going to tear her up on cross-examination. Cross is going to be great. Direct is going to be a little bit boring because they're going to softball her. They're going to let her say what she's going to say. And, they're going to go slow because they're both old and they're about as fun as molasses, right? Anthony says, and she inevitably lies in the stand. She could be charged with perjury. Yes, but they rarely do that. So it is true you can be charged with perjury if you lie in the stand, but that almost never happens because it's viewed as like unnecessarily cumulative because they're already going to be convicted of the crime. Like if you're getting 22 to life on a murder charge, they don't need to add perjury to that. So they don't do that. It's not a practice that people do, but technically, yes, right? Charlie Spur for 2 said, hi, Rima, your little pog champion. Boomer for 1. Thank you so much, Boomer. Appreciate that. We're all boomers at heart. Sigrun for 5 says, Boone, Herd, Shabusiness, Mika and Echo. No, you can't play Minecraft. Did you expect, actually, Rima, let me ask you that. Did you expect Mika and Echo to settle? Were you surprised when that happened?
No, not necessarily. No, I wasn't very surprised. Were you?
No, I mean, that was best for both of them, but I think a lot of people wanted to see blood, right?
Yeah.
Because they wanted to see those people just fucking tear each other apart.
I had a lot of people saying that in the comment section of me reporting on it, they were saying that she slept with the judges and all of that. So I kind of wish that there was more of a transparent like settlement because people make up a lot of like rumors instead because they don't understand.
Okay, but people are always going to say she fucked the judge no matter what. Like,
yeah.
even if the full judgment was transparent, they could still say that.
Yeah,
right?
They'd have the trial. She would rule against them, and they'd still say it.
Yeah, true. I feel maybe this is something I maybe should have clarified in my video because I think that I thought everybody understood what a settlement meant, but I guess not.
Really?
Well, yeah, I feel like maybe you gotta explain everything in
Like
details all the time, but I tend to gloss over some things because I assume it's insinuated or assimilated.
You assume they're not retarded, but
pretty much.
You're like, oh, chat, you're smart, right?
A settlement is usually beneficial for both parties. One might be weighted in the favor of one party or the other, but a settlement is what you want. You don't want, as a lawyer, to go to trial. You want a settlement. You want to settle things out of court.
Yeah, that's why it's important to have other lawyer friends and to be kind of have a network so you can negotiate settlements between lawyers, or so I've heard.
Yeah, no, it's good to have a network. Obviously, if you have friends or whatever, and you're well known in the community, people are more willing to settle with you, right? So, obviously, if you're a dick, people are not going to want to settle.
Yeah,
right.
That's what I've been told by a lawyer friend. They're like, "Oh, I don't like these lawyers. They're always dicks. I don't know why you would be rude to your peers."
Based on the agreement of going to bring our jury panel in at this time.
Jury's about to come back in. So, Charlie Spur says, no, don't give in to the dummies, Rima. Yeah, do not dumb down your content, Rima.
So what does it mean that there's a jury involved?
So far. Same
That's
question.
normal for a criminal trial in America.
Right,
you will have a jury involved.
Bring back in our panel.
This is a murder trial. You definitely need a jury involved. So they need the jury to convict somebody of the crime. So if in order to find somebody guilty, all the jurors must vote guilty. If even one of them holds out, no, it's not guilty, right? It's
Yeah, I've
no
seen
verdict.
the movie, like the 12 Men.
12 Angry Men, yeah. Even
12
one
Angry
holdout.
Men. And
The
but
12 Men. That's a
does it
different
mean
type of
for the
movie,
weight-
Rima.
Yeah.
That's a good
Did
one.
you see the Did you see the
Yeah.
12 Men on a hub site, Rima? Is that the
No.
one you saw? Okay.
No, no. But what does it mean for like the lawyers when you conduct a trial in front of a jury? Will you present things differently? Will you
So-
appeal
How
to
many
their
men are
emotions?
in that ranch?
A little bit, yes. But what's important here, and what I'll explain is during this trial, Rima, you'll see times when they're calling the jury in or sending them out, or they'll dismiss a jury because when they're talking about trial strategy or when they're talking about the law and debating the law, they dismiss the jury because they
Okay.
don't want what they're saying to bias the jury. So they
Oh.
want the jury to only see the evidence and only see what is very carefully protected. Otherwise, the jury can be biased towards one side or the other. And
Okay.
the whole point is to give this a fair trial that
Mm.
is as unbiased as possible. Is it perfect? No. Is our system pristine?
State you
No. Is it
recognize
boring as fuck? Yes. But is it better than like
Thank you all.
a
Can be seated.
kangaroo court where
Yeah.
some
Members of
random
the jury,
guy
again,
just makes
once
shit
you're
up?
seated and
Yeah.
comfortable, if you could raise your
Yeah.
hands to
And
confirm
Bart
that
and
you
Bella,
comply
we
with
are
the
going to
court's
do a
instructions.
Rackets section during
Thank you very
either
much.
lunch
Thank you for your
or
patience.
after the show.
Matters with
So
counsel
we're going to
took
get
a
that
little
at
bit
Bart and
longer
Bella.
than
Don't
we
worry.
anticipated. We're going to take an earlier break today. It's 11:35. We anticipate the defense putting on a case this afternoon, and we don't want to get into it and then have to break a half an hour into it. So we're going to go ahead and take that break at this time. I'm going to give you a similar instruction as I've read to you over the last couple of
So
days.
they're bringing in the jury to give them a
Jurors,
break.
you must not conduct
Remember, we're
any
behind here,
investigation on your
so-
own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone,
We're actually
the
probably going to have
internet,
time for the next
any
segment.
electronic
So, yeah,
device,
good
or any
stuff.
other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved
Nickety
in this
rickety.
case. This applies whether
Rickety
you are in the
crackets.
courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have any discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device.
I wonder if
You
anybody
must not
has
use
met each
phones,
other, like met their
computers,
spouse,
or other
like
electronic devices
serving
to
on a
communicate.
jury.
That's
Do not
actually
send
happened.
or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service.
Like falling in
Do
love
not
on a jury.
discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information.
After they're
on the
done, they can do
internet
whatever they
website,
want.
Chat room.
They can
or
fuck.
blog.
They can do whatever they
With
want.
that, members of the jury, I thank you for your time and your
We
service. and
voted
your
guilty at the
attentiveness, and we'll
same
see you at
time,
1
and the
o'clock
rest
this
was history.
Our eyes met and we said guilty. Also, I do love that my panel is all VTubers now. This is good. It's good.
No, this
Appreciate
is
you
very
both.
unusual. Sarah Boone went through 9 lawyers, so it is not normal.
Yeah, it's not normal
It
to have
means
gone
that
through that many.
we
lawyers.
have to infect you and turn you into
Y'all
your
may be seated. Thank
PNG
you.
to yourself, though.
Oh, I
Statement
already have a
defense,
PNG
if you could
tuber,
please
but
review those
I gotta go
items,
full
and
VTuber.
Please mark every defense
That's why
exhibit
I'm
at this time with Madam Clerk.
getting that
and I will
capture
see you all
card
to
and
commence promptly at 1
gearing
p.m.
up.
Court's in
The new
recess. Thank
year,
you.
2025, is going to definitely be VTuber mindsets happening in 2025 for sure. I was wondering if I was going to make it by the end of the year. That could still happen. 200K for sure, but could happen before as well. It's a slow transition, or not
I
really.
might
transition.
make my 2D live debut by the end of the year, but I'm thinking it'll probably be also 2025.
We got to get you Starlink first, Ava. Utsuge says, "Remember for 1 month. 1 month.
I
nice.
need much better internet. It's true. This 5-second
Yeah.
delay is murder.
But you've been calling. What's hilarious, Ava, is you've been calling the objections perfectly, even with the 5-second delay.
She's on high ping. It's kind of funny.
She calls but she'll say they're going to object to this, and then literally
Oh.
like that second they object to it.
That's insane.
Like it's actually really crazy. I mean, and it's cool that We're both like
I have autism and ADHD, and my TISM is actually law. Like, I didn't go to law school in California. I did reading of the law for 4 years, and then I passed the bar.
Oh no, who just texted me? Oh my god, 12 Men starring Kayla Ricada. Oh my god. God, who did that? Who did that? You know what? I'm gonna ignore that one. All right. But yes, no, lawtism is a thing. Lawtism is for sure a thing. But I love lawtism and I love lawtists, so I'm all about it. Have I voted yet? Yes, already done. Right? People overseas can vote, which is cool. March for the 117B says, hi Rima, jury pools are good hunting for a date.
Oh, by the way, did you see the Mikaneko update? I'm about to tweet about it. I was
Which
just waiting for a
update?
confirmation.
Hold on, which Mikaneko update?
Well, there was a news article. First, we got a little scared because there was a Yahoo News article, and the embedded translation in Google said that she was arrested. Okay. But then I confirmed with my translators, 2 of them. It took a little bit of back and forth, but this is a mistranslation, and she just like decided to take on a hiatus. But she's like currently spurging out on her Twitter. She tweeted like 5 times today.
Oh, I see that. Yeah.
Saying, and she says, I have no criminal record. I'm taking a hiatus due to declining mental health. And she's saying she's going to sue the Yahoo comments, and she did not authorize the reproduction of the article. I'm like so confused. What is she trying to sue?
All I know is there's some boys that are about to pay for her lawyer's deposit after seeing this photo, right? I mean, chat, the comments were down bad after this one. Like, after this one dropped.
It was a good photo.
Yeah, that's a good photo. But they were down bad. The boys were down bad. Right. They're like, all right, I'm going to pay for all 9 of her attorneys, all 8 of her attorneys. Chat. I love it. All right. Did you see, by the way, the Suitcase video in this?
You know, for the Japanese too, being
No.
even casually
We'll
mentioned
show you
in
in a
the news as having been arrested is so devastating.
So it is. It really is. So I'm going to show Rima the Suitcase video because she needs to see it before we get to the testimony. But Anthony says if she's waving her fifth right hand, she has to answer truthfully. What's stopping the prosecution from asking her if she did? Oh man, there's not really a lot of ways out for her, right? And it's going to be really hard for her to win on like a procedural thing or some little ticky-tacky detail, which is what the defense was trying to do with the prosecution in the beginning. John Aoli Pascoul says this case took 5 years. Is that usually the case? Is there a chance it's extended a few more years? COVID. She got arrested like a couple weeks before the whole country locked down. So you got to understand this whole thing got extenuated and point out because of COVID and things shutting down and the government and things going slow. And then she kept dismissing her lawyers. So because of that, they had to continually delay until the judge said, we're done. We're going to trial. Like, no, you cannot delay this anymore because you keep firing your lawyers. Because she kept firing her lawyers, both out of frustration. I think some of them were conflicts. And I think some of them were just done with their bullshit. Right. So they were giving her time, but they eventually said it's going to go to trial. It's only when this was going to go to trial did she find these lawyers. Only then, right? Utsuheya says, legal mindset. I thought you forgot about Trump's incompetent team during his fraud trial, forgetting to check the jury trial box. That's true. That's true. And even high-paid lawyers can fuck up. Marksman 117B says, I reached out Arch and Shad are for a 40K stream. Awesome. Let me hit up Arch and Shad. And I'll try to do it on my channel, or I'll come on their channel. We can do it jointly.
Do you know Arch?
Yeah, he's been on my channel. Yeah, actually, yes, we have.
Oh, I hate that guy.
You hate him?
I'm joking.
Okay. No,
I was on his podcast on Sunday.
You can be on somebody's podcast and hate him. That's fine. I mean,
true. I mean, after he told me that he eats potatoes with no salt and whole, I think it's he's a criminal.
Yeah, he's a fucking psycho. Yes,
yeah,
that's fucking psychotic. That's fucking psychotic. And it's not the bad Shad. It's the sword, the medieval
that
Shad.
That is heresy.
Yeah.
Not
That's what I told him.
what is it? God, the one that was with Mr. Beast. God, what was Mr. Beast? Chris Tyson, not the Chris Tyson Shad, the different Shad, right? So not Shad Base, Shadiversity, yeah, Shad and Brooks, yes, not the one you guys are thinking. I thought the same thing when people were like, do a collab with Shad. I'm like, are people trolling me to get me in trouble? Anthony for 5 says, a guy here got his sentencing postponed because he fired his 11th lawyer after he was found guilty of first-degree murder. What? That's insane. But there are two parts to a first-degree murder trial. There's the guilt phase where they determine whether you're guilty or innocent, and then there's the sentencing, because the sentencing may involve the death penalty, right? So yeah, that's a separate thing. So most First Amendment trials are bifurcated, it's called. Charlie Spur says, dude, I'm going to end up in Rima's suitcase at some point. Lol. I'm just saying the wrong thing and she'll become Minhara.
You've been saying all the wrong things all this time, Charlie.
Charlie, you're fucking done, bro. You're done. You need to run to Mexico. Arriba, brother. Arriba, you need to go.
Charlie, that laugh was the evil. You're going to get a later laugh.
You need to hide with Barrett. He'll protect you. Okay. Let's now. This is pretty dark, Rima. This is the suitcase, right? So this is a suitcase video. This is actually pretty dead serious. This is a horrible thing. So this is actually the evidence from the trial. It's a little bit washed out compared to the original video. So she posted this on Snapchat.
Why?
This was posted on Snapchat. So she was drinking wine. They bought 3 liters of wine, 2 1.5 liter bottles of cheap Chardonnay, Woodbridge. They were drunk as fuck, or at least she was, and playing quote unquote hide and seek.
Additional context: the male victim was only 5'2" and 103 pounds.
But he went in there.
157 centimeters and 47 kilograms.
Let's let you watch here.
Okay.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Fuck you. Fuck you. Stupid. That's my name. Don't wear it on. I can't fucking breathe, babe. Seriously. Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me. Sarah. Sarah. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. That's on you. Sarah, I can't breathe. It's on you. Sarah. Real ransom. Might want to give it for it extra. Because I got this. Sarah. Real ransom.
It's moving.
He's in there.
Okay, so oh my god.
Oh,
He's in the suitcase.
that's what I feel like when he's chewing on me. Sarah. Fuck you. Yeah. You should probably shut the fuck up.
For the record, that was
See, so that was one, and then they have another photo of it when she flips it over. So she actually goes over and flips over the suitcase because it was upside down, and she flips it over. Also, her shoes were in the foreground, and then they're moved over here to the background. But yeah, that's the murder case. So this is second-degree murder. Yeah, go ahead, Rima.
Is it suffocation?
Yeah, he died of suffocation.
Oh my
and
god.
also he had bruises on his body, and on his head. He had
he died of positional asphyxiation.
Because it was actually double zipped. The suitcase was double zipped. There's 2 zippers, so it was actually double zipped, closed. There was no hole, nothing else.
That's
So,
horrible. That
yes.
is horrible.
It's a fucked up case, and that's why we're covering it, because she is defending herself under self-defense, which is insane, right? So she's going to try to argue that this was somehow self-defense, which is nuts. So I mean, we're just going to have to listen to what she argues.
Yeah, I don't
we
know
don't
what
even know how
imminent
she's going to
danger she was in with him in a suitcase.
Yeah,
But,
exactly.
you know,
Yeah, you have to. So a point is you have to prove that you were in danger, right? And so, what danger was she in, right? What was the risk, right? What was the what was she gonna die? Like, what was happening here?
I can't believe he fit in there too. Like,
Barely.
well, he put himself in there, and she's.
Well, hold on though.
Oh, we don't know that.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of impossible to double zip that thing. And it actually, so here's the other thing, Rima. The zipper tags, little tabs that are on a zipper,
Yeah.
those were broken. So unless the tab was on the inside, right? Unless the tab is on, it's on the inside, you really can't unzip it.
No.
That one, you definitely cannot unzip it from the outside. And even when the prosecution went to show it to the jury, they had trouble unzipping it. It got stuck.
Yo, so she did.
She had to have put him in there. There's
Yeah.
no other fucking way. He was 5'2", 157
now the
centimeters.
state, yeah, she very likely put him in there or got him drunk enough to get in there.
get
and
in there,
then
yeah.
hauled
Yeah.
him in and then zipped him up.
And in the video, he's
But-
asking to.
I don't know. I think they have enough to get first degree, but it's smarter going with second degree.
Because first degree requires, Rima, in case
Okay.
you don't know, in American law, it requires premeditation.
Yeah,
it
yeah,
requires a plan. So sometimes having diminished capacity, meaning being drunk, can kind
Yeah.
of mitigate preeminent. Like she's going to say, "Oh, I'm drunk. I didn't really think about it." But for
What if
second
she
degree,
drugged him?
that'd make it worse. That would definitely be premeditation. So if you can prove a higher level of intent, that's okay.
Okay.
But you need to be able to prove at least that level. So
Okay.
this one is general malice, which is called disregard for human life. So if you
Okay.
have disregard for human life, you don't need to have an intent. So Sarah believes that because she didn't intend to kill him, she's innocent. But that's actually not how the law works.
No.
You don't have to intend to kill somebody to be guilty of murder or manslaughter. For
No, you
example,
can get in a car accident and kill somebody, and you're still charged.
liable.
Yeah.
Especially if you're drunk, right?
Yeah.
So drunk driving, right?
Yeah.
If you're drunk and you get in a car, the logic goes that getting in a car while you're drunk is inherently dangerous to human life. So by you doing that, you are taking a extreme risk of killing somebody, and therefore you are criminally liable. It's like shooting a gun into a crowd where you don't aim, you just shoot into a crowd. Well, you know it's going to probably hit somebody, right? You don't need to say, I'm trying to hit that woman over there. You're just shooting into a crowd.
Yeah.
So, like, that's why they went for second degree, because they're like, all right, well, let's say they're going to go with the drunk defense. That doesn't work for second degree, right? So they're going to have a real hard time defending this one. So that's why this is a fun case. And the fact that she took this to trial is amazing. L. Eagle, Disciple of Was, as my stomach turns while watching. That's called Sorry, guys. I know you've seen that
There
video
was also
3
two
times, but
instances in
Rima's
which
gotta
she
see it.
actually interviewed without a lawyer the police. Like she answered them.
So she went to talk to the police, Rima, twice, actually 3 times, because she did initially without a lawyer. And they warned her
God.
each time that she could get a lawyer. They told her every time, you know you're entitled to a lawyer, and if you don't have one, we'll give you one for free, right? And she's like, okay, yeah, I know that. And then she proceeded to talk because she thought she could talk her way out of it. She thinks she's smart and clever and guilt-free. Let's get the rest of these supers here. Raid of Storm says, I would end up in Rima's suitcase, but we're just friends, so we wouldn't get that far.
Hey, chill.
Bro. Spider Bro says, have you seen the smug Alana recent video about a schizo in her email threatening to sue her because she pinned a comment she made? Trust me, he's crazy. So I'm waiting for her to respond to me because I have a really baller thumbnail. I'm ready to go on that one and cover that one. I've already seen that. I've prepped. I just want to see if she can give me any. I want her to approve this thumbnail But granted, if she does approve this thumbnail, it's ready to go. Here's my thumbnail. Look at how fire this is. How fire this is, right? So that's her thumbnail, and I just slap my stuff on top, and this handsome gentleman over here with the phone. But I will be covering that one because I think it's an interesting legal case.
That is absolutely based.
And I want to talk about what I want to teach everybody is about calling people pedophiles on the internet, because this actually is something that comes up during here. And I want to talk about, hey, did Alana go too far? Because actually there's a little bit where she needs to be careful as well, right? So like she does need to be careful about what she's saying about people, and you know, maybe they'll be a little bit thoughtful. But that said, this person is a fucking weirdo, and you know.
But if you say alleged,
is admittedly,
is it fine?
But did she say alleged?
I don't know. But I'm going to
alleged.
say alleged in my next video, so I'm wondering if I'm legal
you should
mindset
always
free.
You should always make that clarification.
Okay.
Right?
Alleged is important and it helps to an extent, but defamation per se is a very specific form of defamation law. If it's inherently damaging to your reputation, i.e. being a criminal,
pedophile's
being
a crime.
accused of having STDs, anything that would, like, anyone hears about that immediately wants to disconnect from you.
Oh,
If
Rima, good.
someone puts a lawsuit on you, the burden of proof is on the person who made the accusation, and you have to prove it via conviction. If they don't have a conviction, then they're liable for defamation.
Exactly. So if you look at somebody and they don't have a criminal charge of like preying on minors or whatever, or like they haven't done anything to minors, like, and you're accusing them of being a pedophile, technically you're committing defamation. Right now, if they don't have a criminal record, but they've gone out there and they've said things that are really weird about children, that is a gray area. You might go before a jury and the jury might say, yeah, this person has like said stuff that's really weird. For example, Nick Rekieta's friend Vito, or even Patrick Melton, right? Both of those guys that are friends with Nick, he has a history of kind of being friends with pedos or people that could allegedly be perceived that way, right? So you catch myself there.
Well, what if I have a video of them doing
yes,
or because they live streamed it,
or well, the thing is, like, they make a lot of statements
proof.
about children,
Yeah,
or
you have
if they
to have
say
evidence of the accusation.
right, so if they say, oh, I like children, or if they say I am this or I am that, right, then that could lead you to a situation where it's not defamation, right? So you have to be careful about what you say, right? That's a gray area. So I'm saying, like, those people are more gray area, right? Somebody who's convicted, right, actually goes into jail for child crimes is without a doubt.
Yeah, that's not a gray area. But I think in this case, there's footage of them, but he claims that the minor was lying about her age at that time, so he didn't know. Your Honor, I didn't know.
Yeah. So Chaos Sebastian, did Smug allege someone to be? Yes, she made that statement, which I think was a little bit. She should be careful with that. I'm not saying that that a court couldn't rule in her favor. They could, like, they could say, yeah, she's not guilty for that, because actually Elon Musk got out of it in a very famous case I'm going to go over. So it is possible to get away with it. It's just risky. It's a fucking risky move. So you don't want to play risky. You want to play safe. Play safe is always smarter. DB says, do we think Rekieta could get trapped in a suitcase? He's a little too tall. Would need to be a big case.
Defamation per se can very often end in what's known as summary judgment, where there isn't even a jury trial for it.
Yep. Yeah. Let's see. Marksman says, for Rima, oh no, wait, I got it. For Rima to put somebody in a suitcase would require her to eventually find someone, which is as plausible as her not being a horse and a cannibal. Lenmar for €5. What's up, Lenmar? Says, hi, Andrew. Your fellow comrade, Johnny Somali, is currently wreaking havoc in South Korea. You might want to bail him out. If he's still there while I'm there, there may be some issues. I'm there in 2 days. That motherfucker better get the fuck out of Korea before the justice gets in town. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Zin says it's self-defense because after I trapped him, I kicked and mocked him, and he was going to be angry when he got out, so I let him die. If that's what they're going to go with, that's crazy. that is a little bit along the lines of like BWS, like I was so beaten down by him, I was so abused by him. The problem with that is she in her own testimony said they had a good relationship. She said multiple times that that day was a good day, that there were no problems. They were just playing puzzles. Everything was good. They weren't fighting. So her own narrative contradicts her defense, right? So it's going to be weird, Zen. It's going to be weird. Charlie Spur says it's strict liability crime. Rima doesn't matter. Damn, Rima. They're really coming at you hard, man. They're really coming at you hard.
I know.
Oh, by the way, good post on Mickey and Echo. Let me show this one real quick. Your post here, Rima. A Yahoo News article reported Mika Neko, whose recently credit card was stolen and charged millions of yen today morning, so she'll go on hiatus due to prolonged defamation and criticism. Please be aware the English translation in Google is misleading and claims she was arrested, but this is wrong and confirmed by my translator. Mika Neko denies any criminal record and has tweeted several times from her account that she did not authorize the reproduction of the article. She might sue the Yahoo comments and has announced she'll take a break due to her declining mental health. Honestly, I'm not sure what the hell's going on. More screenshots and links below. If someone has more clarification, please come forward. I mean, in all seriousness, I'm not trying to rag on Mika Neko. Like, if you are at that point where you're getting like super harassed, you should take a break. Like, that will help you. Like, for real.
She's receiving like rape threats and murder threats and stuff. Like, this isn't just like people making, videos on her, just talking about her and on Twitter. It's I think it's when it goes out of, like, when it's everywhere you go, you're like faced with people yelling at you. That's when it becomes really annoying. But also, I don't get why she's saying she's going to sue the Yahoo comment and saying that she doesn't want to withdraw criminal charges because the other party will have she wants the other party to have a criminal record. I don't understand this.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's weird. But I mean, once again, I will say this. Look, I'm not saying I don't believe that she's telling the truth here. I mean, it's very easy to get death threats and threats on the internet, but everybody can say they're getting death threats on the internet, right? Like, and you can even make up death threats and send them to yourself. Some people have been caught doing that, right? Like, sending themselves death threats, right? And stuff like that. So,
That's
to
insane.
kind of, to play the victim card, right? Now, I'm not saying she's doing that, but I'm saying, like, yeah, it's a problem for sure. I get it. It can be very serious and it's a big problem. And certainly if she's getting real, genuine threats, she should go to law enforcement and report that. Right.
Yeah.
There have been people that have done those things, like, for example, to Chibi Reviews, the anime channel, and the FBI in the US went and investigated people over some of their threats and comments. So you need to be very fucking careful what you say on the internet and how much of an internet tough guy you want to be.
They investigated them? Damn.
Yes, because they made real
actually,
threats
the
against Chibi.
person who was going after Bungo Taiga is under hot water for it.
Really?
Yep.
Nice.
Let's go, Brandon, for $4.99. What's up, brother? Says just paying my monthly dues. Good to see you, brother. Spider Bro says, don't worry, Rima. I still love you as a friend. Bro, friend zone so hard. Mama Akko says, I heard things got legal in here. Can you confirm? Oh, we are so fucking legal right now. We're so hard and legal. Now, we are still on break, so we may have time for some rickety crackets here. We may have time for the crackets segment because we got to get more drama in the real world here. Not just 2D. We got drama in 3D too, Mama Akko. So we're about to get there. Charlie Spur said, no, I mean, in the case Rima's covering, if she lied about her age, it doesn't matter. It's a strict liability crime. In the case you're covering.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. So, like, in a lot of cases of mistaken age, if like the age is wrong, you're liable. So, for example, right?
You're still liable if the age is wrong?
So for example, right? No, the good example, right?
Okay.
Rima, I'm assuming you're a hag. So let's say you're 52,
Okay.
and you engage in adult relations with a person who is 17. It doesn't matter if you say they looked 40 or you say they looked 30 or they told you that they are 30 or 40.
Yeah.
They are factually 17. That's strict liability.
Okay.
So all that matters is the fact that they are 17. Your perception of that is irrelevant.
Okay. Oh, that's good to know. Actually, I didn't know. But I always ask them where they were during 9/11. That's a really good trick to know if they're a minor or not.
That's so fucking true. That is.
Everybody will remember where they were.
Sad that's a telling thing, but it's true. It's fucking true. It's true. King Lugia for 6 Malaysian ringgits. A night, legal daddy and mommy and horsey. All right, thank you. Charlie Spur. Oh, I got that one. Malthus for 10 Canuck bucks. That'll get you some Tim Hortons. Says, hey Rima, you're pretty cute. You want to go out? Wait, why is everyone turning you down? You know what? I gotta go.
No. Wait. Wait.
Rima, you can't catch a break, Rima. You
I
can't catch a break.
know.
Meanwhile, Pippa's catching Akasupas left and right, you know. Yeah, okay. I see your post in the chat, Ava. Let's see. I think I got everybody there. Did I catch up everybody on locals? They're probably saying something degenerate. Yeah, locals are just talking about Clopper, so that's nothing new over there. All right. I guess let's do a little bit of a let's do a little bit of an update on Nick Rackets here. So we got a little bit of, this is not worth a full episode, so I'm just doing it during this. I'll clip it out because I know a lot of people just like the Rakeda stuff separate, and it's not related to Sarah Boone, but I just wanted to do this because I barely have time to make other shows, although I will make the Smugglana one. That'll be a short show, probably only an hour. I'll do that when I get permission to do it, or if I get the following evidence. I also may do another one about some of the small VTuber agencies going away, and I may pair that with actually what's happening with Tim Pool and the collapse of his corporation. Because I know you might think, what does Tim Pool and VTubers have in common? But actually, there's a lot of things that small organizations do wrong, and their commonalities and how they run their businesses and how they
Wait,
get fucked up.
Tim Pool's the trader that took
Tim Pool's got
Russian
the beanie.
money?
Yeah, he took he got the Ruski money, and now he's not getting the Ruski money anymore.
Oh, did they
right? So
seize that?
They stopped it. Yeah, you can't be taking fucking money from Russia. Like that's not okay.
Good.
Right? So now he's like, well, I'm having problems. I'm like, well, yeah, because you're not getting the Russian money, right? So that's kind of a little hurt right there.
Is
right?
it going to be like a federal investigation?
I think he's not going to be criminally liable.
Oh.
But that said, it's still like
Yeah,
you're losing
that's
revenue
even
you
an
had.
indictment, but I don't think Tim is involved with the
No.
criminal aspect.
Now
Really?
there's other creators that may be more knowing, Lauren Chen for one of them, but that's a different there's
Oh.
different creator, right? Different people at different levels of knowledge.
Oh, well, then he's gonna say, I didn't know. They just paid me $100,000 per videos.
Yeah,
But
yeah. I
who
mean,
knows where the money came from? I didn't ask.
he would be considered a victim. But once again,
Really?
he can't take that money anymore, right? Even now he knows. So now that they've said, hey, this was, Russian money, you can't keep taking the money, right? So it certainly tarnished his reputation, even if once again he's a victim and he unknowingly took it from a third party. Because I mean, Rima, let's say you had a sponsor and then all of a sudden you find that sponsor is like brought to you by ISIS, right? Or brought to you by like some like random African terrorist organization that uses child labor and child slaves.
Okay, I see.
Right. Like
Yeah.
you wouldn't know that. Like if it was called like Horses Inc., and they're giving you money, but really they're doing like heinous war crimes, right? I mean, you wouldn't really know that. I mean, maybe you would condone
Yeah.
that because you are an evil world dictator, but
Yeah, it just feels like it's such a large sum of money that's not like very frequent for a video that I feel like you would maybe ask or wonder what it's about, especially if it's telling you what to say in the video.
you should have done some due diligence, right? But it's not legally required. Like, look, if it was legally required for people not to take positions based on what money they've got, all of mainstream media wouldn't be able to function. Like,
True.
literally.
Yeah,
Like, mainstream media
everybody
would shut down.
Yeah,
all of
yeah.
them. Because you see all the sponsored articles, they all get paid money. They're all captured by somebody, right?
Yeah.
Except for small independent media. That's the only small independent online media. Excuse me, sorry. This Thai beer is getting to me here. Only small independent online media is really the only media that stays free of it. But once you get captured by that interest, you have to at least understand they're at least going to be deferential to that interest. So, if you're getting paid by, the Palestinian support organization, you're probably going to say decent things about Hamas and mean things about Israel, right? Like, and vice versa, right?
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Yeah.
All right, let's get into some Baldo drama since we still have some time here. So with our good friend Nickety Crackets, we had some weird updates today, and this is coming from Breaking Baldo News. So there's a lot of stuff here, actually. So first, Nick has been active. This is Nick Rekieta. He still has a pending trial, and sources have told me that he is planning to still take this to trial, which makes it really weird. So sources have told me he's still planning to go to trial, which, I mean, I think it's a stupid idea. I think he still should plea out. I think he should try to plea and settle the case. I think that'd be much better for him and his family. But he was apparently inside of the chat for Steel Toe Morning Show. And one of the reasons that this is him is because there's a verified check mark, right? Which you have to get from YouTube. So the only way to fake this is if another channel with a verified check mark changed both their name and their logo. So that'd be the only way to fake this. So it would be very difficult for this to be faked, right? Because you see that little check mark right there. And he was making comments about, I'll see you all soon, and I'm going to be talking about this soon. He was saying how to kill your show in 60 seconds. Man, I can't wait to come back. I have so much to say. So he says he's going to kind of come back and set the record straight about Aaron. Aaron was formerly in a polycule. So Aaron and his wife were swinging with Nick and his wife. And apparently Aaron was banging Nick's wife and Nick was banging Aaron's wife, and they were all kind of swapping around. It was a whole big polycule. There's all sorts of lascivious details there. So that came out, but then
Messy.
very messy, very messy. Subsequent to that, Nick starts tweeting on Twitter, on X, and he starts saying a bunch of really weird shit, stuff that's really weird for somebody who has a pending case. So he went back to his tweet on December 31st, 2023, and he said, which was Happy New Year's, everyone. 2024 promises to be a beautiful disaster. Don't make resolutions, set goals, pursue life, be ridiculous, find joy. He responds, lol, LMFAO, fuck this tweet and the dumbass who wrote it. So Lord Botha of Memes a Lot, that's the dude who made that status, sounds like he was on cocaine. So obviously this person is trolling him, and normally you just ignore that, right?
Dear Lord.
He responds
Roasted.
to Botha by saying he was. He makes an admission on his account, which is verified. There's a blue check mark here, right? This isn't fake.
No way. No. What date is this?
Admitting this has just happened today, that he was on 21st of October, right? That he was on cocaine. This is literally an admission which is going to be used against him in court. Now he claims that, the government isn't paying attention to social media. They don't know what's going on. Well, you better hope they don't. But you know what? Someone's probably going to send this to them. Someone's probably going to bring this to their attention, right? I'm going to clip this out. And when I clip this out, I'm sure this could be forwarded to the Spicer, Minnesota law enforcement, right? And he doesn't stop there. He continues this day with a separate comment, and we're not even done here, which says, Rekieta said, they never were. And then LJSPKER says, and you never did coke. He responds, I did a fucking mountain of cocaine. Another admission that can be used against him in court.
What is he doing? What the absolute hell is happening right now?
We also got, this happened, and this is very interesting. This dropped also around the same time. DUI guy, Larry Foreman, who actually is an accomplished criminal defense attorney, right? Some people don't like him. He's got a very particular style. He's kind of whiny. He sounds a little whiny sometimes, but he's an accomplished attorney. He says, I removed myself from the situation because Nick kept making videos on YouTube by talking about and thus hurting his case. Not a very reliable client to have. So I rescinded my offer to assist him. That's it. And this is after, of course, he's seeing all these tweets come out, and after he's seeing all this go down, he's espousing this guy is not fucking reliable, right? And not a client you want to have. This actually reminded me of Sarah Boone, right? This really just put it there. Sarah Boone. And once again, yeah, I'm not saying anything bad about Larry. Some people like him, some people don't. It's up to you. Choose your own adventure. I have no problem with Larry. Larry's fine with me. We're cool. I'm cool with Larry. I'm just saying some people don't like him. Whatever. His statement here is very telling, though, because he was offering to be Nick's attorney, and he turned that down. Right? He said, "Hey, I don't want any piece of that." But then something even crazier happened. So Nick Rekieta gets on his verified Twitter account the same day today, and he goes accusing Sean, right? Let me open this up here real quick. Actually, I'll show it in a more pulled out view. He accuses Sean, potentially criminal, my good friend, good guy who's been covering this. He says, LawTube Sean poses as a fake Rekieta Law in Aaron's chat to try and generate revenue for both of them. Embarrassing. So he's trying to say that Sean is creating fake profiles, has enough time. And mind you, this man, Sean, unlike me, where I do other stuff, but I'm a consultant, I have a very flexible schedule. Sean has a fixed schedule and he has a full-time job, right? And he does his streaming as a part-time thing, like as a hobby, right? Streaming is one of my main businesses, right? It's one of the main things I do, right? But Sean, this is his side thing. But he's saying that like Sean has time after he, his streams and also has full-time fucking job to make fake accounts to go into Steel Toe Morning Show's chat, a nothing burger of a show, which gets almost no views that nobody cares about, right? And drum up drama to get super chats, right? He also was kind of making the assertion that we're just making shit up, right? Now, Sean on the Kiwi Farm says Nick is lying, right? And makes that comment. And then goes over here. Let's see if I have it. Oh, and makes this statement, which, is pretty straightforward, which is go to rehab, Nick, because clearly something is going on right now. And I don't know what the fuck it is, right? And of course, I make the joke. It's all a gay op, right? It's all fake. It's all a gay op. Now, subsequent to that, Rekieta Law goes out and deletes this post. He deletes the post accusing Sean of faking the super chats, right? Now, to which Sean had this to say on his show. So we'll play this real quick.
Hold on, what's this? Nick's accusing me of using a fake Rekieta Law account to generate super chats for the toe. Desperation has a particular scent. Frying your brain on cocaine, crack, and $1 whiskey does that to you. So I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. I mean, if I'm going to shitpost, I do it myself. I don't fucking hide under things. So.
Yep. Agree with Sean on that one.
Let him cope. Let him cope, chat.
I shitpost myself. Where did they get that music from? They got it from fucking me. They got it from fucking me, but it's good. It's good. I love that that music is spreading because of me.
Hold on, what's this?
The cope is strong. The cope is strong. So that's what we had today. That's a big update. Now, some of that is legally relevant because it's admissible in court. I mean, making an admission that you used cocaine is like, it's very much admissible. So,
by the way, quick side note, I did track down a instrumental version of that song, which means that the cover is on its way.
That's gonna be so good. The Ava cover. I'm ready for it. Yeah. So that's what we have for that. Let me get the Rackets questions here. Armin says, but Rackets told me y'all practicing lawyers lie. Well, it's always a debate whether I'm a quote unquote practicing lawyer, but yeah, we're all liars. We're all liars. And we were totally wrong about the Franks hearing that he lost. We were totally wrong about that. Alpha O says, isn't this one of the reasons the fifth is a thing? Yeah. Shut the fuck up. And while you have a trial pending and this man is about to go to trial almost, maybe you should not be talking about your case. Orsa Flat says, wow, Rackets brain must have a full meltdown. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's really, and look, I would empathize if he's really struggling, but if you're struggling, you should not get on Twitter and lash out at people. Like that's not your remedy. And yeah, I mean, a lot of people say, oh, well, we should leave him alone. Well, he's creating these problems for himself. It's not us that are creating the problems. He's doing it to himself. We're not doing anything. I'm not forcing him to make those tweets. Sparky says, "Oh my God, Nick, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up." The lawyer meme. Love it. Sigrid Eternia for 5 says, "I think I might need to re-review the Legal Eagle versus Ricada videos and reevaluate who's actually right. It's sad when Legal Eagle might actually be right. That man has horrible legal takes, but when he might actually beat Nick, it's sad. It's sad." Drew K says, "Sean thinks he could have cleared up the bloodstain on the bottom of the stairs. What do you think?" 72200-ish day, 1 Fox 35 if you want to look. There could be a cleaned up bloodstain. Well, I'll believe you on that. If there was, that would be damning evidence. However, I don't think it's necessary or needed. You don't need to prove that she beat him with a bat or anything else to get to this conclusion and jury verdict. So you don't want to confuse the jury and make them think that that's needed. All that's needed is, was he in the suitcase? Did you know he was in the suitcase? Did you ignore that? That's enough. That's enough. Right? Patrick Elza says, "To be fair, if you're on Twitch and your sponsor is raging anti-Semitism, you're good. Ask Hassan." Okay, I'm going to be clear about this. The other anti-Semitic people, that whole panel they did, the whole anti-Semitism panel, they all got banned, which is fair, but Hassan is the last one that did not get banned. So I actually want to give Twitch a little bit of a shout out. I mean, I've been busting Twitch's balls for what they're doing with VTuber Hips and what they're doing with a lot of other people, what they did with Asmongold, right, versus Hassan. But I want to give them credit. They did ban that woman who said that all American soldiers deserve to die or get PTSD.
Frogan. They banned also everybody that was in the panel and on the podcast.
I mean, Rima, was that not objectively fucked up? I mean, is that me being like super biased? I mean,
no, she didn't just make that comment. She's made several. She's also deleted all of her VODs, and they also made like on TwitchCon, like they had a panel.
No, I would say that that's honestly a little bit worse than what Asmund said.
Well, I agree. I agree with you. I mean, Rima, do you think that what she said is worse than what Asmund said? I mean, I think it is, but that's my personal opinion.
I don't know. It's about like quantifying who's worst, because then we get into a game of who's right or wrong. I think they were both
true.
sort of wrong. Like the way he admitted himself, the way he worded it was too harsh.
Yeah, and by the way, I do agree with that. He should have clarified that and made it like, hey, I didn't mean to say all of X.
Yeah.
I meant to say like Hamas, right? Like a terrorist organization is bad, which we can all agree with that, right? We can all. Well, I can. I mean, there's some people that can't, but whatever. That's a separate thing, right?
Yeah,
not trying to get political here.
The authoritative regime of a country is not its culture, and I think making that distinction is important.
Right, like everybody who is Palestinian is X, right? Well, there's certain Palestinians that are obviously non-Muslim, right? There's people that may be born in Palestine, and maybe you're a Christian, or maybe you're non-religious, you're an atheist, right? So if you say all Palestinians are X, that's an inaccurate statement, right? It's factually inaccurate because it's not true, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you're like, well, this group, their policies are X, sure. And I think that's what he meant, right? He just wasn't as articulate and careful about it. And frankly, you do have to be a little bit careful about it, especially when you have a big platform, right? Does that mean he was like entirely wrong? No, but definitely he admitted that he said more than he should have, for sure.
Yeah, but Frogan, you guys are only talking about the soldier PTSD thing because it's the one thing that she said recently that went viral. But she's been saying a lot of Semitic stuff for several months now, and she's been acting very unhinged. And just recently, they hosted a TwitchCon panel with 3 other people where they rated everybody from like Arab to like some hummus brand that's Israeli, which was like the F tier. And that's just not a very good it's not something you should have on your platform. Like it's not
rating
nice.
Streamers.
It's political. I don't understand why it has its place on Twitch, why it was approved in the first place.
Well, it was approved for TwitchCon.
Yeah.
Right. Like
That's crazy.
This just shows you their bias because clearly some people thought this was okay, right?
Yeah.
Now everybody got banned on this, but it's a 30-day ban. It's not
Yeah.
a permanent ban,
Yeah, this panel exactly.
right?
And
yeah, Arab coded ass perms, thinks is a slur and loves what is this like Barbara or something like that. But
apparently that's the
Now
homeless
that was
branch.
everybody excluding Hassan, right?
He's
Yeah,
not in that
excluding
panel.
Hassan. Yes, but he's also made other statements, right? But he wasn't on that panel. So that's their justification. So she wasn't actually banned for the soldier thing. She was banned for the panel, right? So it's very interesting. And probably because this was so visible, right? And it has literally Twitch in the background. So Twitch probably, and I also know that the ADL got involved with this. So they're like, hey, we're coming for your asses on this one.
Every
right?
single like Israeli news outlet is starting to report on that too. And that website then clancysucks.com is
Also,
getting
look
a
at-
lot of traction.
And look at this too. Imagine Capcom, fucking Samsung,
Yeah.
Chevron are in the background of this.
Yeah,
So
how-
now Chevron, Capcom, and fucking Samsung, Korea's largest corporation, come off as anti-Semitic.
Yeah, I'm sure the sponsors won't be happy about that.
And listen, guys, I'm no fan, and let me say this very carefully. As an organization, I am not a fan of the litigiousness and some of the biases of the ADL, because the ADL is not a perfect organization. However, in this case, they are right to complain about this, absolutely, without a question, period, right? Like, end of story. I wish the ADL would stick to clear issues like this and not other stuff, because the ADL does get political in other ways that I don't think it should be. That's my personal opinion. Remove that to the side. I just want to say that because I know some people in the chat talking about the ADL, right? But once again, a broken clock can be right two times a day, right? But all these sponsors probably acted up. Other organizations probably acted up. Like I said, Israeli media covered it. They all deserve to be banned. But once again, it should go beyond that. And I think, when somebody has a terrorist on their stream, when somebody is playing propaganda on their stream, they should definitely be punished, even if it's just for a little while, even if it's just for a week, a week of like, not streaming or not being able to stream, at least something to show, hey, this is not okay.
When he had a pirate on his stream, like
Houthi.
I lived on a sailboat. I don't anymore, but I have for a while. And pirate attacks are the most horrifying things in the world.
And the majority of people that are on those, that are crewing those ships, are not Israelis, right? They're poor people. They're often like people from India, Pakistan, other countries, very important, Philippines, right? And they're not really guilty of anything but being poor and needing a job and working on one of those big container ships, right? And they're ending up being caught up in this, right? This conflict, right? And I'm not trying to take a side or anything like that at all. I'm just trying to say that these things are more complicated than they make it sound, right? And you should have a little bit of empathy when you talk about them and understand they're fucking complex issues. And one of the reasons why I talked about this during Asman, I said, look, Asman did fuck up by wading into geopolitics, which is a super complicated topic, which I think people should not talk about at all unless they do a shit ton of research. And even then, they should understand it's really, especially Middle Eastern geopolitics, is very complicated.
They also banned Sneeko this morning
Oh, wait, from what?
from Twitch.
Well, he should have been banned a long time ago just for being
No,
a
but like
cuck,
he got unbanned,
Uh-huh.
and he
Then
got
immediately banned again?
unbanned, and now he's banned on Twitch following the backlash. Ethan stream's been getting so much traction. Like it's like there was 30,000 viewers last night when he went live.
That's crazy. Yeah, Sneeko's a weirdo.
And he's appealing to the normie audience, so like that audience gets things moving.
Yeah. Repton for $1 says getting a 30-day ban on Twitch means they basically lose 100% of their current subscriber income. Is that true? If you get a 30-day ban, it's 100% of current subscribers, so the subscribers fall off?
Clue. I have no clue, but I think she was struggling to make ends meet before because she was asking for rent money. So I don't know what she's gonna do now. I'm referring to Frogan. She also
People in the
privated
chat the chat is saying yes.
VODs.
The chat says yes, because I don't remember, guys. I'm not a Twitch streamer, so I don't know how Twitch money works and shit. But people are saying yes, and I think Shondo made that comment. right? That it'll fall off at a certain point because you can't renew, and you don't auto subscribe, and subscribers don't auto subscribe.
I was gonna stream on Twitch, and then all the recent stuff happened. I'm like, you know what? Miss me with that.
So real quick, in case you guys don't know, because I know someone asked, who's the elf? I don't know the legal mindset lore that much. This is not legal mindset lore. It's this trial lore. So this is Elf Pyre Ava. She is a PNG tuber, and she's also a lawyer. She passed the bar through a reading of the law in California, which is much harder than the normal process. And so I thought it'd be awesome, based on my love of the law and VTubers, to bring her on and let her join. She's got a little bit of a delay because she's in Northern California and she's on very trash internet. So hopefully, if you follow her channel, Alpire Ava on YouTube, which is tagged in the description, along with Rima Evenstar, my favorite horse girl, you can get her up there and help her get that Starlink. You know, and we need to get you a Ko-fi for your Starlink, because I feel like we could fund that. Just to get your responses in a timely manner.
So I do have a Ko-fi already. Your mod professional gentleman was showing it like all day yesterday in the chat.
Okay. Let me see if I can find it. I think, I know PG's probably got it, and Danielle can probably find it because she's good. Yeah, and Danielle's already got Rima's links too. So look at that. She's good. Professional gentleman is probably too busy gooning. He's a big gooner. Him and Don Baca. So they're out there being DJs. But Danielle's my slave that I keep in the mines, the legal mines. So she's good. Bad News Badger for 50 Danish Krona said that's exactly
Danielle. Yeah, I was gonna say Danielle, I thought was a bot for most of yesterday until I was corrected.
Danielle is so efficient that she comes off as a bot. She is so organized with the way she does things. It's like, wait, is this a bot? No, she's just that good. That's how good she is. And she's part vampire, you know. Bad News Badger, DKK50 says, that is eventually how Jim Carrey won the case in Liar Liar. Oh yeah, I remember that. That was a good movie. Also, Invader Talk, I do agree, Legal is still an idiot. Yes, he is. He's actually an idiot. For 10, Sigrun says Asman did clarify and narrow the scope later in the same stream, I believe, as well, when he debated Hassan later that day, but he still let himself get gaslit and apologize anyways. Yeah, I would have just clarified. I wouldn't have apologized, but you know, he's free to do it his way, and you know, if he means it, then that's what he wants to do, right? So you can't, you know, as much as I would have done it differently, that's fine. He's allowed to do it that way, and he had his reasons, and maybe he genuinely does feel that what he did was wrong. And he's allowed to apologize if he genuinely feels it wrong. It's wrong. Anthony says, I think Twitch doesn't go far enough with these lewd tubers showing off their wrists and, dear God, their ankles. I mean, Rima, you're just showing all sorts of like midriff and shoulders. I mean, how does Twitch allow you?
Well, so far I'm within TOS, thankfully.
Barely. Well, how about the feet on your little flying chibi there? Like, with that, is that raw feet?
Shit, that actually might get me in trouble.
Yeah. Is that chibi over 18 years old?
Yes, he is. Con is.
Con is, okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, yeah, totally old, yeah.
Yeah, also those beans, yeah, it's actually 487.
Chaos Smashes figures Capcom will get involved. Pathetic. Potato King says anti-semantic. Thank you for 2. JP Ravenfire says Nick X Sarah. Oh no. The Rackets Boone trial. I mean, textbook narcissism times 2. Maybe. I could see it. Drew K for 5. The blood stain might imply that he was pushed before being put in the suitcase. If it was blood, it looks old or faded. Yeah, but once again, you don't want it to make it sound like your entire argument hinges on that. They do not need to prove that he was bleeding or anything else. If that ends up coming out or ends up incidentally coming up, especially during the defense's case, then it's like additional evidence. But the prosecution doesn't need it to prove it. Lone Wolf Ranger said, excuse me, her title is Goodest Bestest Girl Sean, DBA, my wife. Trish Chan says, Puritanized Twitch. okay, here's my take on this. I don't know. Okay, I'll let you guys take on this afterwards, but I'm all for just consistency. I actually don't care if it's a gooning site where people want to goon, but then you need to allow them to do that to both 2D and 3D, right? So if you're just gonna try to make, allow everyone to be degens and, be out there simping over, people's looks and appearance and all that good stuff, and people that are essentially OnlyFans girls, then just let it be the true for 2D and 3D. The problem is that's not. Right now, I know a lot of people want to puritanize it. That's fine. That's an argument. I don't know how you feel about that, Rima. Should Twitch as a whole be more say-so?
I have
Should it be more pure in general?
qualms
No,
about
because when you're like
having that kind of stuff, like if it's age gated, but
I don't.
And I will bring this up. The one problem with Twitch that I will say is 13-year-olds are allowed on the site. So I agree. So Bowsette, this is new. I'm nuanced, right? I'm not saying it's black and white. This is not a fucking black and white issue, okay? I think the issue is there's 13-year-olds, and the problem is that they're essentially grooming minors, right? With highly sexualized content. I do think as it stands, they should increase it to 18 years old.
Oh yeah, of course. Yes, I agree with that too.
So we all agree on that, right?
Yeah. But
so
like when you stop playing video games, what do you do? If you like for like me, I used to be a gamer, I'm not anymore. So I'm never going to tune in on a game that I'm not interested in. So which tab do I go in? I go into the bathtub section or the just chatting, because it's like when you tune in on the stream, that's the easiest thing to jump in on.
Because they don't have like a general VTuber section, right? So like a VTuber just VTubing, right?
Yeah, VTuber category would be great. But they need to enforce the rules and just to make it 18 years old. And I think
one of the bigger tells that Twitch has it against VTubers is the fact they don't have a VTuber section on the tabs.
Yeah, and that would be nice to have a VTuber section, because then you wouldn't have to go into just chatting or fucking bathtub stream, right?
Mm-hmm.
Chaos Hedgehog 0 says, thanks for all the great content, legally minded. Mods, ban this motherfucker from the chat. Ban him right now. Ban him right now using the DN name. Legally minded, you're banned. Chaos Hedgehog also said for 5, I get why they're not to talk with others, but why can't they talk to each other? As well at the end, because it could bias them. They could influence each other unduly. They can talk at the end. So, and by the end, I mean after all the evidence has been presented, the jury goes to a room. In that room, they can talk. They can say whatever they want to say, and they can convince each other in that room. So when this goes to the jury deliberation, they do talk. Watch that movie, 12 Angry Men. It shows how it goes down, right? And that's when they can get to know each other, whatever else, right? Or fall in love. What Totodile for 5 says, Rima hasn't gotten banned because Twitch is scared of any VTuber model that isn't a hag. If your model is below a B cup or under 5 feet, instant ban.
Mm-hmm.
So hags are protected.
Yeah, protected species.
Hags are protected. Bologna Bonk says, I remember when Twitch was just in TV and it was like streams of old shows and some dudes gaming. Yeah, that's what it should be, honestly. That's what it should be. Just like shows and gaming, and that's it. Fire PA says, Nick in another timeline is covering the Sarah Boone case.
I don't agree with that. I don't think it should just be gaming.
Well, okay, sorry. I think that honestly, VTubing needs its own platform. It's just not big enough and it's not lucrative enough, to be honest. I think that the VTubing could use a UI that caters to VTubers and like some of the unique types of content presentation that VTubers do, like with collaborations, raids, etc., can make that sort of easier and more interactive. And also interacting with the stream itself.
Yeah, a VTubing streaming platform would be amazing.
But I don't see what that has to do with it. I think that's something completely separate. I don't believe in the old like, oh, Twitch, it used to be only a gaming platform, it used to be for the boys. There's so much fantastic and creative ideas that have been streamed on Twitch since then. Like there's some people that do like walkathon. There's a girl that's traveling all abroad. That's one of my favorite streams.
Okay, Rima, but that's just an evolution of
gaming.
Okay, but okay, I get it. Okay, I get what you're saying. It doesn't have to just be gaming, right? But you're right. Those are actually good types of content, but those have also evolved on YouTube too, right?
Yeah.
Walking streams were not the meta 10 years ago, but they're
Yeah.
the meta now. But
Yeah.
that's going to change. Like mukbang wasn't a big thing
Mm.
20 years ago, but it's a big thing now, right?
Yeah,
Like,
it's burst. The bubble bursted for mukbang, but yeah.
yeah, and I mean, but it still exists, right? And like
Yeah.
these niches, as they come, they grow,
Yes.
they pop, they'll go back, and then maybe they'll resurge or they'll change.
Let's not talk about mukbang. I hate that I've been reminded about it.
I just watched Culinary Class Wars. It's a Korean TV show. It's really fucking good. That show is actually really good.
Oh,
It's better than
really?
Hell's Kitchen. Yes, Culinary Class Wars. It's fucking good, and it's kind of based in a little bit not PC, which I really like. Because they
Ooh, I
had
love
some
cooking
mukbang.
shows. Yeah.
They had some mukbang content creators, some Koreans on there. They had one American, but mostly Koreans on there. Forbidden Cat Belly is a boomer. Definitely a boomer. Kaya says, for 5, says, thank you for being my new e-lawyer. Just please don't go full big nose Nick. No, my like degeneracies are known, which is like enjoying 2D, hanging out with VTubers, maybe making some comments about detectives at a certain point. But yeah, no, my vices are out there. I tell my friends, I don't actually even like drinking that much. Right, like I'm having one beer here, but I'm not going through like bottles and bottles
Yeah.
like our old friend Jiminy Rackets, who would crush multiple bottles of whiskey per stream, which is
Yeah, I saw
nuts.
that clip. By the way, I saw your interaction with Grums where he's asking why is the VTuber community so drama focused?
So I'm a little bit wary. Should I say this live? Is this going
Oh.
to cause drama? Is this going to get clipped and cause drama? You know what? I'm going to say this. Rima, you're a good person because you kind of helped me come into the VTuber community.
Uh-huh.
So now that I feel like I'm at least I've been in this community interacting with it for months,
Mm.
I'm a little bit protective of it.
Yeah.
Like I feel the way the VTuber community does a little bit about like, is this person trying to cover VTuber drama because they see it's like getting a lot of clicks and views, and are they trying to like come over here and do this? So like, are they just like genuinely asking this question, or is this with good intent or bad intent? Right. And I don't want him, and I responded because I don't want him to characterize the VTuber area as any more dramatic than gaming or YouTube in general or Twitch in general, because it's really not.
No, it's really not. I feel like people who say that have never been on the internet.
And look at the topics I cover, because I cover both VTubing topics and non-VTubing topics. My
There's way more
non-VTubing
drama
Yeah, I
and
mean, look at
lawsuits.
what the biggest dramas that have been handling. Like we're talking
Asmongold?
Mr. Beast,
It's
we're
all
talking
live
Logan
stream
Paul.
fail stuff.
There's
yeah.
a lot of drama in flesh tubing as well as VTubing.
I still
Yes.
like the VTubers, and I still help the VTubers. I was going to say this, and I need to formalize this process for people coming to me, but I'm reviewing actually a lot of VTuber documents right now. I've reviewed in the last month 4 contracts and some other documents like NDAs and stuff for VTubers. I do a lot of that stuff quietly, and I don't stream about it, right? But I like to do that, and I like to help people, and I'm really happy to do that, right? But
Yeah,
I'm
I've
really
actually
cautious.
been asked to review a couple contracts as well.
I'm
Despite all
very
those disclaimers, I'm not actively practicing.
I'm very conscious of people that now that are looking at it, because I think a lot of people look at it purely for the views. I had to be people forget this whenever they want to call me a grifter or whatever else, and they can call me whatever they want to call me because I covered Doki Bird and Niji. I stayed around. I got to know VTubers. I got to know deeply about it. I got to know the rules. I got to know how things are. I got to know the history. I got to know the people, right? And I just don't think a lot of the people want to spend that time to do that and be thoughtful about it. I didn't just run out there and say everything is lowly and bad, right? Or whatever other bad takes they can make about VTubing, right? And I'm very wary because people see VTubing and they see the clicks and the views, and they want to get those clicks and the views because they're jealous of the clicks and the views, right? And frankly, I don't cover shit because of clicks and views. In fact, my views aren't even that good, right? I cover it because I want to cover it. It's interesting to me, right?
Yeah, my views aren't that good. I could.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean they're fine. They're fine. They're fine. I'm happy 1,000 people are watching me right now. But once again,
Yeah, I
if
mean,
I want
I followed Andrew since like couple years ago at least. So when you stepped into VTubing, it clicked with me. I'm like, oh my God, people can do that. Oh my God, VTubing needs that.
Yeah, and I did it with the intent to help, not to be a thing. And yes, I know they're back, but they're outside the jury's presence. So I'll keep this open. But once again, it's just Mr. McBoomer over here
Engaged,
talking.
There had been a
So,
history of violence, and
you know,
from the evidence that's been presented,
Mr. McBoomer is not gonna win his argument here.
facing
So yes, I saw them being back, guys.
total,
The judge literally took a
what
time
she
to sip his
said
fucking
various
drink.
times, you would understand that
But real quick, I'll finish this one.
became
Nick, another time I was covering Sarah
concerned when
Boone.
he came back
It
from
sucks he
Publix
chose
with
cheap
that
highs and
second
thrills when he was capable
bottle
more. Enjoy Chaos. Nick,
of
yeah, we
wine,
could have been
because
covering
she
this
knew
together. I could have been on his channel to
when
do this,
George
but he
Torres
decided he made a choice,
gets
right?
to a certain level of intoxication,
But you've got other people to watch now,
sad,
not
he
just
gets
myself, but
moody,
other channels as well.
and eventually he gets belligerent.
And if I help a
sometimes
branch
he
of
can be
VTuber
violent.
lawyers
So
grow,
she
that'd be
knew
awesome.
when he brought
Or
home that
VTuber trial
second
watches,
bottle of
that's
wine,
cool.
that it was not going to be a good night.
Untapped
She
niche.
tried to keep him occupied and tried to keep his mind off of his troubles, because she knew that if he reaches a certain level and is dwelling on
You know what's
his
funny? I did have an idea for VTC, VTuber Court, where you
react
go over doc drops
or
and
in
stuff like
violent
that
way.
in a court kind of
So
setting.
she had that state of mind.
That'd be cool.
With that understanding of her history and his history in his overt act, which she's going to testify to, coupled with the fact of her state of mind based
We
on
got to see what this overt act is, because
her
I have no
past
fucking clue what this
experiences
overt
with
act is.
him in that intoxicated state and the fact that he is violent. So
And Farmer
she
Jack,
was
this is true for 5, says,
hypersensitive
forget VTubing and the internet in general. People are wildly dramatic
to
IRL.
danger
Exactly.
and
There's
fear.
drama
And I think
everywhere.
that ought to be allowed in
Everywhere.
as part of her collectively an overt act. So it was culminated by his state of intoxication coupled with his overt act created the well-founded fear
What overt
for
act?
her to block the attack, to self-restrain or physically restrain George Torres in the suitcase, to actually use the bat to prevent him from getting out of the suitcase, because she knew she was going to get attacked.
So they're going to admit she used the bat. So the prosecution never talked about using the bat. Now she's going to talk about using the bat on him. Well, they're going all in.
And the basis of the opinion of about to be attacked is predicated on the prior incidences of violence, correct? Based on
Well, there's
her
an overt
knowledge.
act committed by George Torres, but she was heightened because she knows when he gets to that level of intoxication in that scenario, and that's an issue.
So I need clarification. What is it that you're asking me to do?
For me to be able to elicit from Sarah Boone that she was concerned once that second bottle was brought, and that's why she tried to placate him over the course of the evening, and that's why she had a heightened sense that he was capable, Judge, due to his degree of intoxication, that he may act violently towards her. And the problem is, a lot of the problem is, Judge, he doesn't remember battering her the next day. That's part of the reason that she videotapes him and photographs him.
This is outside the jury's presence. He is trying to argue what he wants to bring up in his questioning of Sarah Boone. And so this is just like, he's trying to make these arguments, and the judge has got to rule whether he can even make these arguments. And of course, the prosecution is going to oppose because it's all just shit that's made up, right?
At that point, the reason she was so confident during that 2-minute video is because she knew, okay, this is my chance. He can't get to me. I can tell him exactly what he does that bothers me, that hurts me, and how I feel. And so that's all tied together within.
That's so damning, because that saying, if that's how she feels, she felt malice, right? Proves the case, right?
He starts to try to get out of the suitcase, and she reacts the way she does.
Response.
That's an affirmative defense.
Already, the court has ruled there are no new arguments being made. The court understands exactly what Sarah Boone, the defendant, said to Dr. Werner on October 2nd. The court knows exactly what the defendant said to Dr. Harper over the period of number of months and years, and there was no overt act. The overt act has to be something that is objectively reasonable to cause a reasonable person to believe there's an imminent fear of great bodily harm or death.
There needs to be something he did.
Testimony is not that that's what has occurred, that there's her new testimony is this generalized fear, but you've already read that and you've already ruled on that. And I'll just remind the court that her previous testimony is, it's all fun and games, we're laughing, I zipped the suitcase shut, we're still both laughing, it's funny, and then the decedent says,
It was
"I
a
can't
good
breathe."
day.
And then she flips a switch, gets angry because it reminds her of all the times before where she is asserting that the decedent made her feel like she couldn't breathe. And then that's when she starts beating and shuffling the suitcase so much that it flips over and hitting him with the bat. We've covered this ground. Aggravated assault, aggravated battery, 2 independent forcible felonies. She's committing false imprisonment. She is the initial aggressor after there being no overt act. She can't start it and then say, well, I'm in fear of retaliation, because that's what her testimony was, is once I started doing these things, once I wouldn't let him out of the suitcase, I was afraid he would come out and harm me or kill me. Well, Judge, if I pull a gun on you and I say, give me everything you own on you right now, and then you in turn pull a gun on me and say, bam, 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 and shoot and kill me, and I shoot, let me strike that. You pull a gun on me to defend yourself, and then I shoot and kill you. I can't assert self-defense. I can't
He
say,
fucked
well,
that
Judge
hypo up.
Kranick pulled a gun on me and I was in fear of death, because I was the initial aggressor. I was committing a forcible felony.
Exactly.
That's the facts of
That's
this
the point.
case here, according
He
to
fucked it
her
up at first,
previous
but-
testimony. And the state concedes if she wants to change her testimony again, that's one thing, and then we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But if she testifies as she previously has, the court has already ruled there's no overt act, and you've read the transcripts. You know what she has said.
Judge, she hasn't testified. She hasn't testified. Dr. Harper's testified. Dr. Warner's testified.
They have not testified. They've given depositions.
Well, given depositions, but she hasn't testified about the act in question. She hasn't testified.
She's
about
going to make
the
something
act
up.
in question.
She's going to say there was
We
something
had
that he did.
Consultations and evaluations by Dr. Harper where they had discussions that Dr. Harper could relate in her testimony. Dr. Warner can say what was said during the evaluation. Again, both of those were not reported. There may be disputes. I disagree with his characterization of that assessment, but it's up to Sarah to tell the truth here today. She's under oath. She's under oath.
She's going to change her story yet again.
She's
That's
got an
right.
obligation to tell the truth. If he thinks she's made prior inconsistent statements, it's up to him to impeach her with those inconsistent statements.
To the extent that you are requesting permission to go into presumably and seemingly prior bad acts, vis-a-vis, he got the wine and I know what happens when he gets it and everything that follows from that, those are bad acts. That is character. And the Florida Supreme Court has provided guidance and circumstances, specifically in Holland, on what needs to be done. You're attempting to provide information that the defendant was apprehensive of the victim at the time of the homicide by virtue of the wine, etc., as you've proffered. That's bad character evidence that you're going to be bringing in. Historic bad character evidence. This is what happens when he drinks. This is what happens when I don't placate him. This is the situation that I find myself in, which inevitably may dovetail into prior incidents of abuse. That's all prohibited character under 404, 9404. And the carve out for that is if a overt act is established. It's not a subjective standard. It's an objective standard. The jury instruction 3.6F identifies it being an objective standard. And the Akendo case specifically tells us that it's an objective standard. And Akendo, the second DCA in 2023 stated the conduct of a person acting in self-defense is measured by an objective standard, but the standard must be applied to the facts and circumstances as they appeared at the time of the altercation to the one acting in self-defense. I'm going to rely on Holland. Holland is the law of the land. It is what the Supreme Court has told us to utilize. That's what I will be relying on. The overt act has to be established.
Ms. Boone, do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Anything else?
We cannot talk about any prior bad acts or anything of that nature until we talk about the actual event, the attack. Correct? You understand?
Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, state?
Okay.
Defense, anything else, sir? All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring in our jury.
This is gonna get crazy, guys. Strap in.
Entering.
I can't believe she's actually going to testify. This is nuts.
It's gonna be a shit show, which is gonna
State,
be
do you
great
recognize our
content.
jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, thank you. Y'all can be seated. Members of the jury, after seated and comfortable, if you could raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the
We
court's
need to pull.
instructions
How
during
many
the break.
times is she going to say
Record reflect
intentionally?
all hands have been raised. With that, state has rested. The defense is going to put on a case. Defense, Mr. Owens, you can call your first witness.
The defense would call Sarah Boone.
Here we go. Should we get an objection counter? Oh no, shot every objection.
I do.
All right, ma'am, you could take a seat. And if you could, state and spell your name for the record for us.
Sarah Boone, 101077.
And could you spell your name?
SARAHBOONE.
All right, thank you very much. Sir, you may inquire.
Ms. Boone, would you please tell the jury where you were born and raised?
Atlanta, Georgia.
You were born in Atlanta?
I was born in Atlanta.
And how long did you stay in Atlanta before you moved here to Florida?
I was 3 years old, 3 or 4.
Okay. And from that time, y'all moved, you and your family, your mother and father, moved to Orlando?
And my grandparents.
Okay. You all moved down from Atlanta down to Orlando?
Yes, and my 2 brothers.
Okay. And were you raised here essentially from that time on?
Yes.
And you resided here in Orange County, Florida that entire time?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go to high school here locally?
I did.
Where did you go to high school?
Edgewater.
Okay. And tell the jury, how old were you when you graduated?
I was 18 years old.
Now, I know you lost your mother and father.
Overruled.
I know you lost your mother and father in your teens and in your 20s. Is that true?
I lost my grandfather when I was a sophomore in high school, and I lost my father when I was a senior. And then my mother passed away a few years after that, and then my grandmother passed away after my mother died.
All right, so you were in your 20s when all that was going on?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point in your 20s, you met Brian Boone?
I did, yes.
All right. And how long did y'all date before you married?
A good handful of years. I helped my family with paying mortgage and bills for the house since my father had passed away and my grandfather. So
So you worked outside the home?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury when you said you and Brian Boone dated for a while? Do you remember when y'all married?
I do.
Could you tell the jury when y'all were married?
The year?
Yeah.
You
remember the date?
It happened to be, yes, that after my mother passed away, that he had waited to ask me to marry him because he knew it would be, I would.
Sustained.
Just answer the question if you can, Ms. Boone.
We're at 2.
Are you a little bit nervous?
A little bit.
Okay. Well, just tell the jury if you remember the date that you and Brian Boone married.
August 21st, 2004.
Okay. And had y'all lived with each other for a short time before that?
Short time.
Yes. Okay, after you married, how long was it before y'all had any children?
Gosh, 6 years?
Okay. And y'all have one son.
Yes.
What's his name?
Lucas.
And how old is Lucas now?
Lucas will be 14 years old on the 28th.
28th of this month?
Yes.
Okay. So you and Brian were married and y'all lived in Orange County. How long were y'all married?
For 13 years.
All right, and y'all divorced?
Yes.
And as part of the divorce, were y'all to share custody of your son?
Yes.
And so y'all would split days, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
She was a negligent mom. That's already on the record.
Sometime after you and Brian split up, did you meet George Torres?
Yes.
All right, could you tell the jury how you met George Torres?
I met George when I decided to buck up, I guess, and was tired of trying to patch things up with my ex-husband. And I decided to go one day for a walk across the street and go have a beer by myself and sit and people watch just to get out of my house.
Kat, they're
and
going to try to humanize
change
her
of
as
scenery.
much as
All
possible.
right, now is this your apartment?
No, this is the marital home.
Okay. Where is that marital home?
Winter Park?
You're no longer living in that marital home?
No.
Who lives in the marital home?
No one. It has been sold.
Okay. So you met George Torres before you got the apartment.
She left her employed husband for a loser.
And you met him at a bar across the street from the marital home?
Yes, we had a mutual friend there.
Were you introduced?
Yes.
All right. How did you and George get along when y'all first met?
Very well. It was strange how quickly we hit things off and had so much in common. And I never thought that he would be interested in someone like me. And I just couldn't believe that he was actually interested in me and said a lot of nice things. And
They both had intense
1
love for
hour ended up being
suitcases.
4 hours from when we had first met. And then we would always have something to talk about.
Why couldn't you believe that he would be interested in you?
He was very handsome. He was very funny. He was smart, and I would show up in workout clothes and disheveled hair, and I guess I kind of felt broken from being in the process of the divorce that he knew about. But then one of the things that we could relate also was the fact that he was here in Florida because he had just been divorced from his second wife. So that was another topic that he and I could compare notes on.
So eventually the divorce was settled. Did you get your own place?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that after at first you lived in your parents' home, correct?
Yes, until I was married.
And then you moved directly in with Brian?
Yes.
And then y'all lived in the marital home, correct?
Yes.
And then you got this apartment.
Yes.
So that was the first time in your life that you actually had your own place.
Yes.
And what was the address?
4748 France Court, apartment number 3.
And what city is that in?
It's in Winter Park.
How far is that from here?
20 minutes.
Okay. So you got that apartment, and initially were you by yourself?
No.
All right, tell the jury.
In the almost year, about 10 months of separation from Brian, my ex-husband, that is the time when I met George. And my ex-husband was trying to buy me out or force me out of our marital home, and I needed to find somewhere to live. And
so did you and George agree to rent the apartment?
yes, I needed extra income. We could not afford it just on my own.
You were receiving some income from the marriage settlement, were you not?
Yes.
So you did have a consistent monthly income coming in from the marriage settlement?
For the most part, yes.
But you needed more to live.
Yes, to pay the bills and for rent.
So did you and George have some agreement?
We did.
All right, what was the agreement?
The agreement was that if I decided for he and I to live with one another, because it would be under my name, that he would help with the monthly bills and on a regular basis where it wouldn't be something that I would have to argue with him about. It would just be an automatic. Make sure that everything's paid first, and then from there, hopefully have some fun with it.
Okay. So I understand from that point on, would it be fair to say that y'all saw each other on and off for about the next 3.5 years?
No, I would consider us a couple. At some point, he asked me to marry him.
Okay. But y'all did have times where he left and went to live with his parents.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And there were times where there was an understanding that y'all were going to break up.
Multiple times.
Okay. All right. So again, on again, off again.
Yes. This was actually before we had our apartment. That was, I guess, our dating phase.
Okay. So y'all were together for 3.5 years. Is that fair?
Yes.
And y'all had actually agreed to marry?
He had asked me, yes, a couple of times to marry him, and one time I agreed to yes.
Okay. Now, I want to get directly to the date of this event. So
Guys, remember, her testimony is going to be boring. It's cross-examination where it'll be interesting.
So
Correct.
tell us, I believe the date is February the 23rd of 2020. Explain to the jury that whole day, from the time y'all got up, the whole thing.
Approach.
God damn. So yeah, no, Ava's exactly right on that. This is going to be foundation. Once again, like you said, they're trying to humanize her, trying to make her look soft. The direct examination, their whole point is to make her look believable. So they want you to think this is a human being. You cannot convict them of murder because they're a real person. They did nothing wrong. They want you to know her story. This is going to be long. This is probably going to take the rest of the day, even just for the direct examination, not even let alone the
Look,
cross.
she cannot contain her smile. She's trying so hard not to smile.
Because she's fighting it. She was laughing outside the presence of the jury. And you can see the corners of her mouth there about to turn. She doesn't show a lot of remorse, which is one of the things that is very telling for certain personality types, right? And she smiled there talking to the jury. This is a very serious, obviously a very serious, solemn proceeding. Yeah.
It's
Smug.
weird.
This is a narcissist's wet dream.
Remember
Everything's
the date
about
of
them right
February
now. They're
23rd,
exactly where they
2020?
want to be.
Yes.
Do you remember getting up?
Yes.
All right, just tell the jury about that morning.
They're asking about the
What
day.
y'all did that morning. What you and George, you and
Let's-
George spent the night together.
Let's see if this lines up.
Yes, at that point, he was living there.
Yes. So y'all slept in the bed together upstairs, February. So you would have gotten up, y'all would have gotten up that morning, February 23rd of 2020.
Yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when y'all got up.
He was already downstairs, and I went downstairs, and he wanted to start the day off by drinking because it was a day off from his job. And I talked him into cleaning and tidying up the house for a sense of accomplishment. So that is what we did for however long that it took. So we did tidy up the house and got everything in order, and it was kind of a reward, I guess, to be able to sit and enjoy ourselves and sit on the back porch.
All right, what do you mean by cleaning up the house? What did y'all do?
We swept and mopped. We folded some of the laundry. I know that we did the dishes, emptied the dishwasher, just general run-of-the-mill tidying up.
And did you have your son coming the next day?
Yes, that was one of the reasons why we were able to do that.
What was the arrangement you had in terms of the next day would have been your day to pick up your son from school?
Yes,
What time would you pick Lucas up from school the next day?
I believe his school ended at 3 o'clock.
So you would have been responsible to pick him up, and he would be spending the night with you that night.
So we got this
You
one.
wanted to
Charlie.
have the house nice and clean.
Yes,
How many bedrooms are in the home?
2.
And you and George had one bedroom? And who had the other?
Lucas.
All right. Is that exclusively his bedroom?
Yes.
All right. So how long would it have taken y'all that morning to clean?
I don't really remember what time we woke up, but maybe a good 2, maybe 3 hours.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you and George both smoked cigarettes?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that you and George both drink alcohol?
Yes.
So at some point, y'all finished your chores, right? And then y'all were going to enjoy the day.
Yes.
All right. What was the plan?
It was just kind of, we've got the day to ourselves. Let's just kind of relax and go with the flow.
Did y'all make a decision that y'all were going to start drinking?
Yes, we had a half of a bottle that was already in the refrigerator, and I did not want to go out afterwards.
Here comes the volume.
Lucas coming the next day, so we went over to Publix to purchase another bottle of wine. So we could not have to go out later on that evening.
So real quick here, I'm going to pause this. In her interviews, she said that he went to go purchase.
Oh, now it's changing.
She changed the story there. Catch that point.
You were here in court when the state played the video of you two and the Publix purchasing the bottle of wine.
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to here with the jury right now?
Changing her story.
Okay. And that was around noonish?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Had y'all started drinking the leftover bottle before going to the Publix?
No.
Okay. So y'all bought a bottle of wine?
Yes.
All right. And how did y'all get to Publix?
My car.
How far is Publix from your apartment?
5 minutes.
How would you get there from your apartment?
What do you mean?
Did you
A
have to
Magnum
go
bottle of
across
wine.
any major highways, or
Yeah,
is it right
1.5.
You
1.5.
just come out of our apartment complex and you do a little U-turn and then you come up and it's right in that complex.
Okay. But it's easier to drive than to walk.
Yes.
I know at sometimes y'all would simply need cigarettes and it was in walking distance. Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes, there was a AutoZone convenience store with in the same, I guess, parking lot of our townhome, our complex, and it was just a straight shot from our apartment to a back gate, and you could get right into the convenience store from right there.
Okay. But y'all went over to get that bottle of wine around noonish, and how did you took your car?
Yes.
Did George have a vehicle?
We did not.
And how did you pay for the wine?
With my debit card.
And then y'all came back and started drinking?
Yes.
Okay, tell us what you did when you got back from the Publix.
Just went on the back porch where we usually spend our time because we're able to smoke cigarettes outside as opposed to inside. And
Is cigarette smoking not allowed indoors?
it is not.
Okay.
Generally, yes.
Do you have pets?
Yes, I do.
Well, did you have pets?
I did, yes.
Okay.
A mega liter.
Were they with y'all
Charlesburg,
there?
mega
that
liter,
day?
1.5.
Yes, my dogs were with me all the time when I was there.
How many dogs do you have?
I have 2,
And just what are their names?
Penny and Tess.
And what is the breed?
They are red Boston Terriers.
And are they both disabled?
Yes, Penny is blind and Tef is deaf.
So when y'all went out to smoke on the back porch and drink, I assume as well, correct?
Yes.
Did y'all take the dogs out?
Oh, yes.
Is there a place for them to do their business out there?
Yes, I extended our back porch for them to have a little bit of area as opposed to going from a large backyard from my marital home to our little townhome. And they would come out there and do their business, and I could sometimes I would open the gate and then walk them in the back part of our apartment.
So you and George were just going to enjoy.
She can't bring herself to say apartment. I find that interesting.
Is it fair to say y'all don't have a lot of money?
Yes.
And so y'all were going to do something there in the home. Y'all weren't going out for dinner or.
Home
Yes,
sounds more
we
friendly.
Primarily, I would consider us homebodies as opposed to going out and partying and doing this and that.
Okay. And how long do you
You're
think you all were
partying in the
out,
house with 1.5 liters of
that afternoon outside?
wine.
A few hours.
All right. Could you tell the jury what y'all did during that time?
We have a dartboard that's out there, and we just had drinks, and we're just really enjoying each other's company and talking about, things upcoming. We both were looking for a job, and just kind of, I guess, encouraging and supporting and planning. And
Well, now you said he had a job. Was he looking for a job, a second job?
no, the job that he had was very unstable, and at that,
So he was looking for something new.
yes, at that time, yes.
Okay. And so during that 2 or 3 hours, would it be fair to say that y'all drank the bottle?
Yes.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that y'all were feeling
There's
the
a little
effects of
bit
the
of
alcohol?
leading here, but I guess not enough to object.
Okay.
Yeah, that is leading. And real quick, mind you, an important factor here is before she said remember the first interview, she was sober. In the first interview with the cops, she was
Okay.
sober. Then she said she was drinking, but she said she did not drink the entire bottle.
Okay.
Now she's saying and changing her testimony that she drank the whole bottle. So we
Oh.
have 3 different versions of how much she drank. So how drunk was she is now transforming over time.
At some point, who made the decision to come in?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah,
Why-
she
why'd
said,
y'all-
I
why'd
can't
you
get
wanna come
drunk.
in?
She made that statement.
I felt that George needed a change of scenery.
Okay, so y'all came in, and then did y'all do anything else before he left again? Were y'all doing anything?
Do you have sex?
I know y'all did some arts and crafts. What did y'all do? At some point, he went to get another bottle at Publix.
Yes. After, I believe it was after it was right before, I believe, that we had gone inside. Because he called his daughters. I was trying to encourage him to call his family.
Okay, now where are his daughters?
His 2 daughters are located in Pennsylvania.
And what are their names?
So now there's 2.5
Anna
bottles.
and Destiny.
And how old are they?
I believe that Anna is in her 30s, and Destiny may be in her early 20s.
All right, does he have any more children?
Yes, he has a son.
And where does his son?
He is in Pennsylvania also.
So part of that afternoon is y'all came in to call relatives, call family.
No, I had him call outside, just trying to, I guess, boost the mood. And the first daughter didn't answer, and I don't remember the reason I didn't speak to the second one. I believe he did. It was just for a moment.
And whose phone we are using?
My phone.
All right. And is
Sarah's
that
up,
common
Mark.
for y'all
Sarah's
to
up.
use that for y'all to share that phone?
It was because George said that he didn't have a phone, so it would either be lost or given to him by his mother. So I didn't know he had a cell phone, so we would use my phone.
So it was primarily your phone.
Yes.
Okay. And you took a lot of photographs that were on that phone,
Yes.
videotapes,
Yes.
text messages,
Yes.
phone calls.
Yes. He and I both on the phone calls.
So he would use it as well.
Yes.
And that phone, is that the one that was seized in this case?
Yes.
All right, so y'all called his daughters, and then during that phone call period, did you also call his brother?
Yes.
Okay, and which brother was that?
John.
All right, now, how many brothers and sisters does George have?
I'm going to list them if that's okay.
Okay.
It's John, Pharrell, Isaac, Mo, and his sister.
Okay. And do they all live here in Florida?
Yes.
Are they close by?
As far as I know, yes.
What about his parents?
Yes.
They live here as well?
Yes.
Okay. But his
People are asking about the
ex-wives
phone. I
his
want to
children
note
live up
she
in
mentions that they had a communal
Philadelphia.
phone, whatever that means.
So you called the girls, then you called, or George called his brother.
Yes.
Was that conversation that long?
No, it was not.
And then after that phone call, were y'all inside by this time?
Yes, at this point, I believe that it was a good time to get a change of scenery. So I thought George would be better off inside, and frankly, I didn't want to be outside any longer either.
Okay. So just to get an idea, about this time is when he went to get the second bottle, or did y'all stay inside for a while before he left?
No, from what I recall, I thought the day was over and it was going to be get ready for the evening, for the day. What do you want for dinner? You know, do you have an extra load of laundry that you need to throw in, kind of thing? And that was my understanding. And
This was about 5-ish or something?
I don't remember the time.
Okay. At some point during that time period, did George go to Publix again?
Yes, I thought he was going to be walking to the convenience store, but apparently when he returned, he had gone across the street with my car and my debit card to buy another bottle of wine.
What was your understanding of where he was going?
To the convenience store, walking.
For what?
Cigarettes.
Okay. And you learned obviously that he came back and you learned that he'd used your vehicle
Yes,
and he'd used your debit card
yes,
and he'd brought back a bottle of wine from Publix.
right,
And you saw the Publix video of that.
yes.
So he comes back with the other bottle of wine, and did he want you to drink with him?
It was expected, yes.
Yes. And you agreed to consume the second bottle with him?
Yes.
So over the course of that evening, drinking the wine, what did y'all do for time-wise? Watch a movie, music, just kind of tell the jury what you remember. I know it's obviously been a while, but.
It was kind of a regular thing where I would always try to come up with entertaining activities for George, and I bought a puzzle. We started off at one point doing a smaller puzzle, and then we did that very quickly. So then I purchased a larger puzzle, and I believe it was 1,000 pieces. So I thought to get his mind off of things and to focus on something, it would be smart for us to do the puzzle. So for however long that took, we finished the puzzle. So that was one.
Did you every piece was finished, or was it?
Up. Hold on. That was like, give a little error there.
Oh.
Court TV was having an issue on their end. Hold on one second. It's a Court TV issue.
What's the point of bringing up the puzzle?
Just what they were doing.
Is that the one that was seized in this case?
Yes.
Oh, let me go back a little bit.
Do you have pets?
Let me go
You
back.
and George spent the night together at the apartment.
Yes, at that point he was living there.
Yes.
Okay.
So y'all slept in the bed together upstairs.
Okay.
February. So you or his daughters?
His two daughters.
Well, I think I got
Yes, at this point, I believe that it was a good time to get a change of scenery. So I thought George would be better off inside, and frankly,
Yeah, I think we got that already.
So he comes back with the other bottle of wine.
Hold
and
on.
did he
I'm
want
sorry.
you
I'll
to
just
drink
scroll forward here.
It's been a while.
But I was
So we
trying
get
to
to the
come up
puzzle part. Because we're on the puzzle part.
point doing a smaller puzzle and then
Here's the
pieces.
puzzle part.
So
Here we
I
go.
thought to get his mind off of things and to focus on
Sorry, guys. That's Court
something,
TV.
it would
They
be
fucked up.
smart for us to do the puzzle. So for however long that took, we finished the puzzle. So that was one.
Did you every piece was finished, or was it?
Every piece was finished. It was strange that we couldn't find one piece, and we thought it was funny that it was like in like the perfect place on there. But yes, every one but one piece.
All right. After
They couldn't find the
puzzle,
one piece.
What did y'all do?
I decided to continue to maintain and focus him, and I have a bunch of paints that I used of my son's that his grandmother bought him. It's a very big art wooden box, and it's got pastels, pencils, paint, any kind of whatever. And he and I were very much into art. And with this resource, it got him very interested in being more creative.
How long have you been into art?
Ever since I can remember. As a child,
You like to draw?
I like to do anything artistic.
And I know, we saw some of the pictures of your apartment, but it looks like there was pictures and artwork up. Is that all your work and George's work?
The majority of it, yes, are belongings from my home. And then also some of George's, yes, on the wall.
Was he pretty good at art as well?
Yes,
All right, so you both enjoyed doing that.
very much.
So y'all got out Lucas's art set. What did y'all do with that?
We were just, I guess, doodling, whatever. I would always tell him that everything that you make is a masterpiece. So just let loose and just let it go. And we would just paint and paint and drink, yes, and listen to music sometimes, and yes.
Now with the dogs, did y'all get the dogs
It
involved?
sounds so weird how she talks about him like he's a student
dancing going on with
and
the dogs?
she's like
Yes, after we had
a play
completed the
school
puzzle and,
owner. I don't know. It's weird.
I guess we're painted out. I thought that it might be a good point for us to maybe listen to some music. And the music that George listens to is it's very fractious to me, and it was definitely not going to lighten the mood. So we ended up finding some channel on the radio, and he was feeling it. And then we ended up, my one dog gets very active and was dancing with us, and we were just having a good time listening to music.
And I guess it's getting pretty late in the evening.
Yes.
Anything else I've missed?
I don't believe so.
All right. So tell us where y'all ended up before you started the game of hide and seek.
We were there. I couldn't think of anything else possibly that I had to continue entertainment, but I remember sitting at the end
They're
of
really
the couch
doing the hide and
and
seek thing.
I'm sitting
Okay.
in my son's. one of
They
my
haven't
son's
abandoned
sofas
that.
in the living room, and just kind of doing this. Like, what are we gonna do now? Like, I very much would like to go to sleep.
Had y'all finished off the that bottle that he had bought?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Bless you.
Yeah, she doesn't remember because she was drunk.
That as the day wore on, the more y'all consumed.
Yes.
All right. And would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more you consumed, the more effects you felt from the alcohol?
Of course, yes.
Both of you.
Yes.
Okay. So you would agree, would you not, that at the time y'all were trying to figure out something to do and you put your head on the couch, that would it be fair to say that y'all were intoxicated?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
At one point, I guess he knew that I couldn't come up with anything else, tapped me on my knee and said, "You're it." So from there, I ran up the stairs and hid into our shower, just waiting for him to find me so we could hopefully go to sleep soon at some point. And
Your shower, is it a tub or just a walk-in?
it's a tub, but it's in the master bedroom, and you have to
Tag,
go all the way
yeah, it's
upstairs
not
to
the wrong
the bedroom,
game.
and then you have to go into
Bring in the
bathroom,
game
and then
expert.
there's the shower.
So did you lay down in the tub?
At one point, yes, I was.
So you were hiding?
She will never be king of the pirates.
Trying.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
And did
Never.
you believe that he was going to come try to find you?
Yes,
Did you wait?
yes, for quite some time.
All right, then what did you decide to do?
That I decided that I need
Did
to go to
anybody
sleep.
have a
I'm
force
picking
field?
my son up the next day, and we need to start wrapping up the evening. And I went downstairs to find where he was.
And what, I think the jury has seen pictures of your, would you call it an apartment or
It's considered a townhome.
a townhome? So you walk down the stairs, right?
Mhm.
A temple?
Stairs is a
New
bookshelf
poll in
here?
the chat.
Yes, at the very end of it, yes.
Okay, so you walk down the stairs and You turn and look in the living room. What did you see?
I don't
Andrew,
even
quick,
think I
put
made it all
Reem
the
in
way
the
down the
suitcase while she's
stairwell because
sleeping.
I was just looking for him as soon as
Thanks,
I
Emma.
could to hopefully go upstairs as soon as we could.
I went to pick up my
And,
food.
I looked over and I saw him settling himself in the suitcase.
All right, tell us about the suitcase.
Okay, so her comment now is that he put himself in the suitcase, right?
Is it an older suitcase?
Yes.
Whose suitcase was it?
This is George's suitcase.
All right, and did he use it for traveling back and forth to Philly?
Yes, I had recently taken him on a trip to go see his children in Pennsylvania, who he hasn't seen in years. And we took that with us. And because of how dilapidated it was, how broken
Ava
it
and
was,
Rima are neck
in
and
the
neck in the
end,
tag
after
war.
that trip, we decided that we would donate it.
All right, and
I took
I understand
him
y'all
to
y'all
her
kept the
kids,
suitcase
by the way.
upstairs.
To his kids, by the way.
How long did y'all keep it upstairs?
Since we had moved in,
Is there a closet up there you kept it in?
yes, it was in the master closet, the master bedroom closet, all the way in the back because of the size of it, and there was nowhere to put it, so it's all the way in the back.
So when did y'all decide to move it down from upstairs to downstairs? Was it that day or sometime earlier?
No, it was maybe a week or so prior.
And so what, y'all were gonna donate that to Goodwill or?
Yes, we were going to do, I guess, a spring cleaning. Anyone who has children understands that they grow quickly, and there was a lot of
God,
clothes
these are
that I needed
so
to,
on the line for
go
leading.
through of my sons, and
They're
then
letting it happen. It's
also
not material. It doesn't
from
matter.
George and I moving in and just kind of putting everything in there.
They'll get it
you know,
later.
at one point where we just needed to actually go through it and organize it and get things more in order.
So is that the reason it was downstairs? You were gonna donate it and a bunch of things that you're gonna put inside of it.
Correct, yes.
It's leading as hell. This is leading as
It's been
hell.
down there a week, so it was already down there.
Yes, George brought it down.
Okay. So you said that you got down there, you're looking for him, you see him settling into the suitcase.
Yes.
What did you do?
In my head, I said, oh man, we're obviously not going to be going to sleep anytime soon. And I walked over and he was trying to get himself flat, so I couldn't tell that he was in there. And then
Now, let me stop you there. The suitcase, is it the suitcase over here in the
yes,
box? You've seen it, you saw it.
yes,
It's a pretty big suitcase.
yes.
It's
How
big.
big is George?
George was my
It's
height,
not that big.
How tall are you?
No.
I'm 5'3".
Rima's a size queen.
And how much did,
It's not. And he was
thought it was
5'2".
100
He's
pounds.
62 inches. That's not 5'3". That's 5'2".
I was 98 pounds.
all right, do you agree you put on some weight?
Since I've been incarcerated, yes.
Well, at the time, though, y'all were pretty skinny.
Yes.
So, from the pictures, it looks like y'all were both pretty thin.
Yes.
Just wait,
All right,
chat.
so because of his thinness, is that how, and he's a small man.
Yes.
Okay, so he was able to get in the suitcase on his own.
Yes.
Did he willingly get in the suitcase?
He was already in there.
Okay, when you got to him, did he see you?
Yes.
All right, tell us what happened.
I mean, it just kind of, I zipped him up. We thought it was funny. And we're joking about how he was, I guess, small enough to fit inside of the suitcase.
All right, so what happened then?
From there, it was just, we were laughing about it. And it was just strange that he was small enough to fit in there. And then I kind of moved it around a little bit with him in the suitcase still. It was still funny that he was still in the suitcase. Just, I think he and I were just kind of, couldn't believe that he could fit in the suitcase.
Did you eventually close the top?
Yes, in order for, well, the top was already closed. As he was settling himself in there, that's how I knew he was in there, was because the top was kind of flopping a little bit.
Okay. So he had got in there to hide and he pulled the top
Yes.
on top of it, but you could tell he was in there. Yes.
You saw him right away.
Yes.
All right. So at some point, did you zip him up?
Yes.
Did you? And what was he saying or doing when you were zipping him up?
We just thought it was funny.
Were you both laughing?
Yes.
All fun and games.
So you zipped him up. Were y'all still laughing once you zipped him up?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened then.
From there, I moved the suitcase around a couple of times, just kind of on the wheels and moved it around. And at that point, it was funny. We were joking and laughing about it.
All right, now eventually, did you go sit down on the couch and get your phone?
Yes.
Did I miss something?
Well, the suitcase had
This is totally leading.
me moving it around was flopped over. So while it was like that, I thought at that point I had a moment to, I guess, take the time to talk to him while I guess he was not able to get out for a moment.
So you flipped it. You got it on the top, right?
Yeah.
He gets in, but at some point you flip it over so the zipper is on the bottom.
Well, it was just kind of how I was moving it around that it ended up kind of flopping. So
it was upside down.
Yeah. So we're still waiting for the threat to life.
So after you did that, what did you do?
That's when I went over and decided to videotape to just see the, I guess the jest in it for him to understand that right now I feel safe and right now I have the ability to actually speak to you in a manner that normally I would not have the ability to do.
And you were intoxicated.
Yes.
And you would agree that you said some things you should not have.
Yes.
But you realized he could not get out and get at you.
Was he asking?
Can't determine if she was
Sorry.
intoxicated or
I'll
not.
pause this because I wanted you guys to not speak over her.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Ask your question.
Was he asking to be let out in the video or not?
Repeatedly.
Then how
He
can
said-
she say that they were laughing and joking when they have this on tape?
That's a very good question for cross-examination, Rima.
Okay.
She's making it sound like they were having an afternoon tea.
Yes, yeah.
She's making it sound like this was all willy-nilly.
And she says like, oh, I moved him around probably to explain like the injuries and the fact that it was flipped and stuff.
She's just making it sound like everything was okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, Ava, did you have something to say before I unpause it here? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, I'll let it go.
Oh, all right, Ken. No, I can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember.
Okay. I'll read some of the super chats. Sarah Boone is giving off Amber Heard vibes. She'll never be king of the pirates. I agree. Tanya Lullaby for 99 says, Elf Pirate Ava, your smug face reminds me of an old anime meme that an anime girl wearing a crop top stretched out saying, now masturbate and go to bed. Armand for 2 Canadian said she came with a lot of baggage. And I'll talk about, there's also Frostbit says her lawyer basically just admitted to giving her the baby seal treatment in a self-defense murder case was not on my bingo card. Yeah. There's 2 more questions from Anthony and Bad News Badger, but these are longer, so I'm going to wait till after.
Yes.
So it goes on for about 10 minutes.
Yes.
You heard it here today, did you not?
Yes.
You heard his voice as he was speaking from the suitcase.
Yes.
That was his voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
And you heard your voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
That was your voice.
Yes.
All those things said by the man were said by George in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
All the words said by the female were said by you in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
Were you intending on showing him the video the next day?
Yes.
At the time or the next day, is it fair to say you don't even remember a videotape?
I do not.
So from what you can tell from watching it, did that refresh your memory about that event?
It did.
Why did you say all that?
Okay, so there she's getting into once again. Understand, guys, she is going to get destroyed on cross-examination. What you're asking, like, why are these softball? Like, they can't really, objections can only slow this down. I mean, and they haven't gotten to a point that changes this legally. But at this point, she still has not named an overt act, something he did when he's outside the suitcase to threaten her. And because of that, we don't get self-defense. And we don't get BWS either. So there's no way, even with this, to get
No,
there.
there's no way. You don't. Yeah, those are out the window.
They're completely out the window with her framing. So how they try to argue this is insane. So this is where they're going to get to. She hasn't said an overt act. We're done here. They can't go into self-defense.
This is never gonna work.
Yes. And she's is she smiling here?
Is it in her interest to cry, or do they tell them not to cry? Like, I feel like if you mistakenly killed somebody, you would feel awful.
Look at her. No, that's holding back a smile. That's the
She's
classic.
trying not to smile. Look right there. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at her. Look at
the
this.
sides of the mouth, unless she's
The
got a
corner of the
disorder.
mouth, yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah. Right there, right there. It's like she's painfully trying not to smile.
I mean, it could be nervousness. Some people laugh when they're nervous. I do.
Okay, I do that too, sometimes, but not like this.
I think she does have NPD, narcissistic personality disorder.
Well, was there a psychological test?
No, well, there doesn't need to be for that. Like, they wouldn't order that because narcissism doesn't affect your guilt or innocence, right? So if you're a narcissist, that doesn't get you out of a crime. And it also doesn't make you
Mr. Jones,
guilty.
you may proceed.
Okay.
So they wouldn't assess it. She's smirking though.
It's weird.
All right, I'm talking about just the 2-minute video part.
And remember, the jury really pays attention to body language.
Could you just tell the jury
Jeez.
Charlie says, Rima, I can't breathe, let me out.
what your feelings were at the time, and then explain that to the jury? You mentioned, you talked about it before. You said he was in that confined space
Leading.
and it was my chance.
Leading.
Is that, do you want to elaborate on that, or?
Sure. I want you all to know that the majority of the time, am always afraid and always scared.
All right, well, I understand that. Okay, I understand that. But would it be fair to say that
This is leading.
you had some anger at that point?
I did.
Would it be fair to say that you wanted to tell him off to some degree?
I just wanted, yes, for him to have a better understanding.
Oh God. Okay. Now at this point, this is leading to. I get why persecution isn't objecting now.
I don't know. Maybe they're going to cross the shit out of her.
And did you want him to feel some uncomfort?
I did.
They want to get through this fast, and they want to get through this testimony fast, so they're not going to object to too much.
Yes.
And then we saw a second video, which is approximately 11 minutes later. And you've seen that video that was played to the jury. It was 22 seconds long.
Yes.
And I don't think you speak in that video. You hear George say Sarah one time.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So between the 2-minute video and the 22-second video is an 11-minute period. Would you tell the jury what happened?
We continue to, I guess, speak to one another, and his tone changed, and I knew the tone, and we ended up, I guess, arguing back and forth with one another, and it was the things that he was saying very much frightened me, and cursing at me and threatening me. And
did he want you to let him out of the suitcase?
I'm sure so.
Okay. Go ahead, tell the jury.
And it got very heated very quickly, and he continued to push on the suitcase And my fear was that he was going to break out of the suitcase knowing that it was a broken suitcase. And his hand started to come through, his hand started to come through this way. And so I shook the suitcase, trying to get his hand to go back in, shaking it, and telling him that, please stop doing this. Please stop doing this to me. Please stop doing this to me.
So his hand actually got out of the suitcase.
Yes.
And you went to the suitcase.
Yes.
And shook it.
Yes.
Which, okay, real quick. She said she never touched the suitcase. She also said she never did any of this. So this is contradicting her prior testimony, which Cross will get.
Did that force his hand to go back in?
No.
So you're shaking
We don't
it.
need Spidey
You're
for
shaking
that.
it to try to get the suitcase, his hand back in?
Yes.
How long did you shake it?
I don't know.
But his hand was still out.
Yes.
Was he trying to get out?
Forcefully, yes.
Was he angry at you?
Yes.
Were you in fear?
Always.
If he would have gotten out of the suitcase, what would he have done to you?
Speculation.
Like he used to tell me, he probably would have made me unrecognizable, or I would have lost my life.
Speculation. But
Did you lose the grip on the suitcase?
Yes.
Where was the bat in relation to the suitcase?
It was leaning up against the dining room table right there.
How far was the bat from the suitcase?
3 feet, 2 feet.
Was his hand still out of the suitcase?
Yes.
And was he getting out of the suitcase?
He very much was trying, yes.
And so what did you do?
For the split second reaction that I had, I happened to see that and I grabbed the baseball bat and was trying to poke his hand to go back in to please don't break through, please. So I hit his hand.
Did you hit the outside part of his hand?
Yes.
We've seen the photographs of his left hand. Did you cause the bruising there?
I'm guessing yes.
which she said she didn't. She said she didn't touch him. Remember, contradicts testimony directly.
Now, you've seen the bat. It's a,
Yeah,
used bat.
this is a direct
Yes, I
contradiction.
bought it for my son.
Is this the bat you used?
Yes.
And you said you poked him with it?
Yes, I kind of pushed, like I held it with the skinny part here and then
So the grip here,
brought it at it. Yes.
you grabbed it with both hands here.
Yes.
That's
And
one
then
hell of a poke,
barrel
let me
of
tell
the
you
bat,
what.
the big part of the bat is
Yeah.
Correct.
here. And you thrusted it
A mega poke.
into the different areas of the suitcase?
I started with his hand, and his hand, he was still trying to get out. He was still trying to do that. So I started to push on the suitcase around it, hoping to have his hand retract and go back inside.
You made those injuries.
I did.
We've seen the photographs.
Yes.
We see the bruising. Is that from that bat?
Yes.
Eventually, did his hand go back inside from you doing?
Yes. Finally, he had subsided and retracted his hand.
So in your mind, did you prevent him from attacking you?
Absolutely.
It curled
Split
inside like a
decision.
dead, defeated
Now,
eel
once he
in
retracted
Dungeons
his
and
hand,
Dragons.
Do you remember zipping it up some, or what did you do in relation? Because he was upside down, was he not, at that point?
Yes,
At some point, you flipped him back up.
I did.
Yep.
Tell how that happened.
Yeah.
He wasn't cursing. He wasn't threatening. His hand was inside foremost. There was no more of him trying to break through the suitcase. So I felt safe enough to turn it back over. It wasn't it wasn't happening anymore.
You went back to the video and the couch,
I did, yes.
and we saw the second video,
Yes,
the 22-second, and he's right side up again,
yes,
and you hear him say, Sarah?
yes.
Had you left enough room for him to get out? Zipper to zipper.
Yes, that's how his hand was trying.
That suitcase has 2 zippers, doesn't it? And they meet at various places along the line?
Correct.
Bullshit.
How much room, when you flipped it over, how much room was between zipper to zipper?
I don't know specifically. I mean, it was enough to where his hand was coming out.
After you had hit him with the bat, was he not trying to get out anymore?
No,
Did you believe that he could breathe in there?
yes,
Did you ever believe he could die in there?
no, at all.
Were you trying to kill him?
Never.
Did you want to kill him?
I did not.
Yeah, she's trying to look at the jury there.
Did you walk upstairs?
I did, yes.
Why didn't you let him out before you walked upstairs?
Why?
Afraid?
Terrified is more of the word.
Uh-huh. That's
As long as
disregard.
he was in the suitcase, he couldn't harm you.
Correct.
Didn't call the police.
Did you want him to calm down?
Didn't leave the
Yes, I wanted
house
him to stop
or separate
being
more
angry
properly.
because I know what it is for him to be angry.
You went upstairs.
So bad.
Where were the dogs?
The dogs ran upstairs with me.
And where did they go?
On the bed.
Sarah Boone is literally trying to say the cheesy horror movie cliche
Did you have the
of
phone with you?
clueless person going upstairs instead of out of the house.
I know at
That's
some
what she
point you
did.
called your husband Brian, did you not?
I did.
Do you recall how long that conversation was?
Not very long.
Can you recall what was said?
I don't remember exactly. No, I don't.
Miss Boone, Sarah Boone, you said that when he was in the suitcase, he was threatening you. Can you tell the jury what he was saying?
It's such leading. It's so leading.
I don't know. Am I allowed to curse?
Yes.
But he was going to fucking end me. And that's what made me ask him please to stop doing what he's doing to me. That he was going to, I'm guessing, try his best that night to probably take my life.
But what the threat you heard was he's
going to
say the word.
Daytime speculation. She just said guessing.
End you?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So they're going to say, is that an overt act? No, it's not. And even if it was true, which by the way, I think this is completely bullshit. But that said,
yes.
So they're trying to get that as the overt act. So that's what they're trying to say is the overt act, is that allegedly that statement, which is not recorded, not on any audio, which doesn't sound like his tone, which doesn't sound like he was yelling, right? It doesn't sound like he was doing that at all. It sounds like he was being tortured, right? So she's saying that his tone went from super angry to literally a kick dog.
Yeah,
that's
he was
saying,
pleading.
Sarah, pleading. So somehow he went from enraged to Sarah, pleading for his life like that. Must be nice. Big Blue Horse says, must be nice when the defense makes it so easy. John Trent says, what the fuck? Yeah. Scorpion says, is she lying? Ask Buddy from Behavioral Arts. No, it doesn't take a specialist to know this is bullshit. Bad News Badger says, for 50 Danish Krona, don't interrupt the enemy when they're making a mistake. Exactly. This is going to get ripped apart on Cross. I hope we get to Cross today. I'm actually really excited for Cross. Sigrun says, it's all fun and games until someone says the safe word.
All right, members of the jury, it is 2:14. I have a matter that I have to discuss with counsel at this point in time.
Here we
outside of
go.
your presence. So I'm going to ask you to retire to the deliberation room. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Again, similar instruction that I've given you. Please do not conduct.
You would say don't talk to anybody. By the way, in the poll of chat, who would you tag? 36% single mindset and 6% said Sarah Boone. So I think 75% of you are getting banned because you do not pick legal mindset. Also, Bad News Badger asks, is it legally possible to for a second-degree case to be upgraded during trial? No, it is not. You cannot upgrade during trial. You have to choose carefully. You cannot upgrade. That's not okay. Now, what you can do is you can, when you do the charges, you can include lesser crimes. So you can charge someone with both second degree and manslaughter or first degree and manslaughter, which is lower. You can do that, but you need to make sure you do that in the beginning, right? Make sure you include those charges.
Be seated. Thank you.
Here we go. Oh, her feet are out, actually.
We can proceed with any argument at this point in time.
Yeah, by the time everybody is in trial and in the courtroom, the charges
That's
are
pretty close to what we
set.
already knew from the deposition testimony,
Mm.
from the doctors relaying what she said for the proffer. What we have here is testimony from the defendant. Her timeline is she comes downstairs after having gone up to the shower and hiding, laying down, after being declared to be it. She comes back downstairs, and before she gets back to the bottom of the stairwell, she can see that the victim is in the suitcase trying to get flat because the lid is flopping and he's not hidden just yet. And so she comes over, and I believe she testified she was moving it around before actually zipping the lid shut, but moving it around, everybody's laughing. It's all fun and games still. And then she zips it, and it's still fun and games, and everybody's laughing. And then at this point, she testifies that this is now her opportunity to get on her pulpit to express her true feelings about everything. And that's when she sits down on the couch and opens up her phone device and begins recording what later turns out to be IMG _1062.movie at 11:12:45 for 2 minutes and 3 seconds. During this period of time, the decedent is expressing meekly that he can't breathe.
Meekly.
The only time he
Meekly.
curses at her is, Sarah, I can't fucking breathe. Babe, I can't fucking breathe.
It's a plead.
He is demonstrating under the law that he is in fear of losing his life. She has committed an aggravated assault.
Yep.
She has committed false imprisonment.
Yep.
She was the initial aggressor.
Yep.
There was no overt act to
Yep.
justify these actions that she took against her boyfriend.
Yep.
She then goes
She
on
said
to
this
say that
based on
during
her own
this period
testimony.
of time between the end of the movie at 11:14:48 seconds,
It's over.
and before the next one starts at 11:23, that it's now at this time, while he's still constrained and clearly unable to get out under his own power despite having his hand out, she begins beating him with a bat, poking his hands, poking the suitcase with a deadly weapon. A bat is used for baseball, but it can also be used to harm another person. And according to the medical examiner's testimony, there was great harm caused to him, deep ecchymosis bruises. She can't start to do this out of fear, like the analogy I gave earlier. If I pull a gun to rob you, Judge,
it's only
and you
caused
pull a
by
gun,
serious
I can't
impact.
shoot you in self-defense. She started this. she started this. There was no overt act.
Yep.
And therefore, we're asking for you to prevent, under the case law, any prior instances of violence, any reputation evidence, and any battered spouse syndrome evidence.
Yep.
Because that's simply just what the case ended up being. Thank you.
Response.
They're so fucked
Yeah.
on that. They're so fucked on this. The law is clear on this.
Judge, this was a game by two intoxicated people. When people are drunk and intoxicated, they do silly and stupid things. The evidence is
Hey,
uncontroverted.
chat. Want to
George
play a
Torres
game?
willingly,
I was literally going to do
by
that.
his own choice, elected to hide in the suitcase. By their interaction between the two of them, giggling and laughing at each other, he consented to her zipping up the suitcase. And the playful nature of what was going on during those few minutes prior to the video. When the video is turned on, there's a 2-minute period where they're talking. He's saying, I need to get out. I can't breathe. She's not taking him seriously. As you've seen from the videos, I thought it was the boy crying wolf. She did not appreciate the fact that he could be actually having trouble breathing. And this was a chance for him to be heard by her about how she felt about some things involving their relationship.
Agreed, Jenny.
A short time later, the video was turned off, and then that period has been testified to by my client. And that period is uncontroverted. That's a second period of time. We've got that time for the video. We got the 11 minutes. We got the 22 seconds. And there's no video, there's no audio, there's no eyewitness, there's nothing but Sarah Boone's testimony. And she's testified here today that they had words, there were threats.
There's her own
He got his
testimony
hand out of the suitcase.
that can be used against her.
She knew by the threats and him getting his hand out of the suitcase that he was about to get out of the suitcase and he was going to hurt her. A reasonable person under that scenario would believe she was about to be harmed. She was an imminent threat of harm. She blocked that attack by grabbing the bat, hitting his hand. When that didn't work, she started poking him with the bat in the suitcase. Eventually, she poked him several times. He put his hand inside the suitcase.
I
She
love
put the
the word
bat up.
poking.
When she
It's
realized
so
was
much
not
more
gonna do
intense
that
than a
any
poke.
further. She flipped
It
him
was
over right
definitely
side
a hit,
up.
not a poke. Nobody
She
pokes with a
still
bat.
had a fear, knowing that if he got out, she would be harmed. He would beat her up. She went upstairs. That is an overt act based on the discussions, coupled with the fact that he threatened her, using the word,
She didn't punch
fucking
him.
end it for
She
you, or some
hit
words
him.
to that
There's a
effect. I don't remember her
difference.
exact words just before she went upstairs while he was still in the suitcase. If she would have let him out, and this is a crime, now this is an event involving an omission, failure to act, failure to unzip him at that point before she went upstairs. The failure to act, the failure to unzip, which would have let him out, which would have
Which would
created
mean
the situation
which would mean a man would
that
be
she
alive today.
believed was imminent bodily harm to herself. And I guess I'll get a couple of examples. Let's say that a police officer is called to a scene and the only thing he hears is there is a suspect and the suspect may be armed. So of course the officer pulls out his revolver and he's walking around. Well, then eventually he finds the suspect and the suspect reaches for his waist. The officer doesn't see the gun, but the officer sees the movement to the waist. The officer fires and shoots the suspect. The officer is justified because there's an immediate threat of harm.
That's not even. This is not
The officer
analogous
has
at
to
all
react
whatsoever. Not
instinctively.
even close. This is stupid.
There's no time to think. Similar to the actions
This is
that Sarah
idiotic.
Boone had to take. Another example,
She's
you're
not a
in
cop.
bar with your buddies and you've had something to drink and another group has had something to drink and one of your buddies gets into an argument with one of the buddies on the other party. And one of your friends seeing that it's being escalated and the guy that's arguing with your buddy is aggressive, more aggressive than your buddy is. Your buddy's trying to settle the thing, but this other individual, maybe
This
he's
is the
had too
worst
much to drink
analogy
and
I've
he's
ever
more
heard in my
aggressive.
life.
So you go around
They're all bad and not
behind this
analogous.
individual, and before he's able to strike your buddy, you grab him, you lock him up. That's physical restraint to block an attack. Or you grab him by the
But there
neck
needs to be an
and you
attack.
choke him. Physical
There was no
restraint
overt
to block
act
an attack.
to attack. That's the thing.
That's what she was doing with the suitcase. If she let him out of the suitcase, she
Why
was
is he
going
being
to
so
be harmed.
performative in front of
Based
just the
on
court? This
him
is
trying to
outside
get
jury
out
presence.
with his hand, based on the threats
He's
made
got to.
while
He's
he
got
had
to
his
play it
hand
up.
out,
The case
and
is
based
over.
on the
If
threats
they
he
lose
made
this, the
while
case
his
is over.
hand
She's
was
already
in
admitted to doing it. It's
inside
over.
Just before she went upstairs.
Thank you.
If she
We're
loses,
going to
this,
review all the case law that it's obtained in its research in this matter and come back with a oral ruling momentarily. Thank you.
this is it, guys. This is it. This is really the trial. If they lose this ruling, it's over for Sarah because she's already admitted doing it. So she's confessed to the crime. See, the problem with self-defense is it's what's called an affirmative defense. You have to say
Yeah.
it's done. So if it's over, they don't even need to cross her. They will, by the way, and they'll destroy her credibility. But it's done. It's done. She said she did it. Rima, what do you think? Your first trial here, listen.
But I don't know was that part of the plan? I feel like they had a weak plan going in.
So here's the thing, Rima. She's gone through 9 lawyers.
Who's that
So-
part of the plan? I get the confusion.
One of the reasons why she's gone through 9 lawyers is probably because she wants to do this crazy defense, and they're all telling her this is dumb.
It's not gonna work.
And this guy is the only one who was willing to do this like Hail
okay.
Mary bullshit one. By the way, welcome Mama Ako. Welcome.
Oh, hello.
Getting more VTubers on the panel.
Hello.
we're,
I heard
we're
that there might be a
stocked with
verdict
tubers.
already.
Yeah, this is pretty much the verdict right here. It's not, but it kind of is for the defense. Insofar as if they lose this motion, they're so fucked. They're done.
That's funny.
Yeah. Real quick, Potato King says yes. Sparky's text corner says I didn't take him seriously. I feared for my life. Yeah, exactly. So they're trying to have it both ways. I didn't take him seriously. We're joking around, and then the next second fearing for his life. One second he sounds meek. The next second he's threatening to fucking end you. I don't believe that. That guy sounded like a defeated puppy. Mercenary X21 says Team Fortress 2. Mert the Scout would say differently. Okay, good reference there. Team Fortress 2, good game. Jenny Nickel 07 said, if I were the prosecutor, I would have a field day with Cross. She's giving them so much ammunition. Oh, they're gonna tear it apart. Now they don't even need to though.
Why
If
didn't they
win,
object?
they don't need to.
This could be used as like a case
Okay.
study in cross-examination. Like this is
Okay.
going to be great.
Because the thing is that everything she said shows her as the criminal because she put him in the suitcase and didn't let him out, and then also assaulted him while he's in the suitcase. So before he made any threat on her life, she's already assaulted him. So it's exactly that case of somebody points a gun at you and says, give me all your money.
Mm-hmm.
You try to defend yourself and they shoot you,
Mm-hmm.
and they say, oh, it's self-defense. They were already
You
committing a
cannot
crime. They're already a
engage
robber.
in preemptive self-defense.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That you can't be the provoker of self-defense, right? That's the thing. You can't start self-defense.
No, but she said
Self-defense, you
he
must
got
respond.
himself in the suitcase, but she zipped him up.
Exactly. She admitted she zipped him up. She also admitted to flipping him over. She admitted to poking
that's
him with the
weird.
bat. But even a poke is an assault, is a battery.
I think
Even a
the
poke.
lawyer said it was a poke, but she said she hit him kind of on the. At least that's how I understood it.
She hit him because we know what she also said. The bruises on his body.
Oh
were
yeah,
from her.
She made the motion, and she made it pretty strong.
She admitted
What
that.
do you mean by
She-
motion?
There
Oh,
are
she made the
bruises.
motion. Oh, okay.
There's
yeah,
bruises on his body, and you don't get those bruises by gently poking
Yeah.
someone.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You get those bruises by fucking wailing on somebody with a baseball bat. Like
Jesus.
they don't happen just because you like do a little dainty poke. She was making it seem dainty and calm and like a tea party. She was fucking going ham as a drunk bitch, just wailing on him, and in her own rage. Right. Sigrun says, "Yeah, I can see how the guy stuck in the suitcase is so obviously a threat.
Yeah.
Who the heck is buying this? Yeah, yeah.
No one is. I wonder if they're gonna vote unanimously or not.
This could be the shortest ever. Like the jury goes in and is like, yeah, this bitch is guilty. Like who does not think this bitch is guilty? Now, the one thing they're afraid of is there may be one DV person on the jury. Apparently, there may be one person who is a victim of DV. And if you're a victim of DV, you may be really predisposed to believe her no matter what, right? But I think honestly, I like to believe in a rational world that any sane person would say this isn't true DV. And to speak
we
to
don't
victims,
claim them. Yeah, it's
Well, and
kind of
to
like
speak to-
the Amber Heard stuff. They were like, "Now we don't claim you."
and that's exactly right. So like it does a disservice to real victims to have fake victims lumped in there.
Yeah.
Yes. Very accurate.
So that's the thing that really pisses me off is it really hurts the real victims because I do believe, look, I genuinely believe if you're a victim of domestic violence, whether you're a man or a woman, like that should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. I 100% agree with that. But it should be real case, not bullshit, right? Like that's absolutely right. If you're guilty of that, prosecute those people. And yes, DV is under prosecuted. That is absolutely true. But it needs to be real TV, not bullshit.
Yeah, it's very hard to prove it, the abuse and all of that. Or
And
so
also
I've heard.
With DV, what happens is, and this is very true, the abuser and the abusee relationship, the day after the abusee is usually like, oh, nothing happened. I love him. Don't lock him up. Get him back. So they will never, the person being abused almost never testifies against the abuser. It's a problem.
Yeah, that's sad. Yeah, I have like 10 minutes left, and I have to get ready for my stream.
Let me hype Rima real quick though. Please, guys, make sure you are a fan of Based, Coyote, Rima, Even Star. You can get all of her goodies
Wait, what is
over
this
there.
new poll?
Sorry. The poll, which is now, I'll end chat. Do you want to play a game? The answer is yes, no, or only if Rima uses the bat. And Rima
What the hell?
Rima using the bat on chat has won by 73%. So, chat, you obviously are big Rima bat fans. But that said, real quick, let me pull this up. Here you go, guys. She is almost even at 100K. Our girl's she's at 71.8. Let's get her to 75 first. But she's a great friend of mine. Great channel, great content. So make sure you go over there, give her a like, give her a follow, and check that out. She'll be covering, I guess, Mika and Echo today, right?
Yeah, and we're gonna watch some videos. Now I feel guilty watching YouTube videos on my own, so I gotta wait for my chat.
Yeah, you can't cheat on your chat.
I would call her the CoffeeZilla of like VTuber news. It's how good her journalism is.
Thank
Her
you. That's what I'm aiming
documentaries
to
are
be.
legitimately insane.
Dude, CoffeeZilla has set the bar way up, though.
Yeah, and also the way he does things is very specific, right? And he likes to expose certain things, right?
Yes, but that's more dangerous, like legally, because you can get sued for that, and he has.
And he got fucked up for not having liability insurance once he got scammed.
Yeah,
by his
he got
defamation
information.
Yeah, for
and
$1 million.
yes.
Yeah, that
The
was
big
crazy.
thing that I like about him, though, is he reaches out to the people who are associated with the accusations.
Yeah, well, I
will
am
say,
doing
though,
that too for my next video, but it's making the video delayed by like 3 weeks.
From a legal standpoint, though, I can see why. Look, if somebody reaches out to you and like is trying to accuse you of something, frankly, 9 times out of 10, I would not give them information. I would say, "Fuck
Exactly.
off."
That's
'Cause
what
they're
goes
not
on. Or
gonna-
they put me on some like they gave me like a bunch of information so I'd get lost.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah.
lawyer side of me would have pulled the Logan Paul, where he just got him in touch with his lawyers.
Well, no, but no,
Oh,
no, no,
yeah?
no. But Logan Paul at first was giving him everything. And then when Logan Paul like realized that giving him everything wasn't going to work, then it was the lawyers, right?
But that also
So-
worked against Logan Paul's image because then CoffeeZilla was like, "Oh, he put me in touch with his lawyer. He didn't want to talk anymore, so he's got something to hide. He's hiding behind his lawyer."
No, I just what? Yeah, exactly. But it's like, look, if CoffeeZilla is messaging you, he's going to do an expose video on you. So
Exactly.
why are you going to give him ammunition for his own video? It's like,
I
yeah,
know
fuck
that you
off.
want to
I
message
think
me.
My thing is,
paradigm shift too.
my thing is like sometimes looking at my channel it can be scary. So even when I want to do a positive coverage of somebody, I'm afraid that if I do reach out to them, they'll get scared or they'll get like jump scared, and I understand that there's people anxiety, so I don't want to put them through that either.
True. You know, and I guess it's like kind of case by case, right? So like if you went to somebody and it's positive and you're like, hey, I'm trying to frame how you did XYZ, right, in a positive light, then they're more willing to give it than like if you just go out of nowhere and said, hey, are you a criminal? Like, can you tell me about your criminal background? Right? Like that, I think most people will be like, no, right? Like just put, oh, that went to
Plead the
junk. Oh, I didn't get that folder. It went to other messages, you know? Okay, but thank you so much, Rima. Appreciate you for joining. And thank you if you maybe if you get bored another time or you're around,
Yeah,
pop back in, I'll send you an invite. We're
I
not
don't
done
want to
yet.
know what happens with the cross examination. I'll have to catch that on my own, or I'll hit you
It's
up.
gonna get good. No, actually,
Yeah.
I'll make a clip out of it. So I will make clips. I'll separate out the direct and the cross and make those into shorter versions. So and I'll get my clipper slave on it. Eagle, get on it, bro.
Eagle, nice.
Eagle, get back in the fucking mines.
Eagle's great.
So yeah, no.
Okay,
that's
thank you
gonna
so
happen.
much for having me all. It was nice seeing you all. Bye bye.
Bye, Rima.
See you, Rima.
Bye bye.
No more coyote. All right. Let's get this. Anthony says, hypothetical. At the beginning of the video, it showed the victim attacking her with a bat and then putting him in the suitcase, everything else the same. That's a hypothetical. And I know it's fun for us to talk about, but in court, you cannot talk about hypotheticals like that. That's too speculative. So they don't have to answer hypotheticals because that's not what we have in the court, right? And we're still on break here, by the way. The court's still on break. So you don't need to answer that. I wouldn't entertain that kind of hypo. I don't think it's good to entertain the hypo, but if it was that scenario, then that would change the analysis. I still think that she would be guilty if he was ultimately put in the suitcase because once again, he can no longer fight back, right? So that's changed, but that would change the analysis. Sure. Sparky's text corner says, Sarah, if you were scared, he was going to get out and do something. Why did you go to sleep upstairs instead of leaving? Yeah. And why did she say she was waiting for him? And why would he say he couldn't breathe if he genuinely couldn't breathe? So, and like, do you think he could breathe if he had a hole in the bag? Right? No. Sparky's ex-corner said the boyfriend could have had self-defense. Yeah, he would have had self-defense, not the other way around. So if he got out, so for example, if while he got out, he grabbed her arm and tossed her on the floor, he could actually have self-defense. So if he had gotten an arm out and he slammed her head against the floor and cracked her head while he was trying to escape the bag, that would have been justifiable as self-defense. So because he was the one that was constrained. The crime was against him at that point. Ursa Platz said, I would like to know about the divorce with her ex. Who actually initiated and why, not buying she was the one who was abused. Now, they may recall him. Remember, he was dismissed with the ability to be recalled. So Brian Boone may come back. So we'll see whether Brian Boone comes back as a defense witness. We will see. Drew K said, out of pocket, but I think she pushed him down the stairs, put the suitcase while unconscious, then beat him with the bat between videos. I think so too. What the fuck was the big thump? The neighbors heard a big thump. What was that? Somebody being tossed down the stairs. Crimson Splat says it's a selection of the 6 actual jurors random, or can the judge pick? No, the panel picks the jurors insofar as they eliminate jurors, potential jurors they don't like through what's called strikes. They have a certain amount of strikes. So once they use all their strikes, they eliminate jurors, and then they kind of go with
We're
the
back on the
jury that's
record.
left.
State of Florida versus Sarah Boone, case number 2020 CF 2603. Appearances for the state.
Chief Catch-Tor on behalf of the state. We engage the state.
Defense.
James Owens from Miss Boone.
Connie Henderson, Sarah Boone.
Coming back up, Sarah.
Ms. Boone is currently seated at counsel's table, wearing the same clothing from this morning. Court has the opportunity to review the case law, review the arguments provided by both the state and the defense. Court finds that a overt act has been established. The case law is clear that a scintilla of the providing of an overt act is sufficient to provide
A scintilla.
Defense jury
I mean,
instruction.
the tiniest bit.
An overt act is not something that's specifically defined in Florida case law. It's something that's from the totality of the circumstances, seemingly under the authorities that the court has
Wow,
reviewed.
they're allowing
As
it
such,
even.
the
That's
court
crazy,
is going to
actually.
find that under Holland, a overt act has been established and will allow the defense to proceed with evidence of reputation and specific instances of conduct.
That's
and
crazy.
Battered spouse evidence, so long as the necessary predicates are established for those items.
What does that mean?
Clarifications with regard to the court's.
That means they're going to allow them to argue self-defense and DWS. They're going to bring in to the experts, to the test, to the battered wife syndrome, etc. So it means that if there's even a hint, even a chance, a scintilla means like a drop under the Florida case law that he was reviewing, it's enough. I don't think there was even a drop there, but I mean, he's the fucking judge, so he makes a decision.
Wow.
Right? I disagree with that.
Defense.
Strongly.
Yeah, that's a surprising ruling.
Maybe he wants to make sure it's not appealed. So one thing the judge could be going for here. So let me just talk about judicial logic. One thing that he could be going for, judges don't like to be appealed. So he wouldn't want her to get a guilty verdict. It gets appealed and overturned, right? Because he may think that the prosecution's case is good enough that even if they go through with that, they can get through and win. But that's more like ego on the judge, right? Of the judge not wanting to be turned. Yeah, Boomer says it's the appeal point. That's why. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So he doesn't want that appeal point, right?
Yeah, he doesn't want that on his record, his own personal record.
Exactly.
So I don't know if you want to try to deal with all of them one at a time.
So it's about appeal.
Or whether we want to just talk about them ahead of time so that we know.
It's
Are there any
ridiculous,
objections to those items?
It depends on the items. I was shown a lot of different things, including like a rap sheet between the victim and the defendant stuff.
I've taken that.
We need to, I'm happy to take care of some of this stuff in advance.
I'd rather do it now.
Yes.
So that it's not up, down, in and out with the jury. All right, go ahead, Mr. Owens. What do we got?
Well, I had the clerk go ahead and mark everything. Some of it is a composite. Is this it?
This judge values the jury's time. I very much like that.
Yeah, it's good. He is efficient when the jury's time. I mean, I guess it could be perceived as wasting the jury's time by allowing this to proceed with this ridiculous defense. But, yeah.
Assuming a predicate for fair and accurate.
I'm actually legitimately surprised here. My God, I hope LM is right. We don't have an OJ. No. I don't think we're having an OJ here. If the baseball bat don't fit, you must acquit.
There's
Why do they care
no
about being
way
appealed?
we're gonna
That's
have
their
an
reputation.
Composite.
That's their reputation as a judge. And your reputation is important as a judge.
You said that was L, correct?
And you don't want to take any chances. It's right. Also, PG is right on that. Right on the money. It's a black, or Splat's here too. It's a black mark on the judge.
Okay.
They're by nature cautious people.
Identification. 2 photographs. The first one is a photograph of the back porch. Sarah's on the back porch with her 2 dogs.
If you're interested in the process in which court conducts itself, I would say jury duty is actually quite enlightening.
Yes, jury duty does give you a window, even if it's long and annoying and etc. It gives you a window into this.
With harm, if she didn't comply with his directives and he actually harmed the dog, kicked the dog as a threat to her. So in order to do what he wanted, he used the dogs. She was in fear for their safety. So
Scintilla, a tiny trace or spark
the objection is
of a
overruled.
specified quality or feeling. A tiny trace of a feeling.
identification, defense identification number N or letter N, one photograph. It's a photograph of the living area, but also the stairs, and it shows that one of the allegations by the state is that the defendant.
Okay, no objection.
By the way, we have 1,100 people watching. We only have 500 likes, so let's get to 700, guys. Come on, let's do it. Smash that like.
To TV, to Sarah's TV.
My understanding is this O? This is still O, correct?
It is not a chinchilla.
My
That is
understanding
wrong.
from the state is there's no objection so long as the foundation's established. Thank you.
We also intend to introduce the video. There's a short video on Sarah's.
States Exhibit 2, we're not
Okay.
as long as it's foundation.
No objection so long as foundation is established.
P, identification, defense identification P is two photographs of an incident in which.
No objection, as long as foundation's laid, etc.
All right, no objection so long as appropriate predicate is established.
Smash that like button harder than Miss Boone here smashed a bat against poor George.
Oof.
Q,
Oof.
for identification,
Oof.
one photograph.
So they're going through evidence and like what they're going to introduce into his character, because character evidence needs to be very carefully managed. And cross-examination is going to absolutely wreck
Regard to
her.
Q, no objection so long as the appropriate foundation is laid.
Identification R.
No objection, as long as foundation laid.
No objection to R so long as foundation is laid.
S.
Same for S.
Identification.
With regard to S, no objection so long as foundation is laid.
Has he ruled on their motion before break
Objection
when
by the
they
state
were
so long as
trying to
appropriate
remove
foundation is laid.
any previous incidents with the
Objection from the
authorities
state
on
so
George's
long as
behalf to
appropriate foundation is
go
laid for
towards
U.
proving self-defense or
Same for
battered
V.
women
Same
syndrome?
for W.
W,
Same for X.
X,
Same for Y.
Y.
It's one of the other, I'll go ahead and say.
A, identification for A.
Were these the ones that we addressed pre-trial?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No problem with that being demonstrative aid.
In terms of introducing this as an exhibit into evidence.
Duplicative, repetitive.
Is it contained in K through Y?
Yes.
Then, is that accurate?
I believe so. I mean, I know the clerk probably doesn't want the blow up, but
If it's
it's going to be easier to handle the clerk to handle the 8.5 by 11.
if it's, I'll allow you to use it for demonstrative purposes, but I'm not going to accept it into evidence as it is duplicative. What's already in evidence is X, defense pre-marked X.
And then,
God, he's such a fucking boomer with his big ass boards.
That was either.
It's like, bro,
it was
you
one
know
of the
you can
earlier
just
ones we
pass
addressed.
photos
Amber
around.
End
You don't
was
need a
the
big ass
staircase.
goddamn board.
Okay, for the
So
same
now that
reason.
he's
I'm
got-
wondering where
you can
he's
utilize
finding
it
the
for demonstrative
printers that still
purposes,
print
but,
these things.
It's
There are
duplicative of
specialty
the
stores that
exhibit itself
service
will be entered into evidence.
like lawyers only.
Presumably.
There's only boomer ass lawyers use fucking giant foam boards like that. You can
went
just
to
put it
office
up on
Any
a computer
disagreement that
screen.
it's included in your
Like,
remarks?
bro, and the screen is
Okay,
more
then same
HD than
ruling,
their
it
fucking
is duplicative.
low
You
ass
can
printed
utilize it for
version.
demonstrative purposes.
Identification E? Same thing.
Is it included, sir, in K through Y?
Yes.
Then for the same reasons it's duplicative, you can utilize it for demonstrative purposes only.
F for identification?
Same thing.
It's included in your submittals?
Yes.
All right, same ruling. It's
Can you and
duplicative.
Ava explain
can
jury
utilize it
selection?
for
A
demonstrative
process
That was a
called-
pretty
will not be accepted
nasty
into evidence.
stitching wound, it looked like.
Identification
Yeah,
G?
there's a process called voir dire.
Is it included in your submittal,
right?
sir?
Which is the
All right,
selection
For the same
of,
reasons I find it's duplicative, you can utilize it for
I'll mute
demonstrative
this
purposes.
I'll mute this for a second as I go through this. We're just going through exhibits right now. So jury selection is called voir dire. You randomly select juries from the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicle database. To be a juror, you have to be a U.S. citizen, 18 years old, and a resident of the county where you're summoned. You're exempt if you're 70 years old. You're a mother. If you're disabled, right? If you're a full-time law enforcement officer, if you're attending school out of the state or out of the country, if you're military out of the state or out of the country. The jury selection is about a day usually or so. So when they're going through, they ask questions of the jurors. And what they're trying to do is determine if there's any reasons to remove them. Now, they have two types of reasons to remove people. There are for cause, right? They're called strikes. There's for cause and there's preemptory. And the preemptory strikes are essentially, think of them as free strikes. You can use them on anybody for any reason, right? And you have a certain limited number of those. But for cause, you can always remove somebody. So if the trial is of an Asian man and somebody on the panel says, I hate Asian men, right? I hate them. And they ask, well, can you get over that bias for the case? They say, no. Well, you can strike that person for cause because they're saying they cannot be a fair and impartial juror. They're going to be biased against them, right? So they're going to get struck off that jury, right? Because they cannot be fair. So that's for cause. Voir dire, this is a good one. Yeah, and professional gentleman, bringing the facts here means speak the truth, right? You also can, get those certain number of people off. And then if you've got good reasons, you can get other folks off. So for example, if someone said that they could not judge this fairly because they're a domestic violence victim, they'd be removed. But if they're a domestic violence victim and said they could actually be fair and impartial here, they might be allowed on. That's not enough cause, right? There's also a process called, we're not bringing up jury nullification. Jury nullification, in short, Charlie Spur brought it up for two. It essentially is when one juror says, I don't give a fuck what happens on the jury. I'm not going to vote for guilt. Like, I don't believe in the system, so I'm not going to vote for this. Typically, they lie during voir dire and say they can be fair. And then during the deliberation process, they're like, nope, not going to vote. And that fucks up the entire jury panel. That's jury nullification. So that's, usually that'll be a person who knows the process well and is intentionally trying to gum it up, right? That's jury nullification. So for example, you might think of, if it's a death penalty case, someone gets on there and says, hey, I don't believe in the death penalty. I'm anti-death penalty. And no matter what happens, I will never vote to convict this person of the death penalty.
Okay.
Or of
if we can bring Ms. Boone back up to the witness stand once she is
they would have to be very quiet about it, right? You can't be vocal and say, yeah, no, I'm going to do this, right? Or if it's somebody who's a member of Antifa, right? And they're on trial for arson, for burning something, right? And there's an Antifa member on the jury and he lies, right? And he's like, and it's sympathetic to Antifa.
Bring back in our
And
panel.
he's like, I don't think anybody on Antifa can do anything wrong. Or if Hassan is on trial and there's a communist, and he's like, well, I'm friends, I'm never
Bad
gonna
actors
convict
usually get caught pretty
Hassan,
well because jury members are your worst enemy when it comes to telling the judge about any misconduct that could lead to jury nullification.
Correct. And it can be held if you're hiding something or lying, you can be punished by the court. Baloney Bonk say, I see. She killed him because he painted her portrait to reveal she looked like a man. Anthony for 5 says, do some courts allow small audiences, or was my case special because it was for an HS law class, watched a drunk driving case he lost? Remember, there are students. This is a student here. This girl's a student. This girl's a student back here. They're actually rotating them throughout the trial so different students can sit in and watch different parts of the trial. These students are actually lucky to get to see up close this part of the procedure. So these girls here are very lucky. I wonder if they're at Barry or at UCF. I actually coached both the UCF moot court and the UCF mock trial teams when I was in Orlando.
Defense, you recognize our jury?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All can be seated.
So,
members of the jury, again, you could, once
Fun
seated,
fact
raise
about
your
legal
hands to
mindset.
confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during our last break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Mr. Owens, you may continue with your inquiry, sir.
Yeah, it's a big defense W here. I'm not going to lie. Call it fair. Big defense W. But we'll see what they do with it. Wait, Andrew is a lawyer? Fuck off.
I'm still surprised that the judge is allowing the defense to continue with this.
It's only because the standard is low.
So I think we left off. You had called.
This may change case law, by the way. They may change the case law after
your ex-husband.
Yes.
All right. After you called your ex-husband, what happened after that?
I ended up falling asleep.
Okay. Do you remember waking up the next morning?
Ooh, professional
Did you
gentleman
sleep
just
in?
mentioned another factor in why judges allowing it might be that there are students present. It'd be better for them to see the full
But
process
you didn't get
rather
up at
than,
8 o'clock, did
you
you?
know,
That
just shut
would
it
be
down early.
really negligent on the judge.
Did
That
you
would
wake
be
up
really
closer to
negligent on
noon?
the judge.
I believe so, yes.
Did you check the time?
The judge is doing it for content. No, I think he's doing it to protect himself from appeal
Now,
and his reputation.
You
I
hear
think
some
that's what
your phone ringing.
Yes, my phone was ringing.
he doesn't
And,
seem like that type of judge.
Did you answer it right away?
No.
Do you know approximately how many times it rang before you answered it?
He sees very procedural. He wants things done correctly.
About 3 times.
Did you know who was calling?
I figured it was my ex-husband.
And why would he be calling?
To make sure that I was still on schedule to pick up our son.
At 3 that afternoon?
Correct.
And he goes to school there close by?
Yes.
All right. When you woke up, did you stay in bed for a while?
For a little while, yes.
Or tell the jury what happened when you got up.
Sorry.
I knew it was my ex-husband calling repeatedly. I didn't answer right away because one of our problems is that he doesn't understand that I'm doing things around the apartment and looking for jobs and so on and so forth. So I
love how one reason that she says is one reason I don't pick up is because I'm doing things, when she literally just said she was laying in bed doing nothing.
inevitably
I hope they
just
call
let
her
it
on
ring.
that.
And I laid in the bed and I figured that George was downstairs either drinking or looking for jobs or may have just left. And so eventually I decided to get out of the bed and start moving to go downstairs. I was motivated enough to go downstairs. And when I went downstairs, it was very quiet. So I had the understanding, I believed that he had left. And
Did you check to see if he was, where would he be looking for a job at?
usually on the couch, he would have my son's laptop and he and I, which we would share.
Y'all
to
only
look
have
for
the son's laptop
Correct.
and the TV was not working at this time?
The TV was not there.
So you thought he would be in the living room on the laptop?
Yes.
He was not there?
No.
Where else did you look for him?
I looked on the back porch. I went through the front door to see if my car was there, thinking maybe he had taken my car. I checked the bathroom, and when I was checking the bathroom, I saw the suitcase, and I remembered about the night prior, and I unzipped the suitcase
Let me
and
stop you there. You said you were in the bathroom when you saw the suitcase or coming out of the bathroom?
know where our bathroom is. I would have to go to the bathroom here. And then when I turned around, I noticed the suitcase and I remembered.
How did you feel when you saw the suitcase?
I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that before.
Describe it for the jury.
I guess it was, I was aghast and I just can't describe the feeling.
Bless you.
It was terror to
Bless you.
a certain degree.
I'm sorry, say that again now.
It was terror to a certain degree. I just can't describe it in words, the feeling of remembering. And then he was still in there.
So what did you do?
I immediately unzipped the suitcase and I was screaming, George, 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 and I was shaking him. And I pulled him out and I stretched him out flat. And then I began instantly trying to do CPR and then was trying to look for a pulse or a breath or just anything. And was just screaming his name over and over and over again. And come on, George, and I continued CPR, and I continued CPR, and he was gurgling. And
what color was he?
What color was he?
Yes.
She didn't willingly do CPR. We already had that as a lie.
At some point,
Guys,
you called
she
your
scared herself to
CSI.
sleep.
Yes, when he started to gurgle, and I knew that my
She doesn't.
My
actually
ex-husband is
remember anything.
notorious for bringing my son over in very inopportune times when George is possibly drunk or doing things not appropriate for my son to see. And I just didn't know what to do. It was just a quick knee-jerk reaction. Ryan was kind of my go-to person because of my family being deceased, and I don't have anyone else that I can call. And I just wanted to ensure that he would not bring my son over in the process of all of this.
That's not what the call said. That's not what
So you
George.
called
That's
him?
not the guy said.
I called him.
Did you ask him what to do? Or did you just tell him to come over?
I just told him to come over.
Did you tell him that you felt like George was dead?
Yes, I did.
And how far? You said it's 5 minutes from house to house?
Yes.
This guy loves
call him
to
back?
lean on that leading line, I swear.
He leads so much.
Seconds were hours. Yes. I'm still doing CPR at the same time in the process of it. I'm
Yeah.
doing CPR, I don't know how many times.
Did he get there?
Yes.
Did he walk in?
Yes.
Did he walk out?
Yes.
What did he tell you to do?
It's like leading. Like
I'm telling you right now,
What did you
there's
do?
no way in hell she was doing
Called 911.
CPR and anything
Is
else
that
at the same
recording
time.
We've heard here in this trial.
Yes.
Like, didn't the original call with her just say, "Hey, come help me"?
yeah, exactly.
I remember listening to that.
She's like, he's purple. But she didn't
And
want to
now
do
it's
anything.
changed.
Yeah, she's changed her story so many times. They're gonna destroy her on cross-examination.
George was
Because this was 2018, right?
passionate.
2020.
was
Oh, sorry, 2019.
a very real person.
5 years to get your
Yes.
story
George was
straight.
nice to me.
Yeah, this is she was arrested right before COVID.
George complimented me. George and I were two bodies with one soul. He and I would always say.
What the
I don't
fuck is
believe that
this
I've ever had a connection
hippie
with
shit?
anyone like I have with George.
Did you have that connection with your ex-husband?
I did not.
Was it even close?
Two body, one soul. When it's fuck
George has some
you.
good traits, doesn't he?
Very much.
Did George have some bad traits?
He did.
Did you drink too
Two
much?
bodies and one soul, and she wanted to make it one body and one soul.
Did George drink too
Ooh.
much?
Yes.
Tell the jury about George's drinking.
Mind you, they can now ask her about her drinking.
If George was able to, he would drink from sun up to sundown. And me having my son and trying to work and maintain the home and just have a life, a normal life as best as I could, somehow that upset George. And because I had a certain dollar amount from my divorce settlement,
Living off
at
that
one
divorce
point,
money.
it was
Living off
from
alimony.
wine we could afford vodka. So a lot of the times he would take my card, my debit card, and go buy the large, we call them handles, of vodka, which is the big bottle. And sometimes he would finish that all off on his own throughout an entire period of a day into an evening. That's honestly where I thought that he was going to be that morning when I came downstairs, because he's notorious for just automatically already being outside from drinking all the time.
This is where your alimony money goes, people.
And
Of course, not always, but sometimes.
you said you have an alcohol problem. George has an alcohol problem.
Yes.
Oh, synapse, bro. What are you doing? For 5 says 2 bodies, 1 suitcase, bro. bro.
Coming to Live League one day.
How did George's drinking adversely affect you?
Sobering for 2. Welcome. Instead of just
It would
cringe for waking up for 3
debilitate
hours of sleep.
my ability to help him the way that I was always trying to help him, because it would be one good day, a day of survival, and then it would be another day where I'm having to peel him off of me and call 911.
Why would he get that way? Tell us his pattern as it relates to drinking, and then
Well, we'll see if there are any arrest records reflecting that.
Yep. They're gonna make her do this. Like see, this is where they're gonna throw a little wrench in the objections and make them do it in a very specific way. I mean, all that stuff is gonna come in, but like the pictures and the previous abuse stuff. But understand, Cross is gonna be scathing on this woman. Is going to be scathing on this woman. Charlie Spur said 2 VTubers, 1 flush lawyer. I'm pretty sure that's a Jav video. Also, who said this? Forbidding cat belly for 199 says, imagine the day comes your judge is a VTuber avatar. It's going to happen. Because eventually, because remember that lawyer that turned into a cat and had to say, like, judge, I'm not a cat. Right? Eventually, more and more hearings are going to be online. They're going to be digital, right? So, I mean, once they're digital and you're allowed to use whatever avatar you want, you could use a VTuber avatar. Who the fuck cares? As long as you're making a ruling. Yeah, I'm not a cat. Yeah, I'm not a cat. He was the first. He was the first.
I am not a cat.
I am not a cat, Your Honor. I'll find that one for later. I'll find that one for later. I'm
trying to get my tech guy. I'm ready to continue forward. I'm not a cat, Your Honor.
I'm not a cat. Yeah.
Oh no.
Jonathan Tan for 5 pounds. So she's showing us all that true liars can't keep the short story. It's infuriating. And to me, honestly, I get so pissed off when I hear narcissists like this and just pathological liars getting away with it, because you know they're full of shit, but they have to, because the procedure, because the process, you have to allow them to lie. So you have to. So one of the strategies is to allow them to sit here and lie. I want to point
out
and then destroy
she's not smiling anymore. She's pursing her lips and she's frowning, but there's no more hints at a smile. She's not at a fun point in her testimony.
Mm-hmm. Drisbane says more ass covering or following the letter. No, it's once again, the letter of the law technically says scintilla, but once again, this is why I hate the battered wife syndrome, the BWS instruction, because to allow it based on this, it actually is an embarrassment to people that are really victims of domestic violence.
Mhm.
That's why I think that standard is too widely abused. That's why I'm against it as it exists today. I'm not against it in concept. I'm against it as it exists today. Allowing somebody to come up with some bullshit and to say, because they come up solely on their own testimony with some fucking bullshit, to allow that as a defense is actually kind of fucking nuts. It really is. It really is. Euro Clegane says, lol, that was just one suitcase, one soul. Oof, oof. And VTube KT Shadow VT said, if CPR was done, would that not have
Objections
showed an
overruled for now.
autopsy? Like some bruising on the chest? Yeah, it would not significantly, right? There were no broken ribs, none of that. So
You already together 3.5 years?
she wasn't really trying.
Is there times when he would get to a state of intoxication where he would get violent against you?
Quite often.
Judge, can I approach the witness?
Yes, as long as you show it to the state first, please.
Charlie Spur said this can only be fixed with legislation. Yeah, and the laws need to change. And once again, our laws and systems are not perfect, but sometimes they allow stuff that it manifestly unjust. And it takes extreme circumstances like Sarah Boone to show us how the system is fucked.
Hopefully it does.
Identification P, it's 2 photographs.
It's kind of the opposite, right? So PG said BWS sounds like a throwback to when PMS got women thrown in asylums. It's like the inversion of that, right?
Those 2 pictures of your body?
So it's like when
They show injuries to your
when
body?
a person in the couple could be accused of being mean, they get
Those injuries caused by George
potential
Torres?
carte blanche for up to murder.
Are those photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the injuries you sustained at the hands of George Torres?
On this occurrence, yes.
Scott, 2L features woman.
This occurrence?
Not right now, but maybe another day. Scott, thank you. Appreciate you reaching out. Thank you. Thank you.
You don't remember a specific date?
And then Alter Void said, I'm confused. Is the defense trying to say this is a justified killing? Yes. They're using the BWS or self-defense. So they're trying to say it was justified through self-defense and battered woman syndrome or
These
BWS.
may be the pictures. So when we used to go over to his brother's house, one of his brothers and his.
Sustained.
By the way, trigger warning, we're probably going to end up seeing some of those
You know
pictures
what
we were
happened
seeing
to-
earlier being presented.
Did George call?
Yeah, so we're going to see some pictures of abuse. So there's going to be cuts, there's going to be bruises, there's going to be stuff like that.
Remember on this estate.
So if you're super sensitive, then yeah.
Judge, I'd like to move this exhibit into evidence. Okay.
Here we go.
What was pre-marked as P will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 2.
Yeah, I love it. Silbury for 125 Philippine peso says, this just in, legal mindset doesn't believe women can be battered. Just watch. I'm going to see on r/Crosanji criticize for you this in a week or two. Yeah, exactly. That's going to be the rat that I don't believe in, that I don't believe in domestic violence, which is like wildly taken out of context in my statement. But that's Kurosanji. Black company fans going to black company, you know,
And I need to ask permission to publish.
and not handle nuanced legal statements.
You may do so.
By the way, I believe both people in a relationship can be abused, men and women.
Amen.
Looks like I think there's a wheel on the top where you can.
And you know, what does that say about relationships where it's same sex, right? Because like, okay, if there's 2 men, can they not abuse each other? Or
Kind
2
of
women, can they
asinine
not
to
abuse-
believe anything else.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's ridiculous. It's actually, and it's unequal, right? So you believe that certain class of people is not capable of that?
Are those injuries to your arm? Yes. Were they caused by George Torres?
Hey, you know what? Equal rights, equal fights. These ears are rated E for everyone.
Yeah, I say equal rights equals equal lefts, you know?
Or bruise to your ribcage area? Yes.
Massive Doge says, I haven't been following this, but did she pull the schizophrenia card yet? No, she's not talked about that. No.
I'll show you identification.
Chad is asking for an ear wiggle.
Q, see if you recognize that photograph.
Yes.
Is that your thigh?
Yes.
Okay, do you remember
Okay,
this
but
incident?
I'm going to have
Can you
to
tell the jury what
make a
happened?
gift for it in me with my
My
suit.
dogs for a walk and get off of the back porch.
Were y'all drinking?
Yes. And he was upset that I would rather go walk my dogs than sit there and continue to drink. So he slapped my thigh as hard as he possibly could and said that you're not going anywhere. And it was a good smack on my thigh.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the wound that you suffered as a result of George Torres slapping you on the thigh?
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to offer Q in evidence. No objection.
What was pre-marked as Q will be received into evidence without objection as defense 3.
Sorry, I was opening a certain meme in the background here.
You may, sir.
And for the jury's sake, is this the photograph you just mentioned?
Yes.
Dangerous person. Yeah, someone in locals mentioned the most dangerous person for a child is mommy's new boyfriend. That is very accurate.
See if you recognize that photograph.
I do.
Is that your hand?
Yes.
Is that your blood on your hand?
Yes, it is.
Is that you standing, looks like in a room with flip-flops?
And once again, guys, I'm not asserting that in any way, shape, and form that this couple was a bunch of angels and that her partner was an angel.
George was.
That's not what is at a question here, right? They could both be bad people. The question is, does that justify the murder? Right.
And
So
my phone
that's
in
the
his-
real question for the
his crotch area and telling
for
me
the
to
jury,
get them.
right? And at stake.
And I really wanted to leave because of how drunk, and I knew the escalation of his anger. I didn't want to be there when it was at its peak. So I tried to take my keys from around him because he kept taunting me to take my keys, come get your keys. And so I attempted to go and get my keys. And so he ended up getting a butcher knife. And I had an opportunity to call Brian to come and help me, to please come pick me up, to come get me.
That was a phone in
And
court.
of course, he brings my son with him. And so I'm in the parking lot asking Brian to please help me get my car keys away from him. And there's neighbors and it's a scene at this point. And George comes to the doorway of my townhome wielding the butcher knife, saying that, do I curse? That no one's going to take her fucking keys. No one's going to fucking come into this house. And he's waving the butcher knife. And I walked up to him and I just wanted to leave. And my little
She's
son,
always
who
innocent.
was, I believe, 7 or 8 at the time, just is screaming, give mommy her keys, give mommy her keys, let her leave. Brian was even trying to negotiate with him, saying, please, you know she'll come back, just let her leave. So I went up to try and take the keys from him, and he was pulling on them, and I ended up
And she can be
pulling
cross-examined
harder.
on all of this.
And he pulled them back again to try to pull me in the house, and I pulled them even harder, and it ripped my finger. And at one point, I had lost the fingernail, and the tip of my pinky was severely gashed.
Judge, I'd like to offer this to the evidence.
Okay.
What was it pre-marked as, counselor?
Just like yes, but Madam Clerk, may have-
What was pre-marked as defense S will be received into evidence without objection as defense 4.
Oh, and
For the jury's sake, is this the picture you referred to? Is that the nail? or-
they're not going to show us anything super gory, but they will show us some stuff that's a little bloody. So
I can't say that's a severe gash.
I'm showing you a composite identification L, 2
Yeah.
photographs. Can you look at those photographs and tell the jury what they are?
I wanted to eat, and while he was drinking, went and made myself as quickly as I possibly could a microwave bowl of, I believe it was broccoli and cheddar soup. And I didn't get it out enough time, and he came up behind me and he slapped it out of my hand. And it was a 2nd-degree burn. I went to the hospital for it.
Were those fair and accurate depictions of the injury, the burn to your thigh?
Yes.
Would like to offer.
I expect this broccoli soup to be brought up again.
Jesus Christ, how hot we cooking the soup?
Evidence without objection as defense 5. Yes, sir.
You had to go to the hospital as a result of these injuries to your thigh?
Yes.
Okay.
It was extremely painful.
Is that a depiction of the burn?
Yes.
Is that your thigh?
My thigh, yes.
And your knee?
Yes.
That's 1st degree. I don't, maybe a little bit 2nd degree, but that's 1st degree.
All right, I'm showing you the composite exhibit for identification. Okay, 4 photographs. Did you look at those, all 4, before commenting? This is a longer story, isn't it? Go ahead and tell.
So
By the way, Bruce Scott, Carl, good to see you. My day's
You
going
stabbed
good.
me in
Just
my
enjoying the
leg.
trial. Thank you.
I almost bled to death.
All right, well, let's go back and explain what led up to that.
I thought it would be nice to cook a nice steak dinner. We don't have 2 nickels to rub together, so I thought it would be special to make a steak dinner and baked potato and go above the normal whatever's left over in the refrigerator. And so I spent a lot of time doing that, and George is drinking the entire time and on the back porch.
You were drinking as well, were you not?
I was drinking. He was on the back porch while I was in the house and I was cooking. And it was one of those where maybe if I start making dinner now, it will be over at a particular time and we can go to bed at a reasonable time. And I even put it in the bedroom and had a movie set up for us to watch. So it would just kind of be dinner in bed. And then he came upstairs and saw that I had made the steak dinner, and I don't know how to describe how drunk he was, but it definitely was not George. And had him come lay on the bed, sit on the bed, and, you know, put the, I got the dogs out, and I presented him with the steak dinner. And sat down and was getting ready to start playing the movie. And he starts being very rude and cursing the steak and finding fault with it. And then, you know, I'm having to encourage him to eat. You know, if you want me to cut it up for you, I will cut it up for you. Did you want some more sour cream for your potato? What can I do to make you happier? And then he started to pull on me and kept saying that, excuse me, that I just want to fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes. And I took offense to that, and I kept trying to encourage him to eat. I started to eat.
Was this just him really drunk?
Wow. Okay.
I don't know why he was so angry that day. I don't know if it's because I got steak. I don't know. Most of the time I don't know the reason why. I couldn't take it anymore.
He wanted it medium.
It was the
Obviously, it was not
steak.
gonna be able to eat,
It just lit a
so
fire.
I
What is
started
she
to crawl
talking
off of the bed to leave, just the bedroom. And he told me again that I'm not going anywhere, and he stabbed me in my leg, and it crunched. You could hear a noise that it made, and blood just started to come out of my leg, just like a fountain. So I got off of the bed. He's starting to freak out and grabbed me a towel. I got a wet towel and I'm sitting here holding the towel, and it's increasingly becoming even more and more saturated by the minute. It's just minutes. So I'm going through towels and towels, and I said, George, I think I need to go to the hospital. This is not stopping to bleed. This is serious. And he got on his knees and begged me, please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. And inevitably, he went and got my car keys and put them around his neck again, and my cell phone. So I was not able to call anyone, and I wasn't able to leave in my car. So I figured I would just go downstairs, and I'm just going to go downstairs. And I had propped my foot up on the glass table that we had, and blood is just everywhere. Blood is everywhere. I can't keep up with the amount of blood, and I'm starting to feel very weak and really weird. And he comes downstairs and he's still begging me, please don't call 911. Please don't call 911. I kept telling him, there's something, this is serious. This is something. Because he knew that he would probably get arrested or something bad would happen to him. So I couldn't take him anymore. He was just all over me, and just, I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding very badly, and he's having me try to console him.
By now, shouldn't she have bled out and died? Like, my God.
Him, please, I need to call 911.
A mega pint of blood.
And I said, okay, just let me,
Is this a new story? Or
give me a moment. And I crawled upstairs to my son's bathroom, which is the furthest bathroom away from everything. And I remember holding onto the sink, and I looked into the mirror, and my lips were blue, and I knew I needed help.
I don't recall this.
I needed help. And he came upstairs looking frantic for me, calling my name, and then
it's a new story.
To him and I said, please, okay. I'm going to die. I've lost a lot of blood. There's something wrong. My lips are blue. Please, we don't have to call an ambulance. If you could just take me, I'll drive whatever I can do, please, to go to the hospital for this. And
if her lips are blue, is she even conscious?
Before anything happens,
they're gonna cross the shit out of her on this.
For him to not be arrested or be in trouble when we did.
They're gonna cross the shit out of her on this.
So I'm sitting there with this blood-soaked towel with blue lips, trying to come up with a story of what I can tell them when I go down there so he's not in trouble, and telling him that it's okay. And I came up with the story of that we were sword fighting silly after drinking with our steak knives, and he accidentally punctured my leg. And from there,
how did you get to the hospital?
Sword fighting, huh?
Originally, he told me to
So
die.
she has used this fun and games defense before.
Okay, Natasha. Oh, really? It's you don't believe her? You don't believe her?
He got into the driver's seat
don't
and
recognize
drove
sword
me, and
fighting
the
with
entire
knives.
time he's
I'll
barking
do
at me
a,
to make sure that I get the story straight. We're sword fighting, okay? We were drunk,
Did you go to
being
the
silly.
hospital?
Yes,
All right, and did you get treated there?
yes. I was bloody, and
All right, let me show you the photograph. I'll show you this. All right, is this?
I mean, now we know she's lied about drinks and play.
yes, I had to go to 2 different hospitals for it.
And you lied to medical personnel about how this happened?
Yes, they brought in sheriffs and everything.
Was it consistent with, they brought in sheriffs? Did you have to answer to the law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Did you stick with the story that you and George had agreed?
Brandish your sword, buckaroo.
Would you like to offer this?
Chaos matches be like uppercut bus driver. Oof.
What was pre-marked as K will be received into evidence without objection as defendant.
Bad News Badger for 100 Danish Corner said the amount of digging she's already done, and it's still defense during the questioning. When this case is done, there'll be a scientific drill hole in Russia, the only second deepest hole dug by humans. Yeah, she's really painting this crazy picture right now.
You may publish, sir.
Sparky said Florida would there not be an arrest for suspect DV. Yeah. I mean, that's at that point.
Okay, guys. I'm willing to bet we're going to see the stitch wound that we saw earlier.
Yep. There we go. Stitch room.
Ooh.
And that is graphic, guys. So once again, I get it, but content warning here. But yeah, I mean, it's not good.
Mm.
Did you hurt your foot?
No, due to the injury, I had other problems.
Oh God, chat, you fucking degens.
But you eventually recovered?
There's always one in the chat.
Do you have a scar to that effect?
I do.
So can you step down and show me?
Mr. J?
There, you got your
You may.
foot fixed now. Simmer down.
Lock, sir.
Degenerates.
I'd rather have the ear fix.
Yeah, that's why chat's asking for the ear gif.
Is this the injury here?
Are they like whipping her leg out right now? What are we getting here in chat? He was just gripping her leg there.
Judge, I need to make a careful examination of her thigh.
Please show the court your feet. Oh no.
All right, I'm showing you identification. T? You recognize that photograph?
There's just water sprays the chat.
Looks like you got an injury to your lip.
Oh, there we go. Got some ears.
You call this event?
I was trying to sleep, and
Have y'all been drinking?
I'm sure. I know that he had been drinking. This was one of the instances where I would go upstairs to try to go.
Artemis says those are not the feet we want to see. I know.
Sometimes, yes.
I agree, Artemis.
But there were times where he wanted to stay up and continue to drink, and you wanted to go to bed.
Many times, yes.
You were done. He was not.
Correct.
Was that one of these times?
Yes.
So tell us what happened.
I'm sleeping in the bed, sound asleep, and he comes into the room and grabs me by my hair a lot of the times. And from here, he scratched me from trying to grab me, and then grabbed my hair and pulled me off of the bed, and then raked my face across the carpet. These are carpet burns.
To your lips?
Yes.
What about to the, looks like the eyebrow area?
That's from where he, from grabbing me, scratched me and got a hold of me by my hair.
Why was he mad at you?
Because I wasn't downstairs with him
He wanted you to be drinking with him?
all the time.
All right, I'd like to introduce the identification T and evidence.
What was pre-marked as T will be received into evidence without objection. It's Defense Exhibit 7.
Oh, permission, Bob.
You may, sir.
You see the injury between the eyes and the injury to the lip?
Yes.
As you described?
Yes, no blood going down my eye, yes.
Showing you what has been marked State's Exhibit identification or Defense Exhibit. You?
Yes,
Can you describe that photograph?
I can.
Go ahead.
This was the first time that I ever called 911. George and I had gone to a bar across the street within walking distance, and at some point, I asked a guy, or he asked me, somehow or another, it was over a cigarette. And he left, and I didn't know where he went, and the bartender said, oh, he left. He took your car and he left. So,
Why would he do that?
well, I found out when I got home, it was because I spoke to
No, I think it was
another
the
man.
side
And
foot.
so I paid the tab and I walked home, and he's sitting on the back porch with the handle of vodka. And I was walking on
1.75
eggshells
liters.
and terrified and kind of treaded lightly when I came in, and he acted all natural and fine. So I didn't know the reason why that he had just gotten up and left with my car. So then he calls me a whore, and then he calls me a slut, and then he calls me a cunt, and gets up and pushes me. And he pushed me with both of his hands so hard that we have this little area where our washer and dryer is, and there are metal doors that are on it. And he pushed me into the metal door. And then I fell back, and he got his knees on top of me on my arms here, so I was pinned down, and was starting to strangle me and hit my head up against the metal closet over and over and over and over and over it again, and calling me a fucking whore and you're such a slut and fuck you and everything. And my tongue was flopping out of my mouth, and I thought I was going to bite my tongue off. And because of the amount of noise I guess my head was making on the metal door, he slid me down and got back on me, and then started to strangle me again. And it was on, we have carpet, but it's like concrete. And I was able to get my arms out from underneath and grab his throat and get him off of me.
Concrete carpet.
I got him off of me, and I pushed him off.
This is sounding
and
like my
he
dog stepped on
came
a
up,
bee.
and
I'm
he
not
goes,
gonna
"You
fuck. I'm
fucking
not gonna lie to
bitch."
you guys.
And he
How does
stomped my
concrete carpet work?
face. And the next thing I know, I woke up.
Amber
I
Heard level tales
obviously
here.
blacked out. I'm obviously, I guess, yes. And he was passed out on the floor.
Remember, this man is
And I
100
woke up
pounds wet and
frantic,
like
looking
5
for my
foot
phone,
2.
and I immediately called 911.
And now he's the fucking Big Show.
Police arrived on that incident.
Yes, they did.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained as a result of?
Yeah, she's clearly an
Stomping, yes.
unreliable narrator.
Stomp?
All I saw was his heel.
This is, we ask that this be identification you be admitted today. Okay.
What was pre-marked as you will be received without objection is defense 8.
Was that the next day, or is that a few days later?
That's a couple of days later.
And that's the bruising from the kicking of the eye?
Yes.
Now, the police will call, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Let me go through the joint. I'm showing you identification V, defense. Do you recognize that? You have to speak up.
Yes.
Can you identify that picture?
Yes.
Is that your leg?
Yes.
This guy looks like an Undertaker.
And is that was like the injury to your knee?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained to your knee?
Yes.
Do you remember how that happened?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury?
I was trying to get off of the back porch, and he grabbed me and pushed me, and it was a rock or a really sharp piece of mold from him grabbing me and pushing me onto the ground. And I guess I just happened to hit my knee just right on whatever it was.
Were y'all drinking?
Did she just say mulch?
Yes.
Why did he push you?
Because I wanted to get off of the back porch.
He's an Undertaker and burying his client right now. Good one.
He wanted you to be with him? What's the deal with him wanting to be with you all the time?
Insecurity, I guess. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, now is she a fucking psychologist? Like, come on.
And then some, yes.
All right, I'd like to introduce an evidence identification. Okay.
What was pre-marked as V will be received into evidence without objection is defense 9.
Now, Ms. Boone, were you treated for this, or did you self-treat? Show the jury now.
No, that was just, I got the first aid kit that I had for my son, and I just cleaned it up.
You what?
I said I got the first aid kit that I had for my son, and I just cleaned it up and put a Band-Aid on it.
Lord, I'm showing you identification W. That's identification. You recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What is that a photograph of?
This is a photograph of my arm.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the arm with some type of injury?
Yes.
Do you remember this event?
Multiple times, yes.
Well, we're talking about this isolated event where this photograph was taken, the injury you sustained.
Yep.
Who injured your arm?
George Torres.
Do you remember this event?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury about it?
This was one of the instances where I would try to pull away from him, and I don't know how my arm started to do this, but from him pulling from this way, how hard he would pull, with me trying to struggle to get away from him, it would leave these bloody under the skin splotches.
So he wouldn't hit you sometimes, he would just grab you and pull you.
Yes, for me trying to pull away from him, that's the point of it doing this, from me pulling away from him.
Now, this is one of the many times y'all were both intoxicated.
I mean, I can't say for sure.
One of the many times.
But whenever it would happen, yes, it would be drinking.
She hates to admit that she was drunk.
Identification W and evidence.
What was pre-marked as W will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 10.
This is not insanity. So whoever in the chat said this is insanity, no, she's not. She's clearly capable.
You may, sir.
It doesn't look like a wound or anything. Objection to commentary.
Sustained.
Tell me, you said it's just from the grip, him losing his grip?
Yes, it would be from me pulling away from him, and whatever under the skin it was, that it was from the amount of pressure of him holding and then pulling from me would create those on my arms.
And I know we use crazy and insane in like colloquial ways and like casual ways, but there's a legal definition of that. And they're not trying to call her insane legally here.
Yes.
And what is that a picture of?
This is a picture of my ear, side of my head.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction
Yes.
of the injury you sustained by George Torres?
Yes.
Do you remember this event?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
I at the time was not drinking.
On this event, you had not consumed any alcohol.
I mean, I may have earlier.
See.
George.
Downstairs.
I don't think that's
fucking
that
hates
works.
it.
All right.
She
So
hates it that she is also drunk.
You were wanting to go to bed, and he wanted you to stay down there with him?
Yes, I was in the bed.
All right. Tell the jury what happened on this event.
I believe this was the instant where I was in the bed and I used to barricade the door with our dresser.
Why didn't you just lock it?
All of the locks were broken in my home.
Why?
They were from George taking them, including my son's. At one point, I could seek refuge in my son's room, but he broke that one as well.
Well, tell me, explain how that happens. Tell the jury. We can't read your mind.
George wants me, which he has told me numerous times, that I am to be with him at all times and doesn't like to be apart from me or away from me. So whenever it was even just to go to the bathroom, sometimes he would go with me. And you have to understand, I have a 2-story, 900 square foot townhome, so there's not many places to go. So it just happened to be that it would be upstairs or downstairs, or I'd be in a particular room or not. So inevitably.
Did you want some time away?
Yes, I did. Even if it were just him upstairs or me downstairs or vice versa.
Does he drag her
So
to his job?
I rarely got to sleep.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
This was one of the instances because I had barricaded the door with our, 200-pound dresser that we had. And then I had my nightstand barricaded up against the bed to where it was
Wait,
even
how
more
is she moving
difficult
a
from the prior
200-pound
times of
dresser?
him breaking in.
That's a very
And
good
he
question.
I don't know how he would ever do it, but he would get himself in through the crack of the door that he would be able to wedge the dresser in the nightstand. And he pulled me out of the bed.
Gotta be in great shape if
and,
that's how big.
Told me I was going to die. And I believe it's this incident, and punched me and
Punched you in the side of the head?
yes, in
Was
my
it-
temple and everything.
Was it an open fist or a closed fist, or do you know?
It was fully closed.
Oh, is this the black eye picture?
I believe so.
Like identification X introduced in the
Was pre-marked as X will be received without objection as Defense Exhibit 11.
And once again, in my mind here, like this all could be true, which I doubt, but let's pretend this is all true. I don't think that allows the defense to be applied in the instant case.
you. Did you get any treatment for that?
Yeah, these are all incidents long before the facts of this case were
I
ever
remember it hurt for a
even
good
thought of,
solid 2 weeks.
imagined, or happened.
Is this one of the incidents where the police
Mm-hmm.
And I don't doubt they got drunk and did shitty stuff to each other. I don't doubt that at all.
Oh no, yeah, I'm
That's
willing
awful.
to believe that.
Yeah, that they are mutually abusive. I don't doubt that at all. But that doesn't change the facts of the murder.
You recognize this photograph, which is identification Y?
Eagle asked, what is the legal definition of hitting with an open fist? It doesn't change like whether you slap somebody or you punch them. It doesn't change the underlying crime because it'd still be a battery, right?
I like the idea of an open fist, though. What is that?
An open fist is a slap, right?
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how your face looks?
Sigurd makes a good point.
Yes.
What's the significance of this picture?
Again, because I was sleeping, George was upset with me and came in with a metal curtain rod and bent it and snapped it in half and then crunched me in the forehead with it.
Is she admitting to premeditated murder?
And then started to beat the furniture that was
They can spin it. They can spin all this back on her. It's
in
true.
the bedroom.
Sigmund says she can move a 200 lab
this is
dresser, but a
probably a
100-pound man is too much to lift.
month,
Yeah, sure. That checks out. Let's go
before
home and
or
go to
after it
sleep.
had happened, before I really do believe that I should have gotten stitches, but it's not allowed to go to the hospital.
Sparky says, if anything, this is premeditated revenge. Yeah, I mean, it can make a case. They can spin it this way.
What was pre-marked as Y will be received into evidence
Real,
without objection as
real
Defense
character
12.
for 10 says, comparing this to Christy Mack direct from John Copenhagen case is night and day. Not a tear, no remorse, no clarity of the past, constant stopping. Yes. Night and day. Patrick Elza for 5 says, so as unbelievable as her testimony has been, this is by far the most compelling. Yeah, and look, I get this is traumatizing for a lot of people and it's problematic, but they're going to cross her and you're going to find out this went both
I
ways.
don't remember who it was, but yes.
100%.
Was it different from?
Understand the defense gets to tell their story now. This is the most favorable it's going to get for Sarah. It's only going to go downhill after she gets cross-examined and everything else gets torn up.
Yes, and remember, that's a month later.
And then on that same date, they took, same time, they took this photograph as well, which is identification R.
At least Sarah Boone isn't like mad dog in her own jury like Amber Heard was.
That's true.
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat and
Is that an injury to your hand?
it's a bruise.
Was that taken, February, was it February 23rd, 2020, when the investigators came out on February 24th?
Lucky Limes, that's essentially how battered wife syndrome works, or BWS works, which is why I am opposed to how the law applies it. I think it's or battered spousal syndrome, right?
It was pre-marked as defense R.
I think it needs to be much more limited
without
legally,
objection to defense
procedurally.
13.
Now, once again, the jury has to agree that this was,
yes, sir,
a self-defense as a result of a long pattern of abuse, right? But and the jury may not buy it. In fact, I would imagine the jury won't buy it, but who knows? We'll see.
Yes. There's some discoloration up here.
Magical things can happen.
Palm. You see that?
I do.
Is that from you jabbing him with a baseball
I like it
bat?
being called battered
Sustained.
spouse or battered person syndrome because it does include the implication that yes, a man can be abused as well.
Yeah, and and it's battered spouse under Florida law. A lot of ones it was originally battered wife, and they changed the language. But that's the Florida Rule of Criminal Procedure 3.201.
I'm showing you defense identification in.
Yeah, after cross-examination meteoric, there will be a redirect from defense, and then from there it should go to closing arguments.
Yeah. So prosecution finishes its whole case with all the witnesses. Then you get defense. It gets to present all its witnesses, and then you get prosecution gets another bite of the apple. They get one more shot, and then closing argument.
Yes.
However, there are a lot of more witnesses for the defense. The defense has a lot of witnesses, a lot of experts too.
All right, are those stills of a videotape that you took?
Yes.
And is that videotape, was it on your phone?
Yes.
So when law enforcement sees the phone, they would have had access to
Experts, right?
I believe so, yes.
Excuse me.
And
Because remember, you can always find an expert that's willing to say what you want them to say for money.
Wouldn't it be wild if we saw Dr. Smeagol?
Lucas liked to watch.
Dude, if we get
cartoons and
Schmeagol,
play
oh
video
my
games
fucking
on the
god,
big
dude.
screen,
Oh my
which
god.
is
I want Schmeagol.
big screen,
I want him.
and,
I want him to lick those
I would have to
goddamn
call
lips
Brian
again.
to come over sometimes to help me figure out the Fire Stick and whatever platform or whatever it was that Lucas was trying to view his shows and video games on. And I don't remember how. George
She's
found out that
referencing
Brian
the
had come
expert
over, I
witness
believe
from
because
the
it was
Amber Heard
actually
case.
fixed, and he knew that I didn't know how to do it.
I'll pull him up.
Found out that Brian had come over to fix it, and
was he jealous of Brian?
I don't know if he was jealous of Brian. I think that he had a fear that I somehow would go back to Brian. So I think by Brian helping me with things for Lucas, he just didn't want him to be interacting with me at all.
So Lucas wasn't over here this day. Brian wasn't over here.
Did that story that Dr. Smeagol was the wrong Dr. Smeagol and they meant to get someone else?
Television for Lucas.
That's a funny story.
Y'all were drinking.
It's not true, but it's funny.
I know he was for a fact, yes.
Chances are you were.
Probably so, yes.
Okay.
I would agree.
So how did it end up badly?
He accused me of sucking Brian's dick and told me that he was going to break my face with the bat, that he was going to make me unrecognizable to my son with the bat, and then told me that he's going to destroy my fucking television, and then I was going to remove it from the apartment. And if I didn't, I was going to be, again, unrecognizable to my son.
So did he grab the bat?
Absolutely. He already had that in his hand, and he told me that I had to videotape it.
Did
There
you
we go.
videotape it voluntarily?
New avatar.
All right. Let's do the video. Well, we're gonna go
Dr.
Now,
Schmiegel.
Beautiful.
I can introduce this identification of these 5 photographs into evidence.
This guy. Yeah.
Is it O or N?
I have O being a composite.
Big Chungus.
We're moving an O. Okay.
I have some
What was
questions.
pre-marked as O will be received into evidence without objection as defense 14.
Yes, legal Schmiegel. Yes. Schmiegel mindset. He was the best. He was the worst. Yeah, licking those lips.
It was the best at times. It was the worst of times.
Yeah, I can't even I can't look at that for too long.
This was George that particular day holding the bag.
It's looking at me menacingly.
Guys telling me that I'm going to take the television.
Scorpion, yes. Manslaughter is also on the table.
That or
So they've
I
got to
would tell
beat.
him, but either way, I would
They've got to beat it either way, but I don't think so yet. I disagree with your analysis there, but even if it does, they've got manslaughter on the table.
And what is this picture of?
Len Mars says, I knew it. Future Andrew. No.
While you're videotaping.
I just have to do a
So,
link with it.
is there a video of that? Obviously, that was a still shot.
that he ripped it off of the TV stand.
Did you later pass
I
out?
think it's just a still, yeah.
Like he usually does.
What's he drinking there?
Gin and juice.
Vodka and something, I'm sure.
I'm showing you identification N. Did you recognize that?
It's my letting him in the stairwell.
Or were those, was that a photograph taken by a crime scene?
Correct.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of your living room and stairwell?
Yes.
And let's try to introduce this as identification 9 as an exhibit.
It's pre-marked as M, correct?
It's got N.
N, I apologize. What was pre-marked as N will be received into evidence without objection as defendants 15.
Can you tell us a little bit about this room?
This is my living room. This wall that we have over here with the hearts, that's where we would display all of our artwork. We were in the process of taking it down to add more, so he could continue to be entertained. The bookshelf over here is my son's bookshelf with all of his toys and little guns and musical instruments. He's got his little karaoke machine down here, his guitar. The stand right here with the red bucket on it, that was the television stand. And then my back porch area and the dog bed here.
And then it looks like in front of the bookshelf at the foot of the stairs, is that a doggy?
It's a baby gate, but my dogs would wander upstairs sometimes and go to the bathroom sometimes when we couldn't get them out.
Actually,
So I
no.
would, at
According to
nighttime,
reports, this guy is taking
whenever
Sarah
we
Boone's
weren't
case
home,
pro
make sure that
bono.
they didn't go upstairs. And plus Penny was blind.
Really?
There's an allegation that you pushed George down the stairs
Apparently.
or got him in the suitcase upstairs and pushed him down the stairs?
Supposedly.
Did that occur?
Yeah, let me see if I can hunt down the where I read that.
Is that bookshelf disturbed in any way?
No, nor the plant next to it.
Yeah, Anthony, I agree with you. Says I would be much for Anthony for 5 says I'd be much more for the battered spouse defense if she was being charged for false imprisonment because she called the cops and let him out. That's not the factual scenario we have, right? this is not at all what we have.
Yes, this is me sitting on the back.
But I
porch
agree with
my
you.
dogs.
Different facts could
And
lead to
as
more
you can see
sympathetic
that we are
situations for
both
Sarah.
sitting.
Absolutely.
All right, who's taking the picture?
I'm guessing George's, or maybe it's one that Lucas, Lucas wasn't on here, so it had to be George.
How can you tell y'all are drinking?
Because there's a cup here and then he has a beer.
Not an FBI for 5 Aussie says this may be weird, but I fell asleep while watching thanks to your chill voices. Then wake up to a poll about drunken sword fighting and a squid woman is
I used to
here.
have to pick
She's
her
an
up and put her
octopus.
somewhere
Please do not
where she could
misspecies
stay
her.
there because she,
Thank you.
Was unfamiliar with the area.
The octopus racism is so real. I fight it every day.
Yeah, seriously.
Penny was close or
Those squids have been on top of the hierarchy for too long.
Exactly.
this is little guard dog test.
Takoyaki will rule the market one day.
Exactly. I'm
and
tired of squid
this is the
supremacy.
fence
Down with the
here.
SS.
I'll show you.
Okay, but this is Tess, and then this is deaf, blind.
The turf war will be extreme.
All right, and the second one.
This is Tess. on the back
Octophobic.
porch, taking a nap. She was never far from me.
All right, when George was sober, how did he treat the dog?
Taco takeover.
Mm.
Surf and turf war. I love it.
I don't know if he was a pet person.
Proud
But I mean,
taco
he was nice. If I needed him to feed
The
something,
turf
he would
war.
feed me.
Were there
J.K.
times
Rowling
that
is leading it.
Oh no.
George was drinking
I was going to make a Splatoon reference, but that works.
where he would threaten to harm the dog?
All the time.
All right, we're gonna have to tell the jury.
Squids are an inferior
One of the
culture.
worst.
Aspen Gold, maybe.
One of the worst threats.
Oh, maybe I have a
was
chance then.
Penny being blind.
He just needs to finish his living room.
He would actually leave the gate open in the back. He wouldn't threaten me to do it. He would actually do it on nights that I had to go up to sleep or I fled the night before or something. And would tell me that he hoped that I would come back and find her bloated body dead in the pond across the way
Wow.
from our townhome. And Tess
Brutal.
was notorious if I wasn't there to go look for me, and would say that he would hope that I would have to scrape up her dead body from the street that was out in front of our apartment complex.
Why was George upset with you? Why was he threatening to harm the dog?
Anything that he could get to try to have some type of hold over me.
Control.
And he knew I loved my dogs very much, especially that they were handicapped.
So now by the way, this is extreme emotional leverage,
Penny
trying
would hear his
to
voice and instantly go underneath
paint him as a
the
dog
dining room
abuser.
table that we
Not the
had.
dogs.
Tess
Yeah,
was
see?
always
See?
fractious and very,
It's a
very
tactic.
quick.
Anything
quick
but the
movement.
dog.
Remember, the two bodies, one soul.
Never far away. They never show their teeth. They never growled.
Yeah, and that's
Tess
a
would occasionally
that's a really
bark,
good
but it was very
cross examination.
And
You
he
said you're
used to
two
kick
bodies,
them.
one soul. So are you also like this, Sarah?
Oh,
Penny would try to find me because she's
which of the
blind.
dogs do you beat, woman?
Sustained.
I'd like to move identification in and evidence.
Any objection? Was pre-marked as M will be received into evidence without objection as defense 16.
Her dog stepped on a bee. Give her some sympathy.
All right. Can you describe this for the jury?
This is again is our back porch, and this is the fence that I made for the dogs to have a little bit extra space. Penny is next to me. She's the blind dog, and then Tess is down here at guarding the gate.
Are these fake rabbits? Is that
Yes. I used to call my son when he was a baby. He was my bunny rabbit.
Overruled.
He was my bunny rabbit, so I used to collect bunny rabbits, and so I have rabbits here and there throughout my house and in my little garden area.
or this is the alcohol you are consuming?
You have to object to the rabbits.
Yeah, that's unrelevant. That's not relevant. And it's trying to soften things up.
I don't need to know about how many pippas she has in her room.
Oh, come on. Are you saying Sarah Boone is like a pipalist?
Maybe. I don't know.
No.
I feel like she's too far crazy.
Yes.
Linmar said for 2 euros. Do those tentacles grow back? If so, then
They do. They follow Splatoon lore. They grow back. You got to eat them quickly though, or they have a mind of their own.
Elijah Snow for 3 months says, God, she's shiftier than a siege cultist. I mean, I cannot wait for them to pick apart her lies and for her to get defensive because this is going to be insane when they start actually getting into like what is credible here and what's not. Why the fuck are we getting Instagram posts? Yeah. And this is one they actually objected to in the beginning. I guess they're getting it in for quote unquote completeness, right? But yeah, I agree. This one is, but it's going to show, once again, they're trying to show this pattern and a wider story here. I wouldn't have allowed the porch one. The fact that the judge allowed this shows the judge is doing a lot for Sarah, which means that on appeal, there won't be as many grounds because he allowed shit in he frankly shouldn't have allowed in, right? So giving a lot of leeway to protect himself from being overturned on appeal. Frankly, yeah, I mean, this shouldn't even be presenting this evidence if it was my call, but hey, that's why I'm not a judge. That's why I'm not a judge.
All right, members of the jury, it's
No,
4:03.
to use
By show of hands, would you like to
completeness
take an afternoon
to
break at this
justify
point
them
in
is
time?
ridiculous.
Okay, court sees no hands. We may have to work also a little bit past 5 o'clock, maybe going to between 5:45 and 6 this evening. I know juror third from the right, you may have to make a phone call as to that. Does anyone have any concerns about working a little bit later today till 6 o'clock?
It's court
If you have those
overtime,
concerns, please raise
boys.
your hand at this time. All right, court sees no hands. Ma'am, are you in a position to step out to see if you can get assistance with childcare, or is that not an option for today?
I'm actually all set for today. She's already taken them.
You are? Okay. All right. Excellent. Very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all. With that, Mr. Owens, you may
Worst thing you
continue.
can do is tell a judge, no, I have no obligations for the rest of the day.
Yes, sir.
I'm a bum.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, juror fifth from the right.
No life, judge. Keep me here as long as you want.
Then I tell you what, let's go ahead and take it at this time. We'll give you all a 15-minute recess. It's 4:04. Hang on. Don't leave yet. I got to tell you a couple things.
They're running
Back
out.
here at 4:20.
They're
Same
running
instructions
out.
before. Please don't conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and don't have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else. We'll see you in a couple minutes. Thank you very much.
Jury exiting.
They're running away from Sarah.
They couldn't get out of that jury box fast enough.
All right, guys. Let's see. Is this got a little lag there. Got a little lag there, Court TV.
Y'all can be seated. Thank you.
Are we gonna get the grippers? Oh no, she's
If
she's
Ms.
wearing
Boone needs to
shoes.
use the
She's wearing
facilities,
shoes,
we might as
guys.
well take advantage of that at this time. All right, court will be in recess till 4:20. Thank you.
Based.
Yep. All right. So while we're taking a little break here, we gotta lighten the mood. This is kind of dark. So let's you guys referenced it earlier. So let's do it here. The best court situation.
Mr. Ponton, I believe you have a filter turned on in the video settings. You might want to take
We're
a look.
trying to, can you hear me, Judge?
I can hear you. I think it's a filter.
It is, and I don't know how to remove it. I've got my assistant here. She's trying to, but I'm prepared to go forward with it. I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
I can't.
I can see that. I think if you click the up arrow next to the
Oh, so good, so good, so good.
I love his eye just tipping around like he's strapped in there.
We need some chibi doki and some mudang, you know. I was hearing like they came with. I was out the other day and there's some like custom mudang mix here. Like there's some like custom mudang song, and I'm like, this mudang shit is getting out of control. Although I do need to go visit mudang. I will say that's on my list when I get back from Korea. Clan said for 20 Danish krona, if one juror can't stay, they have to end early. If they really couldn't stay, but they're going to try to make them. So they're going to try to say, we'll arrange it for you. We'll arrange childcare for you. So Anthony says for 5, are the end of octopus tentacles hands or feet, or us Capipolis attack commies, not each other? Wait, what? Oh, and us Capipolis attack commies, not each other. That's true. You don't lock each other in suitcases. So Akko, are the end of octopus tentacles hands or feet?
Mine are not really either. They're just kind of independent because each one has its own individual brain. It's kind of just a separate appendage.
Think for themselves. Charlie Spur for 2 says first lawyer VTuber, by the way. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Ava actually technically beats me. Although I have a ping, I just don't use it. I used it twice actually. Because I have to set up OBS, and whenever I use OBS, I cannot use a lot of my stuff that's preloaded into StreamYard. So I have to set up all that stuff separately, which is going to be a project for me. One of my projects. Malfeasant Amalgam says, I got from that is their house wasn't padded enough. You mean like an insane asylum? Right? Should it have been padded like an insane asylum?
Oh yeah.
Because it sounds like it should have been. Sounds like it should have been. So what do you guys think so far? I mean, just thoughts. Akko, I mean, you're coming in, so just want to see what you think of the case so far.
Yeah, I remember when I first heard a true crime video on this, and I was baffled just hearing that the woman had locked him in a suitcase for a while, and she tried to pretend that like, oh, we were just playing, because I don't know how you can just play hide and seek being stuck inside a suitcase. And so this whole posturing that she's been doing for the past couple of years has just been, I don't know, I don't feel like I get to see very much BS like this.
Yeah. It's rare that this much bullshit gets to trial, right?
Oh yeah,
Like,
it gets dismissed really quickly, doesn't it?
exactly. And like only because of, and frankly, and once again, I'm not trying to be one way or another, but only because of BWS and the battered spouse syndrome, and that as a legal defense, allowing for that evidence and allowing for the assertion of self-defense, does it even get this far? Without that law, we wouldn't even have gotten this far.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's procedurally it being easier than it should be. Let's see what else here. Oh, also real quick, this was shared with me right now, but shout out to the Mudang clan. So good. Thank you over there on Twitter tagging me in that. I appreciate all y'all. Let's see here. How about you, Ava? What do you think so far? We're going through the character.
Somebody did mention, what would be the first question you would ask on your cross-examination?
Why are you so full of shit? Why the fuck you lying? Like, I mean, I might actually try.
Yeah,
I mean,
for real
all
though.
joke-
I like this trial because it's very visibly apparent all the facts.
and to be honest, they're going to be able to come out of the gate swinging. They're going to be able to come out of the gate. Well, why did you completely change your story? You know, and they're going to be able to point. So you said X, that was wrong. So you said this was a lie. 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 It's going to be devastating with her because she completely bullshitted her former statements, and she's going to try, because she's a narcissist. And remember, she's good at everything she does, and she's not wrong. It's going to be impossible for her not to try to fight back and argue. But the only thing to say, what they should say, what she should say is, oh no, I did lie. But if she starts to go back and say, no, I didn't lie, right, and it wasn't a lie, then that's where she's going to get in big trouble, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't get drunk. So was that a lie? Right? Because she said I can't get drunk. She's saying, "Oh, I don't
I
drink."
think they're going to try and get through her testimony today because we're staying late again. And if we want to continue with her testimony to the following day, I imagine we'd be going back, like we'd be going home the normal time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's see here. Oh, somebody asked if you could host my stream while traveling. So I'm not. So you guys know, on Thursday, we're gonna start. I'll start around lunchtime because I'm gonna be flying to South Korea. But we're still gonna do the trial. What I'll do is since I'll start a little bit later that day, we're just gonna go through lunch because lunch is not exist. We can just fast forward through lunch. So we'll get to fast forward through all the pre-trial stuff and through lunch. So I guarantee you that will actually go by a lot faster. And we'll probably only end up going about, maybe only an hour or two longer than we would anyways. Because think about it, like right now, for example, we're on break. So you got to understand that all these breaks we could be fast forwarding through. So if this was already, I'm now caught up live. So I started an hour and 30 minutes late and we're fully caught up, and we've been caught up since lunch. So we're not behind at all whatsoever. So this actually works very well. Like starting later works very, very well. So I'm going to continue to do that on the days that I'm available, and on other days I'll and on that one day where I'm traveling, which is only one day.
Allowing us to go through the breaks is way easier.
Yeah. So I mean, that's what I'm going to continue. So I'm going to kind of continue this style, right? Also, I feel like it gives people a little bit more time to get together, get in and watch, and also condenses the watch time. So instead of 8 hours, it's like 7. Right, because we still got what, about an hour and a half, 2 hours left. So yeah. Massive Doge says, is it a common defense tactic to drive a trial? Yes. Also to try to confuse the jury, to try to add in extraneous facts that are irrelevant but make the jury feel they're relevant even though legally they're not. Yes. The defense wants to throw as much spaghetti against the wall as it can. And if that confuses a jury, that's fine, because a confused jury is less likely to vote guilty. Sparky's Text Corner says the wage slave is now free. Oh, let me send you an invite. Cool. Yeah, I am for freeing the slaves. For slavery
Thank you,
freedom.
slaves.
Akko, are you covering anything cool lately or anything interesting?
Lately, last week we covered the Asmongold stuff. I made a video recently about a lolly that hates lollies. So
oh yeah, that's always ironic.
Yes, it is. I'm starting a series where I basically read VTuber tweets and just let people make their own opinions on it, kind of like Twitter versus, but just for VTubers.
Yes. Oh, also Nancy, one of my OGs. What's up, Nancy? Good to see you. Says, how long is the trial? Well, we have up to 2 weeks, but we have been burning through this trial. I mean, this is one of the fastest trials I've seen, and good on the judge for keeping it moving. I don't know how many witnesses the defense has, but I could see this being a week trial. Like I could see it being like another maybe Monday or Tuesday next week it wraps. Totally possible. Could even wrap. I mean, depending on how the defense does. If the defense wraps this week, wraps by Friday, then maybe we're doing next week. But who knows? We'll see. I don't know, and I don't know what the prosecution will bring back, and whatnot. But I could see this thing going fast.
Mm-hmm.
So they've been doing a pretty good job. Not gonna lie. Good question though. But up to 2 weeks. Did I get? Was that all the questions? Yeah, there's no technical time limit, technically. But yeah, I've actually seen a lot of that, and I just sent Sparky an invite, so he'll get him in there if he's around. But yeah, actually, Akko, I've seen a lot of weird situations, like the one with was it Harasol, where it's like VTuber on VTuber crime, where like it's just like VTubers hating on other VTubers. I'm like,
yes,
guys, it's kind of like self-reporting, right?
It is, and it is, as I said in my video that I made, it really does show that these people.
Can we stop cannibalizing ourselves, please?
Yes,
yep.
It just shows that these people don't know that the community that they're getting into, and it's kind of sad.
Yeah, they're effectively a tourist, but they're a tourist who's already put money on a model. So
happens every week.
Yeah. Masato Katsuragi says, Andrew, just saw that Firewalk Studio may be shutting down soon. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Well, a lot of like I said, I think a lot of the small studios are gonna have some problems. And a lot of the ones that were getting, the DEI funding, et cetera, I think those ones are going to have problems too, because a lot of them are not just being called out, but the entities that are giving out this
All right,
money
we're
are
back on the
coming under
record. Case
scrutiny.
number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State.
Nick Ketchum on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for the state.
Ava, you're being called out.
All right. Ms. Boone, let's go ahead and bring you back up to the witness stand, please.
They made Concord. Yeah, exactly.
Judge, we're going to try to go with 6 today.
Yes, sir. That's the plan.
I thought they were re-releasing
Concord is an epic failure. BlackRock has infinite money. Not infinite. They have a lot, but not infinite.
You said about 20.
All right, we're ready to bring back in our jury.
Yes?
All right, let's do it.
Oh, Judge, hold on. Oh, she's up.
There's no bingers. There's just Binger was annoyingly biased politically. These people are just making ridiculous arguments. And back to the Concord of a case. Yes, this case is like Concord, right?
Oh.
It's going to be great. Trust me. We're going to argue this defense. It's going to be great. Trust me. It's going to be better than OJ.
On our side.
Yeah. Better than Overwatch, right? Concord's going to beat Overwatch, the Overwatch killer. This is going to be the OJ killer. Everyone's going to remember it.
Jury entering.
Does she actually think that, or does her lawyers actually think that?
They genuinely believe she's like a patron saint.
Oh.
Don't they know what sainthood requires, though? Okay, never mind. I'm not going to get
State,
into,
do you recognize
into
our
the
jury?
Catholic Church.
Defense, do you recognize
Let's not
our
go
jury?
there.
All right, y'all can be seated. Thank you. Again, members of the jury, if you could. Oh, wait.
Oh, shit.
Oh, somebody did something.
Yep. Somebody did something. Somebody was a naughty boy.
Man, I would hate to be that cop. I used to want to be one, and I was like, I don't want to
If
get
they
put in
talk
jail.
to
Yeah, somebody
anybody
was
or they
really
were-
not. Wow, they're having everyone up there.
Yep. Somebody talked to somebody is what just happened. So remember, they're not allowed to talk. So also could be another
Members of the jury, again, if you could just raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the last break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. All right, with that,
might have been a
Drones,
drunk.
you may
Might have been a
continue your
drunk.
inquiry, sir.
Just based on the court statements, identification A, I'd like to, this is one of the photographs that we introduced. Is this injury to your ear? And then this is your living room. This is identification C, the blow up. Identification D. TV. Identification E. Is that your arm? Identification F. Is that your knife wound? Identification G. Is this the curtain rod?
Saw the injuries. And what's up, Sparky?
What's up?
Oh yeah, probably stay muted. You got some car noise in the background, brother.
The eye. Location. Eye. See your face shot?
Yes.
We're almost getting cross. We're working towards cross.
Why are they showing these again?
They're just presenting them.
Identification B. And this is the back patio of the dog.
Yes.
Camera will bounce a little bit. It's been. Let me go back to the night earlier in the evening when I think y'all may have been out on the back patio and you had suggested to George to call the children, but then did he call his brother or his brother called George? Do you remember?
George called his brother.
Okay. And you made a statement about tell him something. Explain that to the jury.
I told him to tell his brother about you choking me the other day. This is a separate choking incident. We had been drinking, and I wanted George to tell him, but he didn't tell him, so I said it in the background, so he would be aware.
What did you tell him?
Tell him why you choked me, or that you choked me.
Now, you heard the testimony of the two neighbors, the boys that lived next to you,
Yes.
and you heard that they were actually questioned. I think the audio, they were audio interviewed. You heard from Detective Copsel. I think it was a couple of days later on the 25th of February or 27th of February.
Yes.
And you heard their testimony earlier this week.
Yes.
Where they hear a kind of a thumping sound starting at the top of the steps, ending at the bottom.
Yes.
Have they got the night wrong?
Yes.
So explain to the jury that.
So it was the night before. Again, I was sleeping, and in the middle of the night with the door barricaded, he came in and ripped me.
Objectively worse than Amber Heard. Yes.
And first got me with one hand, and then got both hands and pulled me completely off of the bed. And then, like a caveman, had my hair like this and was going down the stairwell, taking me with him to come downstairs so I could sit and drink with him.
Do you believe that's the noise that the two neighbor boys heard?
I absolutely do.
And it was just
Oh, she's gonna get a question on that hard.
Now, some of the time when this abuse occurred, you called the police.
Yes.
And other times the police were not called.
Correct.
I want to refer to you the first time, I believe, you mentioned the 911 call. I believe that was July 25th of 2018.
Yes.
And that was the incident.
Just a tip, Hawkeye.
Georgia kicked you
Only the tip.
in the eye,
Stomped me, yes.
stomped you in the eye. And you had grabbed his neck.
Yes, I was able to get my arms out from him pinning me down with his knees and grab his neck.
So law enforcement came and investigated,
Yes,
and both of you were arrested.
correct.
Do you recall asking the officer when you were arrested, why am I being arrested?
Many times, yes.
Do you recall asking the officer, why am I being arrested?
Yes.
And do you recall making any other statements to law enforcement as to why you did what you did to George?
That was the first time ever that I actually officially fought back.
Did you tell the officer that you were fighting back?
Yes, because I was complete shock that I was getting arrested because of it.
Now, on the 2-minute video, the Suitcase video, you mentioned to him, I think you said something, I can't breathe. He said, I can't breathe. And you said, that's how I feel when you're choking me. Were you referring to an isolated incident of the night before, 2 nights before, or whatever, or were you referring to in general?
In general, the more than 2 or 3, 4 times that he had done it.
Okay. And then the part about cheating, he didn't physically cheat on you.
No, he did not.
Okay. And just, I don't want to go into a lot of detail, but what are you referring to?
George was, I believe, addicted to pornography, and a lot of that would be found on my phone from him supposedly wanting to call about job interviews. And as a solution, I sat him down and I explained to him, to me, that's you visualizing yourself with someone else, or at least
He was a
having
gooner.
a pleasurable moment with someone else or watching other people. And to me, I told him,
Who
that
was controlling who? Ask yourself that.
Okay. And so he would download that on your phone?
Who was controlling who?
Yes.
Whose place was that? New demon for 20 Norwegian krona says, I don't know. She might be a better actress in this room. She certainly lies a lot.
As anyone who has ever been in love, or when you love someone or primarily
God.
someone or something, you go above and beyond and you tolerate and you endure and you persevere and
I used to love him.
try to make that person as spectacular as you possibly can, no matter the sacrifice that you may have to go through.
With no emotion. She's saying this emotionlessly.
No, in the interview, it was crazy. She said that she wasn't
Serve
giving
someone
up on
else,
him.
in a positive light, so they can be better people for
Sober says
themselves
never dating a
and
woman who
just
considers
make them
porn cheating.
a happier
That's a
person.
little bit of a red flag. Yeah.
Love is very strong and love is very deep, and love, I believe, is not fully understood in a lot of ways for how different people react to it. And I very much deeply and passionately love George. I love him to this day.
Did you not want to be alone?
Damn, that kind of sounds like Stockholm.
Beginning, through through my divorce, it was very nice to have him around, and he was a man to me. And
If he was a man,
I felt protected, and
if
I need
he
a
was.
man's man to abuse
very
me.
nice. And as lame as it sounds, he used to compliment me, and it made my day. So yes.
Kimba says, I sat him down.
You
like a
managed
child."
to get a man's man into
During
a
that period of
suitcase?
time,
Yeah.
when you first started seeing George,
Manly
would it be fair to
5'2",
say
100-pound guy.
that you had low self-esteem?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Apple for 2. Our love was as tight as that suitcase's zipper, bro.
Oh,
Mr.
We
Apple,
talked
bro.
about this previous arrest. where
no.
You told the officer you were fighting when you got arrested. Now, I want to talk about your conversations with law enforcement, but first I want to ask you, why did you go to the police station?
I'll
that
get this
day
and this
when
in a
you
second.
interrogated
I see you
the
guys.
2-hour video? Tell the jury.
The day of the incident,
So no, hold on. Now she's gonna have to explain why she fucking lied, right? Not just once, but twice.
Detective Copsell gave me her business card with her personal cell phone number on it and said if I happened to remember anything or anything that I would like to add to
She's gonna try to
the
make shit
day
up.
for me to not hesitate to give her a call. So throughout the rest of the evening, something was off. I didn't feel comfortable with what she told me and how she told it to me.
How long were you at the scene?
Gosh, all day, from the moment that they were there to the moment that the coroner's van drove off.
All right, when it ended, did you stay in your home?
No, I raced inside and collected some pajamas and a toothbrush, and I went over to where my son was at my ex-husband's house.
Did you take the dogs?
Didn't even feed them. It was so fast.
All right, and then once you got over to your ex-husband's, what happened? Is it released to Detective Copsell?
Something just wasn't sitting right with me, and I had a suspicion that she just wasn't being honest with me, so I took it upon myself.
Sustained.
So you called her. Tell us about that.
I called her and I told her that I felt that she was being dishonest with me. She originally had told me
Oh,
that
she's the
due
liar
to her
now.
being pregnant, it would just be a lot easier for her to have me come down to the station.
She's gonna
to
come
pick
up and
my
rip this
phone.
apart.
The original plan was for she and
They were just gonna come down for a little tea ceremony, weren't they?
to my apartment. But she said that it would be a lot easier for me to just come down and pick it up because I remember when I was pregnant. That's what she said. You remember when you were pregnant. So I said, I feel that you're tricking me and I feel that you're being very sneaky about something and I don't believe that you're being honest with me.
She never
And
said
I
that.
said, regardless, I'm still going to come.
Sustained.
Yep. Boom.
So you agreed to come, but you understood it was to get your
I
phone?
never heard any of that.
You came that afternoon to the station?
I did.
And the original agreement was they were to come to you?
Correct.
All right. When you got to the station, what happened?
I thought I was just going to be picking up my phone. My car was there. I had everything in my car.
She's gonna
Just
keep
regular.
trying to get
I
in
was
those
just going to go
narratives.
in, maybe sign something and pick up my phone. And there's people that are over here at the windows, and I thought that I was supposed to go over there to get my phone. And Detective Lowen came down and said that my phone was upstairs. So if I would just follow him upstairs, that's where my phone was. And then I was taken into I guess it was an interrogation room, and they told me to sit down, and that then I guess the interview or interrogation began, and I just simply kept getting my phone.
Sarah, tell the jury why.
Yes.
Yeah, they're gonna. It may not even be an objection, but they may just guide the course of this. So yeah, how's your sleep schedule? I'm pretty much nocturnal at this point. Jenny Nickel said, "I really don't think the jury wants to hear her wax poetic about loving someone she said she was going to get rid of." Yeah, I agree, Jenny.
Ms. Boone?
Tell the jury why you lied to the police.
There you go. Here you go. Why
I
you
lied
lied?
to the police. Basically everyone, because I was
Hold on.
extremely fearful of being arrested. I made
This is
the
direct.
first attempt of me calling 911 by telling them what happened, and I thought they were going to help me, but instead I was arrested for calling 911.
So you made the decision to lie.
I did.
Did you
So
stay
yeah.
with that lie?
So she lies to everybody.
Are you telling the truth today?
I am.
She's gonna get destroyed.
Now, let me take you back to the this
She's
incident.
trying to appeal the jury's emotions. Yes. I was scared. Oh, I was scared.
Is it fair to say
If you lie then, how can I trust you now?
that when George Torres
Yes,
was
falsifying
sober,
statements is a
Remember,
criminal charge.
she was
there was no
terrified.
violence against you?
No.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that every time that he's intoxicated or every time that you're hit by him or harmed by him, it's when he's intoxicated?
Yes.
As a result, when he's drinking, does it change your outlook?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury?
The rats are getting Andrew.
Yeah, I know.
Always fearful, paranoia.
Why?
Because I try to protect and defend myself for fear something happens at the last ultimate second.
But you're always that way, fearful. Is it because of these prior incidences?
Absolutely.
Megapite down to that
Do you
ultimate
try to
second.
placate him?
All the time.
What do you mean?
With the puzzles and the painting and feeding the ducks across the way at the pond, listening to music, trying to go for a walk on the trail, anything that I possibly can. I told you I was running out of things to entertain him with.
Why do you think George? What bothers him?
Sustained.
Does he tell you?
Sustained.
As a result of how he behaves towards you in that intoxicated state, how were you feeling the night of this event?
Overruled.
Extremely nervous, anxiety galore, just, I can never relax.
When he's drinking.
He started that question bad, but he fixed it at the end by
And-
going with state of mind.
The state of intoxication that he was at the time of this event, is that the state that scares you the most?
It's the tone, yes. There's a lot of alarms and red flags that go on throughout the day or night or whenever it is that we are drinking.
Sustained.
Tell us about that. How that does that heighten your sense of
Objection non-responsive is what the
Safety?
objection was.
but especially when he's drinking,
Oh, yes, all the time.
and then his mood?
Yes, it depends on what mood he's in that day.
Well, do you have like a sixth sense of how he's doing?
Yes, I knew George very well.
Sustained.
Can you tell us what you mean by that?
Wow, she has a sixth
or
sense.
Knew him very well.
I guess you can say that I was trained by fear with him. Just, it wasn't fun anymore when we would drink and we would hang out on the back porch. It wasn't fun anymore because I knew inevitably that something was going to happen to me. one way or another.
Oh, sorry, I was trained by fear. Push to kill. Sebastian Mueller, member for 10 months, says roses are red, violets are blue. Sarah Boone gave love a bad name. Bad News Badge for 20 Danish says all she had to do was unzip it. Yeah.
You know, those bruises that we saw of him, they look pretty deep.
Or zip it, rather.
Tell the jury what you were thinking.
From the bat,
Yes.
I didn't want to die that night. I can't describe it to you. It's terrifying love to a certain degree, where my plan was to show him the next day, and just I wanted him to be better and treat me nicer. And
Terrifying Love sounds like a
be
great
the
song
person
name.
that he was when I originally met him. And I knew that was in him still. I knew that it could be found, and I just couldn't figure out what it was that I was doing wrong in order for it to not be back to where that was. And I was tired of living in fear and just sick all the time of figuring out how I can entertain him so
Was
I
it
don't
a
die. And
tainted love?
continue a relationship with my son.
Yes.
And try to live a normal life. That wasn't a normal life for me. And just I bottom line is I didn't want to die. I would have died, or I would have been disfigured or maimed, or if it weren't me with the bat, it would have been him if he were to have gotten out.
That's what someone who is guilty would say. That's all?
Any cross-examination?
Oh, any cross-examination? Are you kidding me?
Damn. I feel like he was on a roll there for a moment.
Oh,
No. Well, okay.
George knows somebody
Okay.
named Crystal.
Wait.
Real quick, I'm gonna pause.
No,
We're gonna
the defense is
cross-examination. I gotta switch
pissed.
this.
He just said, that's all.
Yeah. Yeah? So wait, Ava, clarify that. The defense being pissed?
Yeah, I don't know why. I think she said something the defense really didn't want her to say, and he was finally done. He's like, that's all. It was very dismissive for
Of the last statement.
ending direct.
Let's
I don't
let's
know.
go back. Let's go back there real quick. I want to rewind that.
Cross-examination.
If it weren't me with the bat, it would have been him if he were to have gotten out.
If it weren't me with the bat, it would have been him. But she's admitting that she was her with the bat and that she was using it, right? So
That's
I can see that being.
premeditation, isn't it?
Thank you. That's all.
Did you ever mention?
It's not good. Okay, let me get these supers, then we're going to continue. It heads like Carl von Usadai Church and says, where are my manners? I greeted you, Mr. Mindset. Grüß Scott, Miss Elf, and Miss Octopus. How are you? And how was your day, Mr. Mindset? It's very good. I apologize. I missed 7 streams. We can catch them. Watch. Thank you so much, Carl. Appreciate that. We are trial streaming. Sebastian Mueller for 200 Danish said, time to grab the popcorn. Thank you so much. I had some popcorn earlier. Finished that. My bag is empty right here. I filled it with the trash. So, but I just destroyed that earlier. And we're now 2 drinks down. I had a Singha and then a Horoyoi. It's like kind of cool by Suntory. Very good. Very good. A very low alcohol percentage, like 3%. Elijah Snow said she's off, like her lack of micro expression. Yes. And Not an FBI said, guys, it happens. You're packing for a holiday. Then oops, you just packed your husband in a suitcase.
Oh no.
No. All right, let's continue here.
Crystal,
Is that what it's like when you rush?
About being one of his bitches.
Don't know. I don't remember.
How about Christine? Did George know a Christine?
I don't know.
How about a Pamela Erickson?
These may have been people that he was communicating with on whatever the platform was.
On your phone?
I believe so.
Uh-oh.
And did you find these communications?
I found one or two of them from some of them.
And did you send a long letter to his family to relay to him about George and his girls that he was cheating on you with?
I believe so.
Uh-oh.
So you do know those names, right?
I don't remember them. It's been however long.
Oh, she remembers them.
Now, on February 24th, 2020, you called 911 at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you were still feeling a little intoxicated, were you not?
It was more shock, but yes.
So you agree that
You
you
were drunk.
previously stated, I was still, I believe, intoxicated to a degree?
To a degree, yes.
So 1 p.m., that's it's about 14 hours after 11 p.m. the night before, correct?
I'm guessing so.
Can you
So
add?
12 hours prior would be 1 a.m., and then 12 a.m. is 13 hours, 11 p.m. is 14 hours, correct?
Okay.
And you were present here for the medical examiner, Dr. Zadovich, to testify, correct?
Yes.
And you heard her talk about all the effects of ethanol that has on the human body, correct?
Yes.
And she also mentioned something that it, on average, dissipates at about 0.015 an hour. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
So would it be fair to say that if you're still feeling the effects of the alcohol at 1 p.m., so that's 14 hours,
She's still feeling the alcohol 14 hours later.
you were at
That's
approximately
fucked
about
up.
0.21 at 11 p.m. the night before. Do you feel like you were 2.5 times the legal limit at that time?
I don't know how you came to that number.
Judge,
Math, Sarah. Elijah Snow says, "Hi, I'm Sarah. I buy weapons from your grandpa. I'm very affordable. Pets, old people, don't really matter. I just love grilling." Robin the Hood says for $1.99, she got sleepy after folding and packing her twink. Oh no. In the chat, that's where Kata levels a smash. I know. It's bad.
Oh no.
It's bad. Lawyers doing math is dangerous. I know it is, but that math seemed like it checked out. And by the way, didn't she excel at everything? So yeah, shouldn't she excel at math, right? She excels at everything she does. Everything. She's perfect.
One would hope with a perfect woman that she's perfect at math.
0.8 times 2.5 equals 0.2. Yeah. There you go. Nope, that's a P. Diddy cocktail. She excels, meaning she's not just okay, she's great.
You may proceed.
So you testified earlier that you all had about half of one of these bottles left from the night before, correct?
Yes.
Put it right down in front of her. Put it right down in front of her.
What if she just immediately launches herself, tackles the wine bottle, starts drinking?
I mean,
If I was her at
case
this point, I
closed.
probably would.
No further questions?
And so would you agree that this is one of the 3 bottles that was purchased between February 22nd and the 2 that were purchased on February 23rd of 2020?
I'm guessing. Maybe it's like the bottle, yes.
All right, and it's 1.5 liters. Would you agree?
Let's have a percent.
This is a good demonstrable.
You should have looked at this before, though.
He should.
And when you say half, are we talking about the top of the label was left from the day before?
I
All right, a little less, halfway through the label.
That's not half. Oh, come
In addition
on.
to halfway through the label, which you began consuming after going public at about 12:15.
Oh, come
Dude,
on.
what an effective demonstrable. My
Well,
God.
you began consuming around 12:30. Is it fair to say when you got back?
I can't tell exactly.
Okay. And after finishing what you all had left over from
Junior Board,
Saturday,
thank you for the 10 legal mindset memberships. Thank you, bro.
consumed 2 1.5 liter bottles, correct?
I'm not sure about the second bottle that he purchased, if it was empty or not at the time.
Well, you did mention that the police would find 2 empty bottles in the top of your trash, correct?
Yes.
And we did all see that in the photographs, correct?
See that
Two.
they empty in the garbage, yes.
All right, and you say you were about 100 pounds at the time? And we all know Mr. Torres was 103 pounds at the time of his death, correct?
That's what he said.
Damn, the man was
All right.
tiny.
So that's 3 liters of wine between 200 pounds.
We still got like
between
an
2
hour
people over the
planned.
course
Do you
of-
think they're gonna get to cross today?
correct?
This is cross. This is cross.
And you testified today that you were intoxicated.
This is cross-examination.
At the time that this occurred, the videos between 11 and 11:30 at night, correct?
Yes, at some level, yes.
Now, what does that mean to you? Previously, have you indicated that that means the room is spinning? Do you ever recall saying that?
Yeah, 3 liters amongst
So what
200
was your level
pounds.
of
That's a lot.
intoxication at this point in time? when
I'm
the first
200
video was
pounds.
filmed at 11, 12?
As a single person.
Do you mean from lack of sleep or alcohol?
From the alcohol.
What was my level?
What were you feeling? Did you have trouble with your balance?
I was more tired than anything.
Did you have trouble with your balance?
I don't believe so.
So you were able to flip a suitcase over with a 100-pound man in it, right?
I mean, yes, it happened.
Okay. How about your speech? Do you feel like your speech
By the
was
way,
slurred?
everyone, I know it was cross. I was just
How about
surprised
your
that they're gonna
inhibitions? Do you
get
feel
through
like you were doing
all of our
things that you
BS in
wouldn't do
only
when
an
you were
hour.
sober?
Oh, you mean finish cross. I don't think they'll finish.
Well, on reflection,
We'll
do
see
you feel
though.
like this is something you would have done when you were sober?
I didn't know Ian George.
I'm just asking you, looking back on this, when he's in the suitcase and you're telling him how you feel, and then you wait 11 minutes and you film another 22 seconds, and then you go upstairs, upon reflection, is that something you would have done and left him in there had you not been drinking?
I don't know. I can't say. If I was scared, then it would be something.
All right, now, today you testified about the time frame between the 2 videos, correct?
Yes.
So you came down from the shower where you were hiding, correct?
Yes.
And as you're coming down the stairs, before you even get to the bottom of the stairs, you can kind of see over your shoulder or towards your right that he's trying to hide in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
And the lid is down, but it's not closed, and you can tell he's hiding in there. It's not a great hiding spot just yet, right?
Correct.
And so you come over to him and you're laughing, right? And you move the suitcase around some before zipping it shut, right?
No.
No? You immediately zip it shut?
Yes.
Okay. And you're both still laughing about it, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then it's during this course of time, how quickly is it after you zip it shut that you begin filming the first video?
I don't know without watching it. I don't know.
Okay. I mean, the video is not going to catch you zipping him up because you're like 10 feet away, right? How quickly after you zip him up is it before the video starts is my question.
I don't know.
Okay. And then during that 9 minutes and 14 seconds is when he begins to get angry, correct?
What 9 minutes?
Between the 2 videos, there's 9 minutes and 14 seconds between the end of 1061 and the beginning of 1062 and 1063. So you got the 2 minute, 3 second video that starts at 11:12:45, correct?
I guess.
Permission to use state 17?
You may.
So Captain Spire says Miss Boone claims she got very drunk and when forced to drink all that booze fell off a cabinet, but the evidence shows she only had her shelf to blame. Oh no. Oh no. And Real Character for Two said, I do not recall. I've seen this strategy before. Yep. Oh, I don't remember. I don't recall. And once again, if you guys received those gift memberships from LJ, please make sure to say thank you. Comedy Gold.
All right, so we're looking at entry 31107. That indicates, according to the phone extraction, 2/23/2020, 11/12:45 p.m. Image _ 1062 movie begins being captured. And we have seen that that is about 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Entry 31113 indicates that image _ 1063.move
Not an FBI says this is why you don't date people with baggage. Oof.
I get it.
Bad pun.
Mm-hmm.
It is currently monsooning here.
Okay. 31113, a second movie is captured at 11:23:03 p.m. Your testimony was that after that first video was captured by your phone and you, Mr. Torres began getting angry and trying to push his way out, correct?
Say it one more time, please.
Between these two movies, of which there's about 9 minutes and 14 seconds, Mr. Torres begins to get angry and try and push his way out and get out of the suitcase, correct?
He had been angry on and off throughout the entire day.
Okay. You didn't tell us that earlier. You said it was a
Yes.
fun day all day, correct?
Oh,
That's because I lived.
Okay. But you did not tell us earlier today that he had been angry throughout the day.
When would I say that?
You described your entire day
My God, this
doing
man.
puzzles, arts and
I mean,
crafts,
woman. Sorry, Jesus.
damn.
outside by the dartboard, and you
It's very
said it
transphobic
was a
of you.
wonderful day and everything was fun until he was in the suitcase. Did you not testify to that earlier today?
I did.
My specific question between these two movies is, this is when he begins to get angry and trying to push his way out,
Caught her.
out of the suitcase, correct?
Angry again, yes.
And he was expressing his anger in what manner? How did he say this?
At which point throughout the day?
Ma'am, you know very well that I'm talking about between these movies. Please answer my question. Between these two movies, how did he express his anger with you?
He's narrowing it down.
Told me that I was going to fucking die.
Okay. Now this is happening after he's already told you several times he cannot breathe in the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
And he's been in there for whatever brief amount of time it took you to zip him up, and the laughter stops, and then you go over and begin to film, correct? And you're filming, your purpose of filming is to kind of teach him a lesson. This is your chance to say something to him when he can't say anything back to you, correct?
No.
Then correct me.
There was no lesson to be
She's
learned.
biting back a lot of different
Try to
mean
understand
feelings.
how I felt, so maybe he could progress in being a better person the next day.
So you wanted him to understand how you felt in the past, and that's not teaching a lesson?
That's malice.
Oh yeah.
She's describing malice.
All right, and so immediately prior to zipping him up and putting him into the movie, you had been upstairs, correct?
I'm sorry.
Immediately before coming down and zipping him up and then filming the first of the two movies, you had been upstairs in the shower, correct?
What happened to the
I'm
hiding?
going to publish what has been labeled as image_1061, which according to the timeline was captured at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds with her device.
They're gonna play the video again, I think. And they're gonna be like, how does he sound?
All right. Does this appear to be the suitcase that's in question in the two movies that are filmed at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.?
This is court technology. This is our tax dollars going to work.
This is image 1061 taken at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds. Does this appear to be the blue suitcase that's in the two videos that were captured at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.?
Correct.
Did you take this image at 11:03 p.m.?
I don't remember if I did or not.
And again, we had, and by we, I mean you and Mr. Torres, two 1.5 liters bottles of wine and plus whatever was left over from the day before, correct?
Correct.
So you don't remember taking this photograph?
I don't.
Do you remember whether or not Mr. Torres was in here?
I don't remember taking the photo.
Okay. So what is your memory of what happens between 11:03 p.m. and 31 seconds when that image is captured and then when the movie starts at 11:12:45? What do you remember?
I don't.
Do you remember anything from that night?
I do.
You told the police on February 25th, 2020, when they first showed you the video, that you didn't remember taking that. You remember that?
I do.
In your testimony is you do remember taking that video,
I do.
but you don't remember taking that photograph 9 minutes prior.
Correct.
Is there something, did you have more to drink in those 9 minutes?
I did not.
Was Mr. Torres in that suitcase the entire time between 11:03 when that image was taken and then when the second video was taken at 11:23 p.m.?
I believe so, yes.
So for 20
Where else would he
minutes?
be?
Yes?
However long the time frame is.
Did he begin telling you that he couldn't breathe before the video, or do you not remember?
I don't remember.
Now, you testified moments ago that your two neighbors must have misremembered which night the loud noise was, correct?
Yes.
And now you're telling us that you don't remember taking the photograph at 11:03 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Did the police come out to your townhouse on Sunday, February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
I'm
That's
talking
what
about
happens when you get
Sunday.
pro
This is
bono
the
rep.
Sunday fun
They
day
don't
when
coach
one of
you how to
the
not
public trucks with
answer.
Police out of your residence?
Mm-hmm.
I would not be
The
answering
day
these
after, Monday
questions.
the 24th, correct?
Yes.
And that Monday morning, you called 911, well, Monday afternoon at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And between that time frame, you were the only person in your apartment plus Mr. Torres in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
So if anything had been disturbed in your apartment, you had all the time that you wanted to undisturb them before calling 911, correct?
If I wanted to.
Okay. And you still, your testimony is there was no loud boom that shook the walls of your townhouse at about 11 p.m. the night of February 23rd, 2020, correct?
Correct.
To the best of your memory, correct?
Correct.
Now, that second video is 22 seconds where you just hear him say Sarah and you don't say anything, or you're familiar with that video, correct?
Yes.
It's after that that you go upstairs, correct?
Yes.
How quickly is it that you go upstairs after that?
It was pretty quick.
Can you grab the dogs?
No, the dogs were upstairs already.
Okay. Did you call 911 and let the police know that you had zipped somebody shut in a suitcase and they had not been able to get out for 20 minutes?
I did not.
Did you go to Brian's house and tell him, I had to zip Mr. Torres up in a suitcase shut? We need to do something about that before he passes.
I believe that's what the phone call was.
Okay. Well, what do you remember now about the phone call with Brian?
I know that I called him. I don't know specifically what it was about.
Now, your testimony, it seems like you spend day after day finding things to entertain Mr. Torres to do, correct?
Yes.
Almost like having a child. You have your own child, correct?
I do.
What you described sounded like having a small child. Would you agree?
That's your interpretation.
Well, you take him from doing arts and crafts to doing puzzles, so on and so forth, correct?
When he's been drinking, yes.
And Mr. Torres was notorious for doing some of these things, correct?
What do you mean?
Well, you described Mr. Torres as being notoriously known for doing things. You described your ex-husband, Brian Boone, notorious for doing things like nagging and calling all the time. You remember your testimony calling people notorious for doing things?
Yes.
What would you say people would say you're notorious for?
Oh, here we go. Make it about her.
And you would not answer Brian Boone, your ex-husband's phone calls, just so that you could let him know that you're busy and you have things going on.
Yeah.
I knew that at whatever time it was that he was calling me, that he could wait for the few moments of me getting up to where Lucas gets out of school at 3 o'clock.
She was always late. Take care of him.
But you wouldn't return his call. You would let him call several times, correct?
That day, yes.
Okay. How about other days? Would he have to call to remind you to get Lucas on other days?
He wasn't reminding me. He was just making sure that Lucas was covered for a pickup or drop off.
All right. You didn't mention to the sheriff's office either February 24th or February 25th about going to Publix with Mr. Torres at noon or 12:17, did you?
I don't recall.
So the best evidence of that would be the recording of those interviews?
Correct.
Did you not remember going to Publix with Mr. Torres that day?
At what point?
At any point?
No, I didn't.
You had indicated to the police that it was about 4 p.m. that you all had started drinking after doing chores. You recall that?
I do.
And your testimony today was that it was really more.
Sudden and widespread amnesia is not uncommon during cross.
Yes.
And you did not tell the truth to the police, correct?
It makes him look funnier.
You did not tell the truth to the police about that, correct?
She said she lied already.
When they were asking you about Mr. Torres'
See.
injuries, you told them that you had nothing to do with it, correct?
Yes.
And that was not the truth.
Correct.
Falsus in uno, falsus in omnibus.
What did y'all have for breakfast on the 23rd?
I don't remember.
Did y'all have lunch?
I believe we had leftovers from, I think, something that we had in the fridge.
And do you recall what those were?
Not at this point, no.
And then I believe you mentioned having a sandwich of some sort for dinner.
No, I believe it was for, I'm guessing he and I ate at the same
Oh, I
time.
see what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
She is blinking a lot.
And at one point, Mr. Torres called his brother Juan, correct? And do you admit that you were yelling in the background, telling Mr. Torres to tell his brother that he had been choking you?
I don't know if I was yelling. I know that he could hear me through the phone.
So how long had that been going on that day? When did you start getting on Mr. Torres about choking you in the past?
He and I had conversations about it because he didn't remember doing it to me. And the next day and the day of.
Is it fair to say that there are just points in time where you don't remember what you do either, correct?
Are you talking about almost 5 years ago?
I'm talking about from drinking. Is it fair to say that you don't often remember things that you did while you were drinking?
I would not say often.
Okay.
Uh-huh. See, she doesn't want to. She doesn't want to take accountability.
Are there things you don't remember happening that happened the night before between you and him?
I can't say that at this point.
But you said that you don't remember taking that photograph at 11:03 p.m. on February 23rd, correct?
Yes.
As for the blinking, if her
Was there
brain were an
anything else
engine,
that
it'd
you
be
were telling
overheating.
Mr. Torres that he needed to
She's
tell
working
about?
very hard to keep everything straight.
Not that I can recall.
Was there anything you were telling him that he needed to tell his daughters?
Not that I can recall.
Now, you indicated that Mr. Torres would use your phone to look at pornography.
Correct.
Why her
Were there
phone?
ever any points in times when it was you that was used looking at pornography?
If I was, it was to go back and look to see.
It was the only phone. It was the communal phone.
Oh, she had the only one.
Did you ever threaten to get Mr. Torres arrested if he did not do what you wanted him to do?
I wouldn't say threaten.
Here we go. She's reframing.
Were there ever points in time?
We're going to read a
where
police
you'd like
report
him to
later.
Call you or return a call, and if he didn't do that, you would threaten to get him arrested?
It depends on if he had my keys or something that I needed from him.
And it was your townhouse, correct?
Mine, yes. Flush hours.
When did you get him off the lease?
I'm not sure what year it was, but I don't think he was actually removed from the lease.
Okay.
I think he was made a different type of tenant.
And Did you change the locks so that he couldn't get back in at the points of times when you kicked him out?
I did sometimes.
And then would you leave the key in the hiding spot that he was aware of?
There were multiple hiding places.
On any of the 911 calls, did you ever mention that Mr. Torres was aware of where you kept your keys and that's how he got back into the house?
I didn't know I needed to. He would never break into my home.
All right, and it's your testimony that you did not push him down the stairs, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, it was him that dragged you down the stairs the night before, correct?
Yes.
Now, by dragged, did you leave your feet?
Yes.
And did you get scrapes on your knees or anywhere from the carpet?
I'm not sure.
Did you get any injuries, like bruises or abrasions or scrapes?
I was missing a lot of my hair. Yes, that was on the stairwell.
And
So some
you
shedded
agree
hair.
that you were photographed on February 24th when the police came out, correct?
The day of the incident?
Well, the afternoon after the incident. We're not sure when he passed.
Yes.
Some of those photographs showed ashtrays inside your house. Where you? I thought you said.
Asphyxia Lagoose says, so he wouldn't break in, but he would break every lock in the house.
Sometimes, yes.
Mm-hmm. It's contradictions.
And you
on
agree you would go
contradictions.
to the hospital and tell them
That's
things
right.
that were not true,
And
correct?
wouldn't he just break in if he was breaking locks?
There were times when you would go to the
Exactly.
hospital and leave without getting treatment.
Who's in control?
Yes.
And is it fair
Oh.
to say that you often had alcohol in your system when you were going to the hospital, correct?
Hey, hey, hey.
Sometimes.
They're doing a good job on this.
All right, so just to summarize the day to make sure we understand it. You all wake up sometime in the morning, but it's an unknown time, correct? On February 23rd.
Or early afternoon. Yes, I had a problem with the detectives and them having me guesstimate times.
Okay. Are you the kind of person like most of us that uses your phone when you wake up?
No.
So the first activity on your phone may have nothing to do with when you woke up. Is that fair for you?
Yes, other than looking at the time possibly.
Okay. So at some point you wake up, it doesn't sound like you have breakfast, correct?
Correct.
You do some chores, correct?
Yes.
So that is true. That part of it is true. You did do chores before going to Publix at 12:17?
Yes.
All right. After chores, you go to Publix and you get that 1.5 liter Magnum bottle of Woodbridge Chardonnay, correct?
I'm not sure what Magnum is.
1.5 liters. Instead of the 750s, it's the double size. It's like 2 bottles of wine.
Okay, yes.
So you got a 1.5 liter, right?
Yes, it is the larger bottle.
And you got home and you at 100 pounds and Mr. Torres at 103 pounds began drinking this wine, correct?
I'm guessing so. I'm not going to guess times.
Well, don't guess. I mean, you got home from Publix. When was your first drink?
Really shouldn't guess, ma'am.
I'm not sure. I mean, we could have continued.
It's your life
Yeah,
on the
there's no
line.
guessing here.
Whatever was
Yeah.
left over from what we didn't do before we went to Publix.
Okay. So you may have started drinking even later, correct?
And
12:30 when you get back from Publix?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it 1:30 or 2:30 when you began drinking?
I don't know.
Was it before any of the phone calls to the brothers and his daughters?
Yes.
And so you drink what's left in the bottle of wine from the day before that's halfway labeled, correct?
At some point.
And then you drink 1.5 liters of wine and he goes out and gets another one on his own without your permission or
I
suggestion.
don't drink, but that sounds like a
about
lot of
5:30,
wine.
correct? And then you all consume that one as well and it ends up in the trash can at the end of the night, correct?
Apparently.
Captain Spire for 5 says one could say this case is due to her poor
Night,
choices.
does your memory tape stop? You described that it wasn't on at 11:03 p.m. when that photograph was taken. What's the last thing you actually do remember prior to these videos being made?
I don't recall it at this point. I don't remember.
All right, and so it ends in hide and seek after arts and puzzles, correct? He says, tag, you're it, but you run and go upstairs and hide, right? So does that mean he's it and he's supposed to come find you?
No.
Okay. So you both hide.
No.
Okay. How does this work?
How does a game of tag that's really hide and seek work?
Okay.
I was it, and I went and hid.
I mean, my understanding of the rules of hide and seek is
Torgo
one
says,
person will
suffer baggage, butch.
cover his or her
Suffer.
eyes and count to like 20 and then
Thank
go
you,
find the
Torgo.
person that's hiding. Is that your familiarity with the rules?
We
too,
need
or
it. We need a
that's not
hide and
how-
seek hide and seek expert, everybody.
Okay.
I want them to do that. I want them to
Explain
call
to me what was
back.
your expectation? You go up to the shower. Were you expecting him to come find you?
I was.
Okay. And after a while, he did not come find you.
Yes.
And that's when you return downstairs.
Correct.
And because of the way your townhouse is set up, you can kind of see over where the suitcase is and that he's trying to hide in there, but it's not successfully hidden just yet.
I mean, yes, you have to come down a good ways in order to be able to
Right.
do that.
Right. But you saw, you testified that was before you got to the bottom.
Yes.
All right. And then you come over there and thinking that it's funny, you zip him shut, correct?
Yes, we both thought it was funny.
Okay. And the defendant stand down.
Enter into the well?
Yes.
Yes.
At that point, according to the rules of hide and seek, would he not then be
Deputy.
it?
We release her into the well, please.
They got to release the hound. Release the hound. They're going to do a demonstrative with the bag. This is going to be good.
All right, here we go. Oh, man.
Here we go with the suitcase. This is going to be a damn good visual.
Oh, are they going to actually get somebody in the suitcase?
If they do that with a mannequin. that'd be great.
Dude.
Can you get in the suitcase, ma'am? Get in the suitcase. Just step in the suitcase.
That suitcase looks a lot smaller than it does in the video.
It does. How small was the man?
5'2".
Oh, manlet.
He was like 103
I
pounds.
love how it's stuck. Look at him. He's struggling with it. It's stuck.
Oh, they're going to say he doesn't know how to operate a zipper.
He's not a zipper expert. He's not qualified.
All right.
Gotta get a zipper expert in here.
Can you demonstrate for the jury where Mr. Torres' head was and how his body was positioned in the suitcase, if you don't mind?
His back was this way and his head was here.
What if
Alright,
he
and
did
is it fair to
just
say
like
his feet
had
are
her get there and then
down here,
just
which would
shoved
be the
her
front
in?
left corner from their perspective in the jury box?
Top 10 enemy betrayals.
And then his knees are kind of tucked up towards his face.
If I remember correctly, yes, that's the position.
Okay. All right. Can you help me understand how it was that you zipped it shut? Can you show us where you say you left an opening that his hand got out of?
Would it be easier to put it on here?
I didn't want to make you go down there. If you're happy doing that, I'll let you.
Hold up. Does she need to be wearing gloves?
Yes.
Agreed. If she's going to be
That of us
manipulating it.
says, "Oh no! If it don't zip, you must have quit."
Oh, if it doesn't zip, you must have quit. No,
Yes.
no. If it doesn't zip, she's guilty. Because it shows it's stuck. Get her gloves. No glove, no love, ladies and gentlemen. No glove, no love. Barbarous Dantioch says, "Oh no, if you don't zip, must quit." Yeah, I got that one. Okay, cool. Thank you guys.
Do you think after she's found guilty, she'll carry this story even into prison?
Just demonstrate how she zipped it shut.
Oh, it's going to be a good.
And do you remember which one it was in?
The defense attorney can't do this for her, too. He's trying to.
this side.
It was a pink like paper clip or something.
Hands in your pockets, Mr. Defense Attorney.
Judge, the paperclip was on when this event occurred. When we pulled the suitcase out.
They need to go to the bench to talk about this.
Not attached. So now the prosecutor has attached the paperclip. We don't know if that's the way it was attached.
Approach the bench.
Yeah, this is it. This
Okay.
isn't
That's the
appropriate.
proper way that it was attached. But
They
he's
should not be
asking
doing this conversation.
her
Like this.
now to pull.
Is there an objection?
Yes?
Approach.
Yeah, see that was inappropriate. The defense attorney should not have done that.
No, that's like when Brett
They're
itself
still
kept
gonna make her do
arguing
it.
with the judge in that
They're
case.
still going to make her do it. How many
after
ways can you
objecting.
attach a paper clutch? Well, we don't know how it's attached. Like it could have been attached frontwards or backwards, or it could be a curly Q. It could be anything. Who knows about that paper clip? Speaking of who knows, we got 1,000 people in the chat and we only have a measly 700 likes. If you guys can like the video, much be appreciated. Mercenary X21 says, I can only imagine what Razor Fist would say if he was here watching this with us. This would be Mysteries Size Theater 3000 Courtroom Edition. Yeah, true. I could invite other, Flesh Trooper creators as well. But yeah, this is absolutely crazy. Absolutely nuts.
Insano style.
Yep. Try not to speak over the witnesses and the testimony too much, though. That's one of the problems with some other trial streams. I've been on a lot of trial streams. There's kind of a fine balance, right? If they're doing nothing, or if it's old boomer lawyer doing jack diddly, then I don't mind too much. But when it's a witness or a primary witness, my kind of one rule is kind of keep it quiet. And I told my guests, like, hey, listen, if they're talking, like, keep it down a little bit, because we want to hear what the witnesses are saying, right? Especially when they're testifying. So that's kind of one of the kind of cardinal rules of court streams. But other than that, yes, free range on testimony. Yeah, and let's see. Sparky's text corner, who had to run, said a paperclip could have been used to lock the zippers. Yes, exactly. It could have been used to keep them together and keep him from escaping. So that could have been what it is, to trap him inside. Right? We need a paperclip zipper expert. We need to qualify them. Absolutely. Oh, actually, you know what? Hold on.
It was like
Hold on. I forgot we were a little behind there because I had paused it. Okay, so now they've got the defense attorney helping them. Hold on, let's rewind here a little bit, because this is weird that they're having the defense attorney be the one to manipulate the bag. Now we'll go a little bit further back.
Are you talking about how I zipped it, or?
When you're done zipping
With
it
the
shut
hole.
and he's inside of it, where are the zipper components?
So she's got to show us where the hole is.
Just tell me where it's at.
I mean, it was the corner. I mean, the corner was right here.
Oh, he's saying that the whole, she's trying to say the whole side was open.
Yes, this one was pretty much, yes. From what I can remember. That's how he was coming with his hand out. It was like this from the corner part.
Okay. Thank you. You can return to your seat.
That's how she alleges. She alleges that there was a giant hole. In the suitcase.
Did you ever change the position of those zippers once you put it in that position?
I did not.
A giant hole in her case. Yeah. Yeah.
And so once he was zipped into there, there's some amount of time, but you don't remember specifically before you start taking the 2-minute video, correct?
Yes.
And then that's when you say what you say, and that's when he says what he says. We've all heard it, correct? And then between there and that second video of the 22 seconds length, it's at this point where he's beginning to get angry. And then that's when you take the baseball bat that's in evidence, and your testimony is you start poking him with the end of it.
Did you say this was the second video?
Between the two videos, that's when you started hitting with the bat because he was getting angry and trying to escape, correct?
Right, I was not hitting him, I was, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you were hitting him.
Did you ever
poked
hit him with the
And
bat
it-
while he was
poke
outside of the
is
suitcase?
not
No.
is not what happened.
Each time
It was not a gentle
you hit
tap.
with the bat, it's through this suitcase. And that's what leaves the marks on him, because you didn't hit him with the bat outside the suitcase, correct?
Yes, but may I demonstrate?
No, that's okay. The suitcase will speak for itself. And then you take the second video and you go upstairs and go to bed, correct?
I apparently went upstairs and I used the phone to make a phone call.
Okay.
And then I fell asleep.
All right. And at the point in time when you left and went upstairs, he was still inside the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
Was he still asking for you and calling your name?
Not that I can recall.
Did you say shh to him again?
I don't remember.
Did you tell him that this was his problem and it's on you again?
Don't remember.
Did you do anything to help him escape from the predicament that you zipped him up in?
No.
No other questions.
Any redirect examination?
Wow. No further questions. So they're going to use that
Just
for
to ask you the question that you
another
poked him
witness.
and you didn't poke him. You poked every time you poked him hard.
I thought they
with
do more.
The bat, he
I'm
was
actually
inside
shocked.
the briefcase. The suitcase. But you remember when he put his hand out, did you not hit him in the hand outside
I
the
called
suitcase?
it. I knew they were going to be done with Cross today.
That was the only time the bat
I'm surprised.
touched Mr. Torres's body outside the suitcase.
They really could have done way worse. That's
Was when you hit
shocking.
him with a hand. But
They
all
did
the
way
other
better.
injuries were with you poking him pretty hard. I mean, you bruised your hand, correct? Doing that. Thank you.
We're going to read one of her arrest
Ma'am, you can return to council.
narratives after this.
Judge, can we approach you?
Just a moment. Let me get her situated at table and then we can approach.
Yeah, they are flying through this trial. Like you
Come on up,
said,
y'all.
this could be only a week-long trial.
Yeah, if they're really gonna, I thought that she might be on multiple days. You know, that was a. Yeah. That I'm shocked actually at how quick that one went. Unless they've got an expert
Yeah, that
or
was a
someone
real hit
else
to
they're
the
going to bring on.
content.
Unless they're going to, yeah, exactly. I was expecting that Cross was going to be fiery, and once again, damn.
I probably don't need very much to have it speak for itself then.
And maybe that's their gimmick, right? The open and shut case, right? Saying the evidence kind of speaks for itself. It doesn't need to. We don't need to present that much. Maybe that's their strategy.
If there is a suitcase pun in either of their closing arguments, I'm gonna flip.
Not a pun. They're not going to make a pun. That would be that. In actual court, no, they were not going to make a pun. No. Let me make sure we're all fine and dandy here. Yeah, we're good. They might keep the cross short to keep the jury's attention. Maybe
Could say
that's
this
possible.
case is all packed up.
Joe said they got enough inconsistencies out of her. Yeah, they got her lying out. So, I mean, they definitely get her credibility out, that she is a liar, that she doesn't tell the same story. But they had some threads they started to pull apart, but they didn't finish her with them, right? They didn't finish her with some of those threads they started to open up, some of those doors they opened up. They also haven't gotten to her history. So we're going to read that afterwards. Oh, and actually, hold on. We can fast forward here. Let's do that.
To recess for the evening.
Oh, they're going to recess.
Thank you again for your continued service and your courthouse. I'll read you another instruction. I know conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are at the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors do not watch local news.
Yeah,
or read
no
local
extreme overtime.
newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your
Yeah, I
jury
will
service.
agree with Chet.
Do not discuss this
The
case
cross
or ask
was a
for
lot
advice
weaker than
by
it
any
could have
means at
been.
all,
It could have been a lot
including
stronger.
posting information on
Yes.
the internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I'm going to excuse you for the balance of the evening, and thank you so much.
Yes, a little bit of what I would call a missed opportunity.
What more would you have done?
I would have impeached her a little bit more on her inconsistencies, especially regarding her drinking and her drinking level, especially since it seemed to irritate her, and you want her anger to show. You want to show that she has an angry side. So if you can poke at her and manipulate her emotionally, and you can see how she gets snippy and angry, and flash that anger to the jury, get them to see that.
With regard to these medical records, the court previously today had required by 5 p.m. to address those. Unfortunately, they have not yet been addressed. It is imperative that the state knows what it is we're culling down or redacting. And I understand that you may want to be seeking those into evidence maybe tomorrow, and the state needs to be advised as to what it is that you're seeking to utilize. So where are we in figuring that out?
Can I have 1 minute with the client?
Yes, sir.
So it's, they're trying to get their pacing down and how they're going to present their case.
I agree as well. I would have definitely focused on her drinking, and I probably would have probably woven into the question a little bit her infantilizing the relationship, like leading him, taking him here, taking him there, playing games and toys and painting. Like, what is happening?
We've had discussions with Ms. Boone, and she claims that every time that he went to the hospital and the medical records would show that it was in relation to some type of domestic violence involving her, we've expressed to her that we do not wish to pursue it and introduce those records of George Torres, of his medical records of the different times he went as it relates to their.
We're gonna, because it involves her and implicates her.
Do you understand that?
Okay. Ma'am, earlier we had discussed, anything else to add to that, Mr. Owens?
Just that I've explained to her that the lawyers make those decisions.
Okay.
And I believe she's in agreement now. I just wanted to get it on the record.
Understood. All right. So, ma'am, I just got a couple follow-up questions, similar to other conversations we've had over the last couple of days. I don't want to know about the specifics of any conversations you've had with you and your attorneys, just whether or not you've had them. You recall earlier today, I had asked you questions about certain rights that you had the ability to decide. Do you recall that conversation that we had, ma'am? It was before you testified. Okay. Do you recall that I advised you that the lawyers get to make most of the strategy determinations at trial? Do you recall that? And do you recall that you said you understood that?
Yes.
And do you also recall that I advised you of certain rights that you have? Do you recall that?
I do.
And one of those rights was the right to testify or remain silent. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did you understand that?
Yes.
So this decision is a trial decision as to whether or not there's certain evidence that your lawyers are going to seek to utilize in your defense. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that they are exercising that trial strategy at this time not to pursue those medical records? Okay. Do you have any questions about that? Are you on board with that strategy? Are you still on board with the strategy utilized in your defense?
All of it, yes.
Are you satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you in this matter?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. State, anything else we need to address before we retire for the evening?
Sarah's, I'll say it, the defense is doing much better than I thought.
They intend on calling is
Unfortunately.
MCO at 9.
They got more win W's today, yeah.
It was either 903 or 905, yes.
And plan will be to depose her in the evening at 5:30. Then
Yeah, the defense got far
scheduling
more
purposes,
W's than I
we're trying to
thought
figure
they
out
would.
when we would need our
Right.
rebuttal expert, Dr. Werner, to appear.
I know Mr.
They
Owens
have a
said they
rebuttal
were
expert.
endeavoring to finish by Friday.
By
but I
Friday.
don't know if Dr. Harper's availability issues for tomorrow
By
is gonna,
Friday.
change that
I called that
anticipated
one.
time frame.
I'll try to reach out to her by text. That's usually how we communicate.
That would literally be a 1 week
Well,
trial
assuming she
legal
testifies
mindset.
on
You call that
Thursday,
to
are
the
you
T.
still in a position to rest
So
on
we're-
Friday, or
the-
would that kick us to the next week, sir?
Well, no, I want to finish this week if at all possible.
See,
I'm hoping that Dr. Harper could be here tomorrow when Dr. Brandon is here, but let's just say she's tied up in
Let's do worst case scenario.
She's here Thursday morning. I think we would try to finish our case right then and give the state a chance to rebut. I would say Thursday.
wow.
And my understanding is our expert can't be here in the afternoon on Thursday. I'm gonna have to check her availability for Friday.
If you would be so kind, and we can address that tomorrow
So
morning.
we
Okay,
may
anything
even
else,
get-
State?
if this wraps this week.
Anything else from the defense?
I think we get closing
All
on
right, court will
Monday.
be in
that
recess till- Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, just to give everybody some scheduling, this might help everyone's schedule. There are going to be 2 officers here in the morning who are going to be ready to testify. There will also be some other witnesses, officers, like the detective who testified, that I need to call back because of some impeachment issues of one of the witnesses. And then we'll get into everybody else's witnesses. So there's about 3 or 4 that I have in the morning time that we'll be proceeding on. Then we'll go from there.
Okay, all right, appreciate the lay of the land. All right, we will see you all. That's what, one more, Mr. Owens. Yes, sir.
This flying in from New Jersey, I think, is Wednesday at 9 a.m. I think the flight, she's scheduled to fly out Thursday at 9 a.m. So if there's any way we could depose her, maybe in the morning or at lunch, and then have her testify Wednesday afternoon.
That's an unreasonable demand on my time, given everything I've been doing to make sure that we can get this pushed through. I need to do things like get ready for expert cross-examinations and other things need to get accomplished at lunchtime. Happy to do it in the evening. My understanding that she was supposed to be coming in today so that we could do it tonight, and that didn't happen. But I don't think I should be forced to accommodate at lunchtime.
Adeline asks,
Anything
are
further?
you doing verdict watch or super catch up and calling?
Deposition will be at 5:30 tomorrow.
I'll
Or
do
any other- if we
verdict
gotta have it
watch
later, depending on how we go.
generally,
We'll
and
address it at
what
that
I'll do
time.
is I'll just
All right, thank you both very much.
during
We'll
verdict
see
watch
you tomorrow morning at
I'll
9
do
a.m.
like a
Court's in
separate
recess.
show on another topic So like I'll have something to talk about like I did with Nick today. I'm going to try to get like one or two other topics to talk about, just throw out there as news. So if we get through everything, I can throw out some other information. We can get some education, because I always try to teach you guys and learn. Eric Matrix for one says, why didn't they just go with the defense that George wanted to try BDSM? Way more plausible. I don't know. I mean, they got it in. I mean, for all it's worth, they got in the battered wife syndrome in the self-defense today. I was very shocked at that, but yeah, we're moving fast here. So what I want to bring up something that came up on my locals. This is a bit of a meme, but this is from locals. I can show you the light, Sarah Boone.
Oh no.
Now right here we've got a arrest report. So this is a arrest report or a narrative, right? Rather, for both, and I'll zoom in here, for Sarah Boone and Mr. Torres. So I'm going to read through this. I know it's small, so let me zoom in here. So on July 25th at 1:52 a.m., Detective Zito, responded to 4748 France Lane number 3, reference to a male who kicked a female in the eye. I later determined this to be an aggravated battery by strangulation an aggravated battery by strangulation and battery case, both being dating violence. Upon my arrival, I spoke to Sarah Catherine Boone, defendant and victim 2. Sarah verbally stated she was at an unknown bar earlier in the evening when she asked an unknown male for a cigarette. Her boyfriend, George Torres Jr. of 1.5 years, became upset since she was talking to another male and left the bar. They both went back to their residence at 4748 France Lane number 3 and continued verbally arguing. Sarah was dragged upstairs by George, and she was kicked in her right eye and she was kicked her in the right eye using his right heel. I guess even he kicked her, but Sarah was unable to describe how she fell to the ground and or how she was dragged up the stairs by George. Sarah refused medical treatment. Sarah refused to write a statement or sign any dating violence paperwork. After I spoke to Sarah, I spoke to George. George verbally stated that they were both at their residence verbally arguing and had been consuming alcohol. They had been dating for 1.5 years and were residing together for 1.2. George attempted to go upstairs to avoid Sarah. While George was walking upstairs, Sarah reached towards George's throat using both of her hands. Sarah placed both of her hands around George's throat and applied pressure to the extent that George was having a difficulty time breathing. George was sitting on the steps and started kicking towards Sarah in an attempt to get her off of him. George believes he may have kicked Sarah in the face, but was not sure. George believed that if he did not kick Sarah off of him, she would have made him incapacitated due to being strangled. George refused medical treatment. George also refused to write a statement or sign any dating violence paperwork. Both George and Sarah stated they have been dating for approximately 1 year and 6 months and residing together for 1 year and 2 months. The left side of George's neck had red marks and small abrasions that are consistent with being strangled. Sarah's right eye is bruised and swollen from receiving impact. Both Sarah and George allowed Detective Ramirez Delgado to take pictures of the injuries and uploaded the pictures to DamnWorks. Both Sarah and George received a victim's right booklet with the name and case number and a photo injunction referral. Due to conflicting statements and the injuries on both Sarah and George, I was unable to determine who was the primary aggressor. I placed both Sarah and George under lawful arrest and searched. George was placed in the back seat of my patrol car, and Sarah was placed in Detective Ramirez's patrol car, Ramirez Delgado's patrol car. I was informed both Sarah and George, the charges are being placed against them, to which they simply stated they understand. Due to the parties refusing to write statements or signing any domestic violence documents, I was unable to complete a victim's request of confidentiality form, authorization for release of confidential information form, and written statements. Both parties stated they don't want to testify and or prosecute. Both Sarah and George were transported to the county booking and receiving BRC. George was booked and charged for battery, dating violence, And Sarah was charged for aggravated battery by strangulation. Both George and Sarah stated they do not own firearms. My body-worn camera was activated. So it looks like, once again, like I said before, people that are likely committing, committing violence against each other, right? And that's at the very least, or in this case, I mean, there's a narrative there where Sarah is indeed the aggressor. So just a little bit of stuff to get out there. Once again, whether or not that comes out of trial, we'll see. But that's just a little bit of extra context for the audience here. Guys, thank you so much for joining, and please make sure you are following my guest, Elfspire and Mama Akko. What do you guys think, Mama? Akko, what do you think about the trial so far? It's your first day watching.
I don't know. I think she's guilty.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think everybody knows that. Like, we all know like that she's guilty. It's just you're watching the trial and you're like, she can't keep getting away with it.
It's just like, how much longer is she gonna how long are they gonna let her keep going like this? It has to stop at some point.
Yeah. No, exactly. You thought they're gonna like, just shut her down. But perhaps the best thing to do is get her off that stand instead of arguing with her. Just have experts come up and say what she said can't be true.
Mhm.
Right. Like a rebuttal expert that comes up and says, you know what? This cannot possibly true. Here's why. Right.
Mhm.
In XYZ, here's the explanation.
Yeah.
All right. So that's what I've got for now. Now I am, I got the go ahead from Smuggalana to do a video on that internet weirdo. So we'll double streaming today. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to get some breakfast because it's 5 a.m. And at 7 o'clock, did I put it at 7 o'clock or 6:30? Well, hold on. Let me double check. What time did I set this for? I set this for, I think 6:30. 6:30. Let me double check here. And very shortly, like an hour and a half or so. 88 minutes. Sorry, 88 minutes. I'm going to be doing a stream. So I'm going to take a small break here, and we're going to be back in 88 minutes. But make sure you follow Ava. Make sure you follow Akko. And thank you guys for joining. It's been absolutely great. And thank you to my guests. For all those that are out there that might be mad, that might want to see more, listen, even though other people are doing it, we've got to be better than just.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping